reoffending rates through their prison rehab and reform. So Second Chances introduces new rehabilitation programs, jobs, facilities to aid your prisoners' reintegration into society. But if you mess up, reoffending prisoners may now return to your prison, and when they return, they can be even more badass than before.
Ah, okay. New reform programs. Sounds good. Can you tell us a bit more about those?
Absolutely. The new programs are great. We have conflict resolution classes, which are led by former inmates who've been rehabilitated while serving time in your prison. There's also been meet and greet sessions where your inmates can meet and mingle with members of the public. And then there is my personal favourite, of course, which is animal therapy classes, where the inmates can spend quality time petting dogs.
Okay, I love the furry friends thing. Maybe if I'm lucky, my dog can be a little extra at some point. I hope so.
We'll talk about it, yeah.
Okay, about the program, how will they affect the reoffending rate?
Oh, great question. So prisoners who attend classes will see improvements in their behaviours. They'll also lose negative traits and reputations. And there's also new programmes that enable prisoners to work in the new prison bakery and restaurant. Through good behaviour, prisoners can even reduce their sentence, but this now also means the reverse as well, so that if inmates commit crimes while inside, they'll see their sentences extended.
Okay, I understand. Gaz, to me this sounds like a really big change to the game's reoffending mechanics. Do you agree?
Yeah, I do, yeah. Every prisoner in the game has their reoffending rate, which is affected by how much you punish or provide for them as a player, and now it matters more than ever before. So once a prisoner is now released, if they reoffend on the outside, you can see them returning. But there's also rewards for wardens who release prisoners successfully. And that's not all. Second Chances will include new customizable wages for prisoners, new uniform colours, and much more.
Great. I know we have a lot of players who are going to want to get their hands on this. Do we have a release date?
Yeah, it's very soon. So on June the 16th on PC, Xbox One and PlayStation 4, and June the 29th for Nintendo Switch players. And we'll also have a free content update for players launching alongside, and this will add a new narcotics search order, wall panels to divide up your rooms, new policies, and much more.
Okay, so only about 3 weeks to go. I'm really looking forward to getting my hands on this. Natalie, anything else that you guys are planning for this year's PDXCon?
Oh yeah, there's plenty more from us. Some of our amazing development team are going to be taking part in a meet and greet later on as well. There'll also be a stream from Larry Lawton, who's an ex-jewel thief who now runs a non-profit organisation dedicated to prison reform. He will be playing and showing off some of the amazing community-built prisons. There'll also be a host of other streams with other community members, including The Great Escape with Dre, Baron Von Games, and Blitz.
Those are some really cool names. Thank you so much, Gaz and Natalie, for joining us here today. I hope to see you soon again.
Thanks for having us.
Thanks so much, Ebba. Thank you.
Okay, and we actually have one more piece of exciting news for Prison Architect today. We have this. The Prison Architect Cardboard County Penitentiary game. This is, as it sounds, a cardboard game, and it's being financed through Kickstarter, so it's already live, so you can go on there if you want to check it out today.
The remix is vast and full of wonders. Please welcome the game director for Stellaris, Daniel Moregard.
Hello everyone. A lot has happened with Stellaris in the 2 years since I last got the chance to talk to you like this. Among other things, we have announced a board game in collaboration with Academy Games, and the Kickstarter was fully funded within the first hour. So it's been really fun to see such excitement for Stellaris as a brand. We really want to thank our fans for making Stellaris bigger and better than ever. And I'm happy to announce that Stellaris has now sold more than 4 million copies on PC alone. And with the recent release of Nemesis, we also saw the biggest amount of daily active players ever, with a bit over 250,000. So again, a massive thanks to all of our community. So all right, let's talk some news. So first up, we have some news for Console Edition. We're happy to announce that Expansion Pass 4, which includes Federations and the 2.8 Butler update, will be available on June 17th. Let's check out the trailer.
For millennia, we studied the heavens. Only now is it clear. We were looking in the wrong direction.
I no longer agree to your terms. From now on, you will agree to mine.
We are born when the flesh fails and unlocks our true potential.
So, Console Edition fans, mark June 17th in your calendars right now. And on the PC side, this year marks a special occasion, as Stellaris is turning 5. It also marks a generation shift, with the recent release of Nemesis and the 3.0 update. And again, I really want to thank our fans for being such passionate and engaged people that are helping us by providing feedback so that we can make Stellaris a better experience. And now is perhaps the best time to get your friends to try the game, because it is currently free on Steam for the remainder of this weekend. On behalf of PDS Green and the entire development team, I want to invite you to celebrate Stellaris turning 5, and let's together look forward to an even brighter future. See you there!
The life I've lived, the things I've seen, sailing through the light of distant stars, to see what lies beyond the veil. To learn why we exist. What is our place in the galaxy? I've heard ancient echoes of voices long silent. I've seen creatures of completely different origin and form. And yet, it's only the beginning. For our greatest achievements lie in the stars ahead.
Now entering the remix is the product marketing manager for Surviving Mars, Liz Hirata.
Hi, Liz.
Hi.
Welcome to the show.
Glad to be here.
How are you doing today?
Doing really well, thank you.
And how's our game doing? How's Surviving Mars doing?
It's doing really awesome too. We're hard at work right now. If you didn't hear at PDX Insider, we announced that new content is going to be coming for Surviving Mars in 2021 from our good friends over at Abstraction.
I did hear, and that's very exciting. And we do actually have one of the devs with us today, Bart Vossen from Abstraction. Hi, Bart. How are you?
Hi, I'm good, thank you. Great to be here.
Great to have you here. Can you tell us a little bit more about your studio?
Abstraction is a game development studio based in the Netherlands, and we've worked with several other studios before on games like Ark Survival Evolved and Mass Effect Legendary Edition. Now we're super excited to work with Paradox and Surviving Mars.
Very cool. So are we. We really love Surviving Mars. I do know that you've already released a bit of content for the game, right?
Yeah, we've released a tourism update in March. It's always a bit nerve-wracking right before release, but it was super cool to see the fans' reaction and especially their excitement to the announcement of more content later this year.
Okay, all right. That's really great to hear. Tell me, what's up next then with this content this year?
We've got a bunch of exciting new plans to expand the game and add cool features in the near future. We can't wait to tell the players about it, but since we're still in development, we don't want to go too deep into it just yet. Instead, we did bring you guys a cool teaser image.
Looks very, very cool. I can't wait to see what's coming next, and I look forward to the gameplay going deeper. Liz, for this weekend, what is our team planning?
We've got a lot of things planned. Well, first and foremost, if you haven't tried Surviving Mars yet, first of all, why not? But second of all, we have a free weekend going on, just like Stellaris and Cities. So you can try out Surviving Mars all weekend if you want. Besides that, we've got a lot of community activities going on. So if you want to get to know the new devs who are going to be making the new DLC that's coming out in 2021, you're more than welcome to hop into those community activities. And then we're also doing something that I'm really, really excited about. So I don't know how much you love the Surviving Mars original soundtrack.
I do.
I love it a lot. And I also really love vinyls. So I'm really excited to announce that we're going to be starting pre-orders for the Surviving Mars original soundtrack vinyl, which you can go to vinyl.survivingmars.com and you can send in your pre-order.
Great. Is it true that NASA used the music for Surviving Mars when they did the stream for the landing a couple of weeks ago?
Yeah.
Yeah,
it's true.
Yeah,
it's true.
That's also very exciting. Thank you, Liz. Thank you, Bart. It was great having both of you on the show.
It was great being here. I can't wait to share more about Surviving Mars in the near future.
Yeah, me too.
All right.
Wow, this has been quite an excitement for one show. I hope you've all enjoyed seeing all of it. From the distant past of Crusader Kings to the far future of Stellaris and everything in between. If you haven't seen everything Paradox has to offer, plenty of our games are available right now on Xbox Game Pass. This is just the beginning too. We've got a whole weekend of PDXCON Remixed to look forward to. So on behalf of all of Paradox, hey, why did you turn off the lights? I wasn't done saying thank you to everyone. Well, we might have just one more thing to share with you today.
Never before have the lives of so many changed so much, so quickly, as when the engines came to life for the very first time, with a roar that echoed over continents. In the soot and ash covering the streets, the people planted seeds of revolution. Visionaries of commerce and diplomacy electrified the world, and sparks of inspiration flew towards the sky. Up over the smokestacks, rose a promise of a grand tomorrow.
It is my profound pleasure to welcome to the remix the game director of Victoria 3, Martin Onward.
So there you have it, Victoria 3 confirmed. But what, you probably are not asking, is Victoria 3? Well, Victoria 3 is a grand strategy game that takes place between the beginning of the Victorian Age in the 1830s to the early 20th century and a world that would have been entirely unrecognizable to Lord Melbourne. The 19th century saw the expansion of railways, the invention of the telegraph, mighty steamships, new weapons of war, and, most importantly, new ways of viewing the world. The abolition of slavery and serfdom, the fight for the emancipation of women, the trade union movements, the effects of nationalism and pan-nationalism, socialism and free trade liberalism. But you, of course, you already know all that. So what can you expect from Victoria 3? Well, for one, the iconic pop system that is so core to the Victoria franchise is of course back, deeper than ever. And we've also added political interest groups and a new, robust market system. We've also made changes to how diplomacy in war works, and I look forward to telling you a lot more about that in the future. Now, we recognize that Victoria has a special place in your heart, and we promise you we are not moving away from the detailed population management that is at the core of the series. We have learned a lot over this decade, and we want to use that knowledge to build the deep and immersive society sim that you would expect and that the fans deserve. But we also want to make use of that knowledge to make the game a bit friendlier to newcomers so that they too can enjoy the Victoria series. Now, it is way too early to be talking about a release date or even a release window. But keep an eye on our social media and official forums, including Discord, as we'll be posting regular updates and information as development progresses. We also have a few panels about Victoria 3 coming up right here at PDXCON, so I hope you're all looking forward to those. It is a profound honor to have been entrusted with the development of a game that so many people have been clamoring for over the years, and I very much look forward to telling you all about it in the months to come.
Wow, Martin, this is awesome. How do you feel?
I feel amazing. It's so good to finally be able to talk about this after years of just sitting there and going, you have no idea.
Yeah, it has been quite a while for you. And for us, all of us actually. I know you have quite a few things planned for the weekend. Can you tell us a bit more about it?
Yeah, we actually have several panels about Victoria 3 coming up. Right after this, in fact, we're going to have a panel called Welcome to Victoria. We'll be going through the core game vision and the game's design pillars. We're also going to have a panel where our lead game designer, Mikael, will be talking about the economics of the game, the nuts and bolts of Victoria 3's economy.
Very important.
Very, very important, called Wikinomics.
Ah, good name.
And on top of all that, we're also going to have a panel that's called Together for Victoria, where me, Henrik Hansson Grugi, and Don Lind Podcast will be talking development history of the entire Victoria series, war stories from Victoria 2, and things like that. So I think that should be a lot of fun.
Yeah, that all sounds amazing. I, for one, can't wait to play the game. I wish you and the team best of luck.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I never actually thought I would be standing here and being a part of the announcement of Vicky 3. I have goosebumps. Thank you again, Martin, and thank all of you for joining us for this announcement show. Definitely stay tuned here to see more about Victoria, but until then, this has been so much fun. We saw the Royal Court coming to CK3, met the new boss for Empire of Sin with Make It Count, celebrated with Hearts of Iron and Stellaris, had a quick peer at Cities, got a second chance with Prison Architect, and looked into the future with Surviving Mars. I think that's everything we've got. Voice person, anything else?
PDXCON Remixed announcement show was made possible today thanks to the help of our friends at Razer, Discord, Easy Trick, Freaks for You Gaming, Xbox, AOC, Recaro, Twitch, and Night Team 4.
A huge thanks to all of our partners. You are helping us make PDXCon what it is. And thank you, my friend in the sky. You've been quite loud.
It's my only marketable skill.
Okay, well, from all of us at Paradox, we can't wait for you to get to play these games and make some new stories. Stay tuned for more PDX content.
Oh, yikes.
I'm allowed one stupid joke. Anyway, this has been amazing. Thank you and enjoy the weekend, everyone.
good morning, eller god morgon, as we say in Swedish, if you are in this time zone. I am Björn. I am the community manager for EU4, and I am here today with Flurryworry, and we're gonna do a little workshop called Min-Max Your Way to Success.
Good morning, guys.
Yeah, Flurry. So you are gonna be the helmsman on this little adventure. Whoop! I'm gonna try to get into the camera. I will basically just pass it on to you. So Flurry is gonna teach you all how to play the game according to his magic.
Yes. Hi there, guys. How you doing? Today we're going to be talking about min-maxing your way to success, and we're going to focus on trying to make min-maxing easy. So hold on, let me just make my PowerPoint a little bit bigger here. So what I want to do today is talk about ways how I play the game, basically my philosophy behind everything, why I don't min-max everything, only the things that matter, and just to make everything easy, I guess. All right. This is live, yes, this is definitely live. Anyway, let's go talk about this. Next slide, please. Yes. All right. So, why should you try to minimize your min-maxing? Or rather, min-max your min-maxing so that you only min-max the important things. So, if you do a lot of min-maxing in EU4, it's kind of taxing on the brain, right? If I do a 6-hour stream in a World Conquest, I feel physically exhausted after that. It's like playing a 4-hour chess game, if you've ever done one of those. To give you an idea, you're just, your brain is fried at the end. And if you're that exhausted, then you're going to make mistakes. So whatever min-maxing you do, you're gonna make mistakes. You're gonna do, you might even do things that hurt you, right? In game, obviously. And you're also going to forget about things. You're going to forget about the important things that matter in the game. Also, you might lose your grand strategic focus. So you might have a plan that involves you owning Asia, and if you keep min-maxing on the small little details, then eventually you're going to find yourself owning West Africa when you meant to go to the Middle East or Asia or something, and now you're there fighting a whole bunch of rebels for no real reason because West Africa had nothing to do with your goal, right? So if you try to keep your eyes on the prize, you're not going to get into situations like that, right? Another reason why you might want to min-max your min-maxing is because over-efficiency leads to inefficiency and vice versa. If you go super efficient all the time, then you're going to end up, you're going to be, in the short term, you're going to be efficient, right? But that might lead to long-term inefficiency. Right? So we'll talk more about that later. Also, if you do too much min-maxing, it's kind of boring, right? You can spend half an hour rearranging your merchants over and over again for half an extra ducat, and that's not going to get you anything, right? So it's nice to just only really go number crunching on the important things. All right. So, sorry. Go ahead.
I'm just reading chats, and I'm just saying, like, we're all excited to learn how to be pro at this game as you are, Flurry.
Right. I've already said all of these things. Anyway, like I said, it costs a lot of energy, and min-maxing games like a chess match, so you want to min-max your brain, right? That is this presentation. It's to min-max your effort. Work smart, not hard, right? Just try to be lazy, and it will help you play better. lazy is good because this game can be quite tiresome, but fun. So you want to play it a long time, so try to be efficient, right? All right, and so try to be efficient is really make things easy, at least for me. So let's go talk about ways that you can easymification, right? That you can easymify the game. So hold on, let me just jump over here. So one of the ways that you can really easymify everything, let me just move this presentation here, is to use the outliner a lot. So you can use the outliner, and I use this all the time. I change my outliner whenever I need to. So for example, sometimes, actually always I have my diplomats at the top, right? Because you'll want to know where they are, so you can keep track of your important things. And so if you want to get your diplomats back on top, for example, just unselect everything, like this. And then just find your navies over here, your rebel factions, your missionaries, all of that good stuff. And then your diplomats are back on top. Now, maybe you're doing a 10-front war or something. And if you're doing a 10-front war on several different continents, it can be easy to, like, it can be helpful to keep track of your navies, right? So what you'll do is you try to get your navies on top, so, or not on top, but like close to the top. Also, I usually get my navies, everything that's like really important that I know I might miss, I'll try to keep as high as possible, both because it's easier for me to follow, but my chat can help me, remind me if something is going wrong. They'll tell me like, oh, your navy is dying. So if you, let's for example say that we have a rebellion in Argentina. Do we own Argentina? Yes, we do own Argentina. So, or maybe we want to invade La Plata, right? So now we'll just send a navy over there, ship over some units, and send it right there. Now, you'll see this little icon here, which means that it's moving. Once it's reached its destination, that icon will disappear, and this navy is probably going to start sinking. So you'll get an icon there, you'll know, okay, that's where I have to pay attention now, and then you'll be good to go. Another thing you could be using is dates, so just remember the 13th of May, 1630. It's a great way to remember how to, when to save your navy. Are you saying, Flori, we need to use a Twitch chat too? No, because you're probably not as forgetful as I am. So I think it balances each other's out, right? So I have a Twitch chat, but most people are probably not as forgetful as me. So yeah, I use these icons all the time to go do that. Another thing that is really useful to use is like the rebel factions, right? So you know when they rise up. Sometimes you might want to get your culture conversions right up there, because if you get your culture conversions really high, like if you're doing a real culture converting campaign, like on one culture or something, it's useful to know if they're close to finishing, because sometimes you'll want to make sure that you get the adjacency bonus on all of your conversions. So right now this area here is Piedmontese, and say I start converting this one. Now, I'll want to know when this is done, because then I'll need the dip points to start converting these, right? Now, obviously, you're going to get a pop-up. You're going to get a message setting that says, oh, your culture conversion finished. And I guess you could use that. But if, for example, we converted something cheap, like, let's see, something cheap. Let's see, we converted Santong, right? And then we convert this one. Now, what if we convert... it doesn't really matter. If you, let's say we convert the Querzi here, right? Querzi. Let's say we convert this one. Now I'm gonna need to have the dip points available to convert that one, and that one, if I want to be as fast as possible. So then it's important to keep track of when the culture conversion is close to finishing, so you can save up a bunch of dip. All right. So yes.
Just a quick breakthrough. Like, I saw some people mention in the chat that the game was a bit loud, maybe. So could you guys in the chat confirm if the game is too loud compared to Flurry's voice or not? We can make adjustments if need be.
Oh, I can. I don't really need the game start. I'll just lower it to next to nothing. Okay, well, I need it a little bit louder. Otherwise, it feels awkward. All right. Another thing you could do to easimify, let me get my full screen back here, is to write your important or your grand plan down. And this is something I do for all of my like really complicated runs, because you'll need to write at least like the order of things down. So in my recent campaign, I wanted to create a 105% fire damage reduced army. So it's literally immortal when you go into the fire phase. Now, in order to do that, I needed to start as a country, flip to Buddhist religion, go form Tibet. Then I needed to form Hanover. Then I needed to form Prussia, and then I needed to go back to forming Persia. Now, that also requires a whole lot of religion flips, because you need to start with Shia, then you need to go Buddhist, then you need to go Catholic, and the order in which you do things is kind of important, because you need to be Protestant to form Prussia, etc., etc. Writing all of that down will help you. It will help you notice if something is going wrong, because as you're writing down, okay, now I form Prussia, you're going to be like, oh, but I need to be Protestant for that. So that's going to be a problem. How will I fix that problem, right? All right. So you can also just play around with your message settings to make things easier. Like, for example, you're doing a lot of flipping between, or you're doing a lot of moving of troops from Europe to North America, and you don't want your navy to sink because that will be sad. You could go over to military and then search for navy. Okay, not navy. Hold on, where is it? Military, probably all of them. Navy? Something. Search. I can't find anything. Why can't I find anything? This is live, in case anyone was wondering. Sorry, you're not on the game. All right, I am not on the game. Thank you, thank you. Here, Navy, combat. When one of your units arrives at its destination, yeah, I'm trying to look for navies here, but that'll just have to do. Just pretend that this is navy, right? So when one of your navies arrives at its destination, you open up a pop-up, and then there you go. You'll get a message when your navy arrives, and then you're good to go, right? So I don't really like messing around with message settings, but it can be useful. I prefer to use the outliner and then use the icons anyway. All right, and the last thing that you can do to easimify everything is to prioritize. Because if you're gonna min-max everything, you're gonna lose your mind. It's impossible. There's 1,000 things to do, and there's like hundreds of thousands of things that you need to like worry about if you really want to do everything. And if you do everything, you either need to play on speed 1 and pause every day, which is it's not gonna work. You're gonna make so many mistakes. It's actually horrible. Now, just to give you an idea of how far it can go, you could, for example, tell your troops to go somewhere and figure out exactly the month where they are going to, the exact day where they're close to the end of a month. So, for example, I want to march this army to Picardy, right? I want to march that army to Picardy. Now, I could check here, on the 27th, they'll be in Bourbon. Now, on the 27th, I can tell that army to stop and drill. And then during the month tick, this army will drill for a little bit, which means they'll get a little bit of drill, which means they'll move slightly faster, and I get some armed professionalism. But doing that on like a grand scale is insane, because Think about that. We have, how many armies do we have? We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Imagine doing that, right? No. Never gonna do that. All right. So, how do you prioritize? Well, first of all, you need to think about what your goal is going to be. What do you want to do? Like in EU4, your goal can be like an achievement. It can be some sort of meme. It can be a world conquest. And once you've determined what your goal is, then you need to figure out what your limiting factors are. What is going to stop you from reaching that goal? So, and then just focus on those limiting factors, right? Focus on what's going to stop you and just forget about all the other things. You don't need any of that other stuff. It's not important. The only thing is that you play around the things that stop you. So, as an example, here's the examples of limiting factors in the World Conquest, right? So what do you need in the World Conquest? You're gonna need money, because you need to pay your troops, and you need to get, well, a whole bunch of troops. You're gonna need manpower, right? You can use mercs, but mercs are kind of like a stopgap. And also, I guess you could translate mercs to manpower, that's fine. Hold on, guys, I do want some music in the background, actually. Oh, that's nice. 1 second. Alright, great. So, another thing is OE, overextension. That could stop you, because if you are at 100, and this is, if you're already at 100%, you might not want to go over 100%. Going over 100% is fine, but whatever your cap is, so you could go like 100%, you can go 150%, 200%, 300%. Eventually, the chickens are coming home to roost, and you'll get unrest in every single one of your provinces. And when that happens, fireworks, you're going to explode. There will be a point, right? And that point is fluid, but at some point, OE is going to limit you. Aggressive expansion can limit you at the start and not so much later. And the same goes for money and manpower. Like once you get really far into World Conquest, eventually you're going to have so much money, it doesn't matter anymore, right? So, and the last thing is like, oh wait, hold on, there's 2 more things. There's monarch points, right? Which, all of these things, you can approach from 2 sides, right? You can decide to make it less limiting, so you get a bunch of discounts. So, for example, for monarch points in OE, you could get admin efficiency, and you stack that modifier. Now, right now in this Italy campaign, we started as Florence, and the first thing that we did, the very first thing that I did, was I grabbed innovative ideas, and I stacked it all the way to the max, right? I grabbed innovative ideas, and then I started getting my innovativeness to 100%. Now all of my power costs are negative 10%. So, power costs are already down. Another thing that we did was we started as Florence, and then we formed the linear Piedmont. That is not something you usually do, right? Well, it might be something you usually do, but the thing is, it's not a very straightforward thing to do. You form Sardinia Piedmont because then you can finish their mission tree, and you get yourself some extra admin efficiency. Now, obviously, we also conquered Alhambra. Where is it? Here we go, and fully upgraded that for an extra 5%. We made sure our absolutism is over 100, which we'll talk about a little bit more. You don't need it to be over 100. We'll talk about it later. And of course, you keep your PP up all the time. Well, keep it over 50. That's really important. Music's a bit loud. Let me just move that a little bit down. All right. So yeah, you keep your PP up, you make sure you've got nice advisors, and I could upgrade this even further, but I don't need to because my monarch points are not that much of a limiting factor anymore for me. So this is now no longer a priority. I don't need to upgrade my advisors even more. I make enough monarch points to do everything I want to do, so then you let it go. Same goes for manpower. Look at my manpower. This is... it's raining men. I have all the men in the world. I don't need to pay attention to manpower anymore. So I don't need to like min-max where I built these buildings. I'm just gonna click somewhere and then I'll be good to go, right? So I'd rather right now spend my money on governing capacity. So whenever I have money left over, I'm just gonna build courthouses, right? Because building slots, another limiting factor, right? So I'm gonna use my money for courthouses and stuff. So that's throughout the game, you need to determine which limiting factor is closest to actually stopping me, and then you focus on that. And you forget about everything else. The rest is not important. Now that's not to say that you should be wasteful, right? So don't like throw away your cash or throw away your manpower for no reasons. But just make sure that you don't like invest into that. Don't spend money on that. Don't spend too much time on that. Just focus on the stuff that matters, right? And the same goes for money. Like if you're running out of like almost money is a lot of things in EU4. Like if you have money, then you can build buildings, which means you can adjust your other limiting factors and you can get more advisors. So money is like really nice because you can spend it in several different places. So one of the first things that you want to go for is money. So pick a trade node, a good trade node, and conquer that. And then once you're done with that, you're probably set for money for a little bit, and then you can focus on your other limiting factors. Now, later on into this campaign, I know I'm going to need more money because the upgraded version of the courthouse is coming up. I believe. Well, it's coming up. It's like 60 years or something, but it's fine. That is coming up. Once that is coming, I will need a lot of money. So English Channel, I'm trying to conquer this, right? In preparation for that. All right. So, and this is like for a world conquest, right? This is the limiting factors for a world conquest. But there's, in the campaign that I talked about earlier, with the 105% fire damage reduced, I was playing as Persia, and I needed to flip religion like 5 times. So, what are the limiting factors now? You need to wait for the zealots to convert your land, right? And waiting for zealots to convert your land can take a really long time. And time is also an issue. So, the smaller I was, the less limiting of a factor the zealots were. So don't go like super big if you're gonna need to religion flip 5 times, because then you're gonna give yourself a headache, right? So in that case, the smaller I was, the better it was. And the end goal was only to have 1 stack of 80,000 super troopers, right? Because I only needed 1 stack of super troopers, I didn't need that much manpower, I didn't need that much money, so I could completely ruin my country. It didn't matter, right? Because the only thing that I wanted to do was flip those religions and form those countries. That's it. So at the end, you can be a little cavalier with your troops. You can just unstate all of your land. It doesn't matter as long as you get to your goal and don't let anything stop you. Alright, so next up is efficiency leads to inefficiency, and vice versa. Now, there's this idea that you need to keep your diplomats busy at all times. And that is not a good idea. If you keep your diplomats busy, you're going to get in trouble. You're going to get in big trouble. It's really dangerous, as it were, in EU4. So let's think of an example, right? So we're playing as Italy right now, and we're really big, so there's nothing that really threatens us right now. So this is going to be a little bit, let's just play a little mind game, right? So let's say Austria is allied to Poland and Russia, right? And you're constantly having your diplomats busy. Right? You're improving relations with all of these states, because you want to stop a coalition somehow, right? And let's just say you're not really paying attention to Austria all the time. You want to fight them, but you can't beat Poland and Russia at the same time. Now let's say something happens, right? So the Ottomans broke the alliance with Poland and Russia or something, and Austria is threatened towards the Ottomans. Now, Austria has no alliances, and you will want to dow him. Now, by the time you notice that he has no allies, you won't have, it might already be a year, right? It might be a year or two, and the chances are there that he's going to ally the Ottomans, or something really big. And those chances are actually quite high that he allies one of your rivals, because you've been eyeing Austria. You probably have a claim on Austria, so Austria is threatened towards you. And if a country is threatened towards you, they get a massive bonus to allying your rivals, or rather, your rivals will get an incentive to ally them, and they will. This is not the AI always wants to mess around with a player. This is just, if a country is threatened towards someone, they will actively try to ally the rivals of the person that is threatening them, and the rival will do the same. They'll try to actively ally whatever is threatened. And so you might only notice by a year time, and then you want to declare war on him, but you don't have a diplomat because he's improving relations with Australia or something, because you have this idea that you need to always keep your diplomats busy, and now you'll miss your chance. You'll miss your chance to fight him, and it's gone. But there's this one simple trick that you can use to not have that happen, and it's to always keep one diplomat free to send them out whenever you need to go, right? Always one diplomat free, at least. And near the later stages of the game, I'd say 33% of your diplomats need to be free. This isn't life, isn't it? It is life. It is life. And that is just a missed opportunity, right? But there's far more dangerous things that can happen. So what if you are... so one of the limiting factors in the world conquest is aggressive expansion, right? So let's say we were allied to Cologne, sad face, and because I do believe we were in this universe, but one of the ways that you could combat aggressive expansion is to get allies in the HRE, or allies anywhere basically, that have conquered other people. Because then, if they join your war against a coalition, you can give away their land to the coalition. You can offer that they release a whole bunch of land, and then you're good to go. It's a get out of jail free card. Allies, great. I love allies. Well, to give away the land in any case. Now, what if you piece something out, like you piece out Great Britain? And now Cologne's going to get some aggressive expansions on you, they're not going to like you very much, and you might see, oh, okay, Cologne is at -20, because you should always, in the later stages of the game, keep your diplomat there, so you can keep track of the relations, right? Even after you fully improved. So that is inefficient, right? It's inefficient to keep your diplomat there, because it's not doing anything. It's just maintaining the relations. But because you have your diplomats at the top right, you'll know exactly when the relations hit below, when they go into the negatives. And now if you have a free diplomat, you can always take emergency measures like send gift, influence nation, take on foreign debt, do whatever you need to do. And if you have two, that's even better, because then you can send a gift, influence nation, and insult one of his rivals. So it's so nice to have some free diplomats for whenever you need it. And you really don't need to use your diplomats for anything else. Like, what will the diplomats do to combat your limiting factors? I mean, yes, they could improve relations with the countries so that they don't join coalitions to begin with. But really, if you're going like really hardcore, then you're going to have so much aggressive expansion that is futile, right? There's no way you can improve relations with everything. It's pointless. You can try improving relations with big countries so that they won't join, because that's... it's nice if, like, Poland goes away, but... who cares if Goslar joins the coalition, right? It's the same time investment. It's kind of pointless. All right. Next point on the list would be attrition, overstacking, and AI manipulation. Yes. Okay, so attrition. Attrition's bad. Attrition is inefficient. Attrition will make you lose more troops than you need to. So if you... Hold on, do we have the game open? Yes, we do. So you might want to... let's say we're getting to war with the HRE right now. So you might want to have Weimar sieged up, right? And we're at war with the entirety of the HRE. Now, you can decide to start sieging this place down with exactly supply limit troops. Or maybe even say, okay, well, I'll go a little bit over the supply limit and I'll just use enough cannons to get the massive, the max bonus on the siege, right? That's big mistake. It's really bad. So why is that? If you send a big enough army over there, like an 80k stack, way over the supply limit, you're gonna suffer horrendous amounts of attrition. So many Italians are gonna die. It's terrible, right? But if you send an 80k stack here, the AI is gonna be afraid of you. And if the AI is afraid of you, they'll never try to fight there. Now, if you... so you might think like, okay, well, you know what I'll do? I'll set a 40k stack there and a 40k stack in Coburg, right? So that if a battle happens, I can reinforce. But first of all, you might not even notice, right? Because if you're going really hard into min-maxing, then you're probably gonna fight another war at the same time in the New World. You might be fighting a war against the Ottomans at the same time. You might be in Asia. You're not gonna pay attention all the time. You're not. It's not possible. There's no human can do that, right? You can't be everywhere at once. Or you can, but like I said, you can do that for like an hour or two, and then your brain is fried, and you're gonna make a lot of mistakes. So, you probably won't be there to reinforce on time. Even if you get to be there to reinforce on time, once that battle starts, it will start to attract enemies. A lot of enemies. Because the AI will walk around with... the AI will pay attention to supply limit. Somewhat. So their armies are gonna be a lot smaller, right? This is like tricking the AI, basically. So if he walks past with like a 22k stack, and he sees your 40k stack, and another army just happens to stroll by, because you know AIs, they like to walk around willy-nilly, and he happens to walk by, and they see the 40k stack, and they think, sieging down the fort, it's on a hill, we're two of us now, we should fight. And the moment they start that fight, it's like zombies from The Walking Dead. You got Volgast is gonna walk in, Mecklenburg's gonna walk in, Bohemia's gonna walk in, half the HRE army that might have been like all the way over here, they're all gonna be attracted to that battle. And then even if you do reinforce, you might lose. And then you have to restart the siege. You're gonna lose way more troops than you ever would due to attrition. Way more troops. So it's better to scare off AIs and avoid battles than it is to actually try to be super efficient and not suffer that attrition to begin with. Because scaring off AIs is great. You get the siege done faster. You won't. There's not a chance that you'll lose. It's expensive manpower-wise, but you play around that. In this campaign, you should always like maximize. Well, you should try to be efficient as far as that goes if you're gonna do a world conquest, right? So we've been building these soldier households on the grain, right? Because that building is twice as effective on the grain. And then you build those manpower buildings. I haven't upgraded all of them because, like I said, we're set on manpower for now. We can do all those things. We can overstack. We can stop from attrition. It's fine. Nothing can happen. There's no way I can spend this many men. All right. So. So you want to avoid reinforcing from AIs. Exactly. So another thing is overstacking. Now this is purely single player, right? So if you overstack, which means that you fight the battle with more than the combat width, right? So if you do that, then the troops that you attack with, I don't know if you can see this. Yes, you can. Okay, great. If you start a battle with more units than the combat width, the units that can't help will suffer morale damage, but they won't actually help. So that's inefficient. That's bad. But if you get into a battle, like let's say, okay, well Britain is not really ready to fight there. It doesn't matter. Let's just play another mind game, right? Let's say there's a 60k stack here, right? And I've got an 80k there's a 60k stack right there, and we have a fully fleshed out army there. So 30,000 cannons, 30,000 infantry, ready to go. We have another army over here in Carnuto, another 60k stack. Now I could decide to attack that enemy with 60,000 troops. It'll be hyper efficient, perfect. Nothing wrong with that. We'd probably win because we got some pretty strong units here. So we'll probably win. It's going to be super efficient, and the second army will have full morale, ready to go for another move. Right? They can go fight whatever, intercept, maybe do some cool stuff, get on a siege or something. But once again, once that battle starts, the AI might start to reinforce it. So what's actually better is then to just send in 2 armies to trick the AI into thinking there's no way we win this. They'll walk away, you win the battle. Sure, you'll suffer slightly more losses, but or you won't even suffer slightly more losses, but this army is going to have a little bit less morale, right? But
I just want to make a shout out to Jimmy who delivered on the coffee.
Coffee. Oh, speaking of which, good times.
Oh no, I managed to lose chat.
Oh no,
come back to me. Come
Where'd
back
you
to
go,
me.
chat?
I don't know. My computer, my browser started to lag a lot here. But yeah. So yeah, hopefully it still works. And yeah, sorry for interrupting. I just keep up the good work, Blur. I have my coffee. I'm listening. It's very interesting. I'm learning a lot.
All right. Well, let's see here. So the last thing that I want to talk about was like loans and Florianomics, right? So loans are always inefficient because if you have, you take money and then you pay interest on it. So it's by definition inefficient. Now, that's okay as long as whatever you use the loans for will increase your income by more than the interest. So if you're playing as Uzbek, right, don't take loans to conquer Nogai, because then you're taking loans to conquer some less than stellar land. This is all, okay, well, that capital there, you might want to take some loans for that, but this land is not very good. It's not in a good trade node. It won't pay back your loans. It's a terrible idea, right? But if you're playing as Manipur, then it's totally worth it to take loans to conquer the Bengal trade node, because now you survive. You know, Bengal is a big scary country, so you'll be all right. You'll survive, and you'll also be 10 times richer after you've done it. So loans are great, but don't use loans to conquer crappy land. You can also use loans to maybe like upgrade a great wonder. Debatable if that's worth it, but if whatever you take the loans for will pay off in the end by increasing your income, then do it. But don't take loans for no reasons, right? That's not a good idea.
But I've been watching your streams. So every time I play EU4 now, I just start out every game by taking as many loans as I can.
Yeah. Well, that's a good idea, especially if you're like a tiny country at the game start, like Byzantium, right? But you can take the loans to survive. Like if the alternative is destruction, then it's always gonna pay off for itself, right?
I just take loans because I like the big number in the ducats window.
Well, that's also a good reason. That pays off for itself too. I also like piles of buckets of ducats. All right, that was the end of my slideshow. This was my TED Talk. Thank you for watching.
Oh no! Okay, let's see you do this in practice and use this wisdom.
Yes.
watch Italy conquer the world, shall we? Or...
Exactly. There was something else I wanted to talk about, but I kind of forgot. I kind of forgot.
It's important to come back. It's come back.
It'll come back indeed. Oh, this really bothers me now. Wow, what?
I hate when that happens.
Yeah, no, there was something else I wanted to say with regards to like loans and everything. And truces and dates. Oh, right, yes. So, okay, so that'll be like the last thing that I do want to talk about is the truces and dates in general are like a great way to plan your campaign. So, and especially truces. I look at truces all the time. Truces. I dream about truces. Truces is everything. So, in a world conquers, right? So if a country has a truce with you, they can't join a coalition, right? And that means that you can plan your world conquest, or whatever conquest you want to do, around your truces. And it will give you like an in-game plan, an in-game agenda, basically, to what you need to do. So we're fighting England right now, and in about 11 months from now, we're going to want to fight Castile, right? So then you know, okay, I'm going to need to ship armies over here. I'm going to need to get them in position. And then once they've reached their destination, you could do something like do this. So that you'll know, if you take a look at the outliner. Hello. Okay, I'm not entirely sure. Okay, yeah, so if you look at the outliner, you'll see the little icon there. So you know, okay, that army's in position. This army is over in Britain. You can go over to the next army and be like, oh, what's this army doing? Okay, it's fighting some rebels. After it's done, it will have nothing to do, and I can send it over to Castile. So you'll know exactly what to do, because you check the truce timer, so that's where you need to bring your troops. After that, they're gonna need to go to Morocco, if we're gonna want to fight Morocco right now. Do we? Why not? So after that, they're gonna want to fight Morocco, so you'll need the CB on Morocco. So now you know, okay, I'll have to send over a diplomat there. It's a year from now or something, 2 years. So I'll need to be able to fabricate a claim so I can go, right? And you're fighting in GB right now, which means these troops need to leave this island, so you need to get your navies over there, so you can get them into the right position. Also, if you're using this as like a planning tool, which is what I do, then you can, if we can have a free diplomat. Alright, so you can use this as like a planning tool, right? So if you're taking a look at this, you look at your peace deal, then you can see, oh, do I still have, no, okay. You'll see right here when the truce happens. So if I get a 41% peace deal, the truce is going to be over on May 1st, 1639. So now you look at your truces. What am I doing in 39? Am I going to be ready to fight Britain a second time? Because if it's not, then that's bad. Because you want to conquer Great Britain, you want to prevent Great Britain from joining a coalition. So, okay, in 39, let's say, okay, so it says the Palatinate, which is not going to be a big deal, right? So let's get a bigger peace deal or something. Let's try getting this, or something like that. Now, when is the truce over? It's going to be over in 1644. All right, we'll check the truces. 1644. What am I fighting in 1644? I'm going to be fighting France in September 43. Okay, Fighting France in September 43. Can I beat France within 1 year? Let's take a look at France. Okay, I can beat that within 1 year. It's good, it's fine. I can make this peace deal. I'll be on time to fight France and then fight GB after. If it's too close to each other, it might be worth it. And again, this is inefficient, but it's good. Because as long as you keep your truce times up, then you'll be ready to go, right? So then it might be, if you need more time, it might be worth to get less or more war score depending on your timing, right? Alright, So, yeah, so I use truces all the time. It makes everything so much easier. It's just to like have a plan. It makes everything a lot easier. I don't have a truce with the Ottomans. That's a bit of a problem. If they join the coalition, that's going to be very bad. And I don't have a truce with the Ottomans. But the Ottomans are at war with Poland right now. Now, I really don't want the Ottomans to join a coalition. I only just noticed this because I don't have a truce with the Ottomans. So we need to get ready for that. So we have to go fight the Ottomans right now. That's like really important. That's more important than anything else. Next up will be Castile and the Netherlands. The Netherlands is not going to be for 3 years, so we've got plenty of time for that. But the Ottomans is a very pressing issue. So let's go get some troops over there. I'm going to up the game sound a little bit because I don't know how to play this game without effects. 4.5k hours and I'm still working on my first world conquest. It took me a really long time too. I remember I just played Florence over and over and over again. 1.8k hours and I don't even have things like trustworthy. I have 30,762 hours and I don't have trustworthy. You shouldn't be trustworthy in U4. It's not worth it. It's not min-maxing. Music a bit loud. Right.
Yeah, but I was just gonna say, I think you can drag down the music volume a bit, right?
Yeah, I can. How about, I think this is good. Alright. So yeah, that was my my little presentation, I guess, of how I play the game. I don't like going super micro. I only go micro when I have to. So, micro is a means to an end. It's not a goal in and of itself, and it's important to remember that. It's useful to know all the little tricks, but don't do all the little tricks all the time, because you'll forget about the important things. Alright. I need to know when this guy pieces out, because then we have to declare war on him. I don't know how many troops we're gonna need for this war. Where is all of my troops anyway? Alright. And what do we really want from GB? It doesn't matter, we'll just take a bunch of land, that's fine. Do we have any overextension right now? Yes, we do. So if I do, why do I get a subjugation CP on Ayutthaya? Huh. Look at that. Interesting. Well, it would certainly be very efficient to take this right now, but it wouldn't be a good idea. Because, you know, it's really far away. It would make things needlessly complicated. So, there's no reason for any of that. We now Flory Stream. Yes, exactly. We're now Flory Stream. Alright. Let me just go split up these units for a quick sec.
Yeah, I still get confused since I'm actually watching. I have a big delay on the picture, so like Flurry's talk does not match up with the screen at all. So this is extremely confusing to me. So I'm worried that this Kuba Luba will suffer in the future from this technical challenge.
Nonsense, take it. Maybe. Oh, another thing that makes life easier on you if you're doing min-maxing is make your armies half stacks of whatever your combat width is. So a lot of people ask, oh, what's the most optimal combat width scenario, right? So the most optimal will be 15,000, or well, sorry, no, the most optimal will be 30,000 infantry, 30,000 cannons. Perfect, perfection. Optimal, right? But then you're gonna suffer horrendous amounts of attrition all the time if you walk around with those armies. And so you should only do that if you're going to get into a battle or if you're trying to scare off AIs. That's when you go over your supply limit. So over here, we've got, this army is really big. Okay, I guess I decided to make them this big. So, if you make your armies like this, so you have half cannons and then a bunch of infantry. There, if I get two armies together, if I get them together, they'll work almost perfectly, right? And I added a little bit more infantry here, so I have a bit of flexibility. This army can somewhat hold its own, because it's got 29,000 infantry, so it's not like gonna get completely screwed over by combat with, like if the enemy outnumbers me and they have cavalry on the flanks, they're gonna do a lot of damage. But because they have 29, it's not gonna be that bad. I could make it bigger still, but there's not really a need for that. Now, if I walk around with, so I'll walk my armies in pairs, right? So I have 2 armies next to each other, so that in case we do get into a big battle, I'll just merge the armies and then we fight. Yeah. So half combat width in terms of cannons, and it's actually really useful as well because most of the times that will sync up perfectly with the forts. So right now there's a level 4 fort, and you need 15,000 cannons for those. So it works. It just works. It just works. 30,000 hours is 10 hours a day, every day since 2013. Yeah, no, I do leave the game on sometimes without playing it. I never really close it down, so... Okay, that was a bit unfortunate.
I still see Flurry talking on the screen, and he gets silent, and I like, shit, like Flurry's sound died, and then I remember the delay here.
Oh. Flurry is using Napoleonic march tactics. March separately, fight together. Exactly. That is exactly what I do. So, in case you don't know, Napoleon, when he did his conquests of in Germany, well, actually, whenever he did any of his conquests, he would stay up late at night, every night, to calculate how long will it take for my troops to march to a certain place, and how do I make sure that the armies get to the point at the same time, ready to fight, right? And you could do that on like a micro scale, like this. Like, oh, okay, this army needs to wait 2 days, right? But you could also do that on like a large scale, and that is what we do with our truces, right? So we make sure, okay, it's gonna take us quite a while to get over to the Ottomans, so we need to start moving there right now. This navy doesn't need to be here, so we'll go pick up another army, and then we'll be good to go, right?
Mordred coming in with a question here. Do you spend much mill points to get better generals? What is good to you?
I spend mill points to get good generals if there's a chance for a better general. So if I have like 99.5 armor tradition, or maybe an event will give me a lot of armor tradition, then I'll get a whole bunch of generals. Now I usually once I have like double yellow, it's acceptable, right? I'm not gonna then spend mill to get a new general. But what I will do is I'll spend mill to get armor professionalism. And because armor professionalism is great, it makes everything faster. You get siege ability, land fire damage, shock damage. Drill loss is not really relevant, but and you can use that to slacken recruitment standards. So if we ever run out of manpower, we just slacken this, lose 5 professionalism, and get 162,000 manpower. Wow, did Napoleon drink soup? Do you know anything about that? No, I don't know anything about soup. Nothing about soup, guys. Alright, let's bring this army over to the Ottomans. So we're good to go.
This is actually an interesting question as well. How do you get mercantilism, and is it worth to use Diplo to boost it? Like that stuff always, like trade efficiency versus mercantilism stuff is always... that's something that baffles me, like keeps me confused.
I'll give you a very easy answer on that. You never spend tip points on your mercantilism. Mercantilism is oh boy. You can get, it depends. If you're playing as like a merchant republic with a very few provinces that only own, that are only sitting on natural harbors and estuaries and everything, then it might be different. But if you're really big, mercantilism is, like right now we're making 207.91 ducats from trade, right? If I boosted up my mercantilism by 88, I'm gonna make 220 ducats for the price of, well, thousands of dip. So that is almost never worth it. So mercantilism, in order to get like trade power, like really trade power in a region, you just conquer the region, and you're better off spending your dip on Devon gold mines. You can use the states to get it up by 1550. That's fair. I guess, yeah. So if you're gonna get it for free, maybe. But then there's also a negative bonus, right? If you get a lot of mercantilism, it adds liberty desire to your colonial nations. So I usually don't bother around with mercantilism too much.
So your solution is always just conquer the land.
Yes. If I want more trade power in an area, I conquer the land. And that's just a style thing, I suppose. I guess sometimes you could use light ships as well, but yeah, not a big fan of peaceful means. All right. So it seems the Ottomans is going to be stuck in this war for a little bit because they're losing that. And I don't think Poland's going to peace out anytime soon. Poland's actually our ally. Let's go improve relations with those. I'm also gonna need some more transport boats here, because it's gonna make my life a lot easier as well. So I have 2 armies next to Castile. I think that's gonna be fine. He's allied with Lunda, Kasambi, and Moravi, so we'll also need a big navy to go deal with that. Which I guess these guys can go do, but I do need to send them somewhere to pick up those troops. Because we're at war with Great Britain, this is all a bit awkward. Because we can't finish the war properly. I guess we don't need to be at peace. There's no reason for us to be at peace, so then I'm just gonna leave it hanging right now. We will be getting more ticking, so that's fine. Age ability, I will just go for this. Did you ever hear the story of Darth Plagueis the Wise? Nope. Nope. What do you think, Flory? 5 mercantilism from dips or push-ups for a single bird? Definitely push-ups. I mean, there are real options for playing Teil. You can, but, you know, it's often just, it depends on your goal, basically. Like, you could conquer the world every single game and then still meme around. It's just more fun to not go super blobby all the time as well. Like, conquering every bit of land at all times isn't necessarily like the best thing to do. Like, it's 1630 right now, and we could be a lot bigger than we currently are. But we focused on getting our limiting factors limited. So we stacked modifiers. So now we're in a position where we can basically do anything, and it's gonna be fine on JPEG. It doesn't matter. There's no way you fail this world conquest at this stage, because you've got everything ready, set, and good to go. Aggressive expansion is no longer a problem. It's no longer an issue. So we can just go ham as far as that goes, and everything else is ready, set, and good to go. Is Portugal a good beginner country? Portugal is one of the best beginner countries because it's great to learn the game. You can just start as Portugal, ally Castile, and then you'll be good to go. You can do whatever you want to do. You'll be safe because Castile will protect you, and you can explore a lot of the mechanics in the game. Well, almost every mechanic in the game. You can colonize, you can explore, you can fight wars, you can do. I love Portugal. I always say Portugal is a great beginner country.
That Castile Bulwark really helps you figure stuff out in peace.
Yeah. And if you then feel like comfortable with everything, then you can try backstabbing Castile. That's another game mechanic that you can check out. And then you'll be able to fight a difficult war.
Do you have any other good suggestions for beginner countries?
I personally myself, I started playing as France, and then I went bankrupt. I think I died like 5 times as France. Then I played some games as Florence because it was tiny, so there's not a lot to manage, right? So smaller countries are harder to play, but it's good to learn the game because you don't have to focus on so many different things at once, and you can just like explore everything. So Florence is a great beginner country, and also Brandenburg. Brandenburg is also great because of its expansive mission tree. It will just tell you exactly, all the things that you. It'll give you really nice suggestions for how to conquer land, right? And where to expand and how and everything. At which point is an heir bad that you disinherit them? Right, so that fully depends on what it is that you want to do. So if you want to create a super strong army, and you're gonna need to pick a mill idea next, then you're probably gonna want mill skill, right? You're gonna want to have this really good. This won't be as important. And in multiplayer, your limiting factors are going to be completely different from single player, right? So in multiplayer, you only want mill. Mill is everything because you need mill to dev, you need mill to get manpower. Manpower is life, love, and the meaning of it. So everything mill is great. If it's above average in mill, this does not matter. This was a mistake, by the way. The 2-1 that didn't I didn't intend to get that, but sometimes the game will do you in like that. So we have 3 armies right now. I kind of wanted to get a 4th one, but I feel like the Ottomans are probably going to end up losing here. So let's just go declare this war and be on our merry way. Now this will mean that we'll have to wait for Poland to peace out, but that's all right. I don't expect the Ottomans to put up much of a fight, so I'm not going to bother with merging my armies together because I don't even know if we'll even see an Ottoman army. It is April 39, so the truce with Castile is over. And I don't want them to join a coalition, so we declare the war right now. Oh, crap baskets. Well, kind of lost track of time there. So they might join a coalition now, but we might get lucky. Who knows? If we have a month tick. So imagine this, right? Imagine this situation, but you don't have a diplomat instead of me derping and declaring a war against the Ottomans first. You don't have a diplomat, they join the coalition. Now, even if you get them to leave the coalition, you still have to wait 15 years before you can fight Castile again. Or you can truce break, I suppose, but situations like these are also why you want the free diplomats, right?
CBs are just a construct.
Yeah, CBs are just a construct, and so are truces. Truces are meant to be broken. Alright. And now I've had this army ready to go somewhere this entire time. I keep forgetting. Oof. Bit of lag there. I wonder what that is. Yeah, so this the save was actually made in the 1.31.2 patch. So it's not pretty sure that lag is gone in the latest one. What is a truce? Exactly. Okay, so a month tick has happened, so we can go fight this safely. Here's a little tiny thing that you can do. If you're fighting someone and you plan to take, you declare conquest war, you're gonna want to pick the most expensive province that you're going to take. So I'm not gonna take Cantabria because that's his capital, right? Taking the capital is kind of inefficient because the capital is gonna be more expensive. It adds 6 war score over here, 6.8. If I'm not going to full annex him, then I don't need to focus on that. Now, Castile's total war score is 178, so I'm not going to full annex him in this. So let's find the most expensive province that we're actually going to end up taking, which I think is going to be Sevilla. Let's take a look. No.
You're requested to tip your hat to prove this isn't pre-recorded. I guess they're just trolling by this point, but let's tip your hat anyway. And also another question there: when to choose to state and when you wanna just use territories.
Right. Yes. When you want to, so that depends on what is limiting you at the time. So is money and manpower a problem? In that case, you'll want the state, and in that case, you'll want the state to fight a province. If it's going to be an efficient province, right? So is it going to be good land with nice trade goods, and is it going to be the correct culture? Basically, rule of thumb, I mean, it depends on the situation, right? But if it's in your culture group, statify it, because you won't get any penalties for it being the wrong religion. So it's going to be super efficient to actually state it. 33% local manpower modifier is nasty, right? But this land is super efficient to fully statify, because you'll get every little ounce out of that. Now, other land that's going to be less efficient, I guess you could accept the culture if you do, which, again, if you're running out of manpower or money, do it. It's great. But not if it's going to mess with your governing capacity. If your governing capacity is getting too close to the limit, then you're going to want to not do that, because if you go over your governing capacity, bad things start to happen. So don't do that. How many dev in Rome? So in Rome there's 453 development right now. We've been using a lot of that concentrate development feature, so this province got kind of big. Which is a great way to save your governing capacity, because you don't pay for your capital, so that's very nice. So when you want to trade company land is places like where you can generate a lot of trade value, right? So in India, you could generate an insane amount of trade value. The trade goods are all relatively good. Well, relatively good, they're really good. And so if you TC this, you can build those fine buildings there, the trade company investments for extra goods produced, and you'll make so much money very quickly. Now that does cost governing capacity, but at a certain point, if you get to Tech 22 and you've already built up those trade companies, you're gonna have the money to build town halls everywhere. And if you build a town hall on a trade company land, it costs the same as a territory. So there's absolutely no point to not TC land that you're not, well, kind of depends on your money, right? But usually there's no point not to TC the land if you have enough money to build town halls there, and if you can be bothered with building town halls everywhere, I suppose. Now, you will want a TC land if you need merchants to efficiently get your trade right. So, for example, if I only had 2 merchants here, I wouldn't be able to steer this trade to Genoa, and that would make me lose 18 ducats, because no one is steering it into any of my nodes. If I do that, so the AI will steal all of my trade power, and they'll just steal it away. So it's totally worth it to then conquer land specifically for the reason of getting a TC, so you can get the extra merchant. That is totally worth it. So if you need merchants, get a TC. If you have enough money to build, if it's in a valuable trade region, build the TC. And other than that, if it's your culture group, then you're gonna want to, fully statify it. All right, chat. Who wants to be the general that's going to conquer Spain for us? Wait, the Roman Empire is a city-state? Always was. Is it true that you can world conquest as an OPM in 1700? Yes, obviously. Totally can be done. Bjorn, Twitch chat? We'll get to. And Bjorn can also be a general. Let's see what you're like, Bjorn.
Yay!
Let's go.
I am known to go siege down forts in obscure parts of the world when there is important wars going on elsewhere.
There you go.
That's my special treat.
Alrighty, so I think this Great Britain War can almost end right now. We could probably take a little bit more if we're a little bit more patient. Actually, we probably should just be a little bit more patient. Let's try using a little trick. Maybe we can lure these boats away. Or scare them away. Oh, another thing, that's like a minor thing that I will always do. I'll do tiny little micromanagement things if they're really consequential, right? So if you're carrying troops, don't go through the open sea. The open sea, there be monsters here. And they're gonna eat all of your troops. You're gonna lose 10% when you enter it, and you're gonna lose 10% if they stay there on the month tick. So that's 20% of your troops gone. So for things that are that consequential, it is well worth it to avoid it. Now I'm not carrying any troops right now, so it doesn't really matter because I'm not gonna do this to save my boats, right? I don't particularly care about those. Is this our old Florence save? Yes, I figured this would be a good save to show my micromanagement thingies because it's already set and go, right? Let's move away. Maybe we can scare him off again. Oh! Works. Alright, let's try and get across. That'd be great. Oh, that'd be so nice. Alright, we got burst sieged up. So did we finish our overextension? Yes, we did. Okay, I'm gonna peace out then. Because overextension and well, actually, I will want to occupy. Oh, never mind. He stopped us. Yeah, okay, I'm gonna peace out. It's not worth to continue. So, let's take a look. 1644. Are we doing anything in 1644? Nope, nothing specific. Can I take more? We can take up to 84%, so I can take another 5% more score. We can take Aberdeen. There you go. Alright, now, another cool min-maxing thing that you could do, right? In the situations, you could concentrate development before you take the land, before you core the land. And that way, it takes less to core and you also get less overextension on it. So that's some pretty cool stuff. Now we're gonna need to leave an army here for, you know, to keep our sanity alive. And this will just deal with any rebellion that might happen here. So I think one army is enough. I'll leave 2 on Great Britain. So one of these can go somewhere else, and you don't need a leader for this. Rebels are not a problem. You don't need a leader for that. So now we have a free army. Where do we park this army? Where do we park this army? I'm going to be at war with the Netherlands in 2 years. That's a really long time in a world conquest. So I can just send this over to Spain, help out with that war. In the meantime, the Ottoman war, we're probably going to need some more troops over there because the Ottomans are very big. So it will take a really long time to siege all that down. And we're going to want some help there. Converting Cairo seems to take a really long time. Let's go burn that. Can I build cathedrals already? No, that's the next deck. Alright, well, I'll just start it now. I guess I could state it temporarily. Why not? So temporarily state it just so that we can get that 1% extra missionary strength. That kind of stuff you kind of do automatically. Because it costs nothing to do. You don't have to like full core it. Costs nothing to do. It's 2 clicks, easy peasy, sleazy wheezy. But don't start doing that stuff if you already have more than enough missionary. Well, you could, but there's not really. I guess if you want to be like super efficient and everything, it's great. But it's more important to stay focused on your truces. Right? That is the name of the game. Now that Wiz has announced Vicky Feast at EU5 be the next meme. Well, EU5 confirmed this. I'm wondering when Vicky 4 is gonna be announced. Give us more, Vicky 4! As a serious question, what do I think is missing from the game? Ooh. What do I think is missing from the game? What do I think is missing from the game? But I've always... Oh, sorry.
The actual tag Cuba Luba is obviously missing.
Yes.
Just getting it out there.
Yes. If you get a PU over Cuba as Luba, you should totally be able to form that country. That would be a funny meme. Well, one of the things that I've always wanted to do was open up a war screen like this and then say, oh, I'm gonna click on Leon now, and then select provinces for Leon to own. And then I say, oh, Nova Hollandia, okay, you can have this and that and this and that. Click on West Indies, okay, you can have this, that, this, that. And then click on myself and then say, oh, I can have this, that, this, that. That would be amazing. So that, and also an anti-coalition war, a show dominance war on a coalition. That would be so cool. So you have a coalition, and then you can Dow it to assert your dominance, right? And then when you win, you lose some aggressive expansion because you force them to accept your conquest. That will give you an active way to deal with coalitions instead of just spamming out prestige and grabbing an improved relations guy. Because even now, Austria will not forgive me for, let's see, 3.3 a year, 200 years. Wait, is that right? Yes. Austria won't forgive me for 200 years. So it'd be cool if you could, do some like active thing to deal with that. I guess we could conquer him and release him, but that's doesn't seem like a very nice thing. So 1831, yeah, and this is with us being Italy, mind you. So we have a lot of improved relations. We also have we don't have a diplomat actually. But yeah, and so defensive coalition wars, inner world conquest, big nope. Don't fight those. Don't fight those. Always sell out your allies. Sell out your allies, or even in worst case scenario, give away some of your land, because it's not worth to fight those things at all. They cost a lot of money. It costs a lot of manpower. The fun though, the fun war is certainly because they won't declare until they think they can win. But you won't get any thing at the end, basically. I guess you could take a little bit more land, but it's not going to be efficient. So you need to quickly get to 50% war score, so they lose the 30% enthusiasm modifier. And then when they lose that, you just peace out. Get out of those wars as quickly as possible. Can I explain my all-in run to Bjorn so he understands my pain with Kuba and Luba? Yes. Oh, so Nephilim, Viking Nephilim in the chat there, he offered to give me a golden ducat if I ever did a world conquest as Kuba, whilst picking maritime first, naval ideas second, and then one faith as a totemist, whilst picking religious last. Which was, well, as close to damnation in hell as you could imagine.
How did this pan out, though?
I got it almost. I was a little tinsy-wincy bit short at the end, but he did send the docket because I got way closer than he ever thought I would.
God, yeah, Kuba Luba World Conquest. One day. I hope to see that. Oh. You didn't disappear, did you, Flurry?
No. I'm still here. I was kind of zoned out there for a second.
Oh, only 40 minutes to go. Something like that.
Alrighty. Oh, by the way, chat, I don't know if you've seen me do this before, but here's a cool little trick if you want to, carpet siege really fast. What you do is you have your army, right? You hold S, and then you keep selecting the army over and over again, yeah? And then you click on the province that you want to siege down, and then you press V twice. And what that will do is it will send the 2k over to that province. You can select your main force like this, and you just click on the province, VV, 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 Vivon, victory, the V for victory. And now you're gonna get very pretty sites too. Oh, hold on. Yeah, just for the sake of showing this, we'll also go to that occupied land. And now when you select this, look at that. Isn't that pretty? This always warms my heart to see this. Very nice. But yeah, anyway, so fighting defensive coalition wars, to have a reward for that would be awesome. I feel like just say, okay, you've won the war, now you're gonna lose 50 AE or something like that. And then make it 50% war score, so that is what you demand when you really fight the coalition war. And getting to 50% in a coalition war is really difficult to do. Whoa, 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 this army is having a little bit of trouble there. All right. So I'm kind of unsure as why we don't have any war score on, because right, because they're allied to all of Central Africa. Right, let's go send an army over there then. Also, I feel like we've been slacking a little bit. What do we need to do next? We need to go fight the Netherlands. So let's go move our troops over there.
I want to put in some information here. When I see people start asking me questions about like future design stuff, at 10:30 today, like after this stream, we're gonna have a short segment from the home studio, I believe, and then at 10:30 we're actually gonna start a Q&A session with Tinto over on Discord. So we will, for 30 minutes, you will have an opportunity to submit questions directly to the dev team, and that starts in 50 minutes. So if you have some juicy questions, you will have the opportunity to post them directly to you one and the guys in 50 minutes.
Nice segue there.
Yeah.
All right. So these wars, we have a lot of time for these wars because the only thing we have to fight after this is the Netherlands. And then we take a look at who the Netherlands is allied with. So the Netherlands is allied to France and Bohemia. Will they both join? They will both join. All right. So we'll need an army next to France then to go deal with that. Because that's going to be a problem otherwise. When is the truce with France over? Okay, France is going to take until 1643. So we're going to be fighting the Netherlands, which means we'll be at war with France. What do we want to do with France? So if we white peace France, then the truce with France is going to be, let's see, April 1633. So we're going to white peace them really quick, and then it's going to be 38. Are we doing anything important in 1638? Just check the truce. No, we're not. There's no one there. There's nothing ending in 38. So we know, okay, it's fine. Whatever. It's good. Perfect. We shorten the truce. Excellent. Perfect. We will want to white peace him as quickly as possible, so I will want to send over another army, but thankfully we have some guys doing nothing right here. If you keep your armies moving, then you'll be good to go. How do you think about the different difficulty options? I always play on very hard difficulty. I think the difficulty options are awesome. I wouldn't. If I had started playing this game on very hard difficulty, I would have probably not been as addicted to this game as I am, right? So I think difficulty options are great. I think the extra manpower and money that the AI gets, it makes them so much better at everything. Because with all of those extra resources, it's not just that they get the manpower. Because they also get all of the money and the buildings, cost reductions, and they'll just generally have a better game. Which means you'll get stronger countries to fight against. So I really like the modifiers. I really like how it's done. The only thing I guess I don't really like about the difficulty modifiers is where it will say, okay, you can't do this. So you can't you can't request air because it says very hard difficulty. That's not allowed. So I don't particularly like those, but I really do like it that everything is just a little bit harder. Like get an alliance with Russia, very hard, -20. It's not insurmountable. But in order to get an alliance, you really need to be buddies, right? You really need to have a good reason for them to ally. You need them to have a good attitude. I personally really like it. And also, if you then go back to normal difficulty, it feels like you're playing on training wheels, right? So all of a sudden you feel like a god when you when you play the game on if you go from one difficulty to another. It's like that scene in Naruto where Rock Lee takes off his weights and all of a sudden he's lightning fast. Alrighty. Has my navy arrived in Cuba? Oh, they have. Alright, cool beans. Let's go do a bit of landing. Oh, no. Let's actually go to Cuba. If I can. Might need to ask somebody for a map here.
The real Cuba don't have a coast, though. But maybe you're talking about that fake Cuba.
Ah, Luba. Okay, well, who would want to give me that map? Luba! But Bjorn! They got me access!
Yay!
I'm gonna say that was you, Bjorn, thank you. I've been playing with all or some of the DLCs. All of the DLCs are enabled. What's dumb is not being able to bankrupt counties because it's very hard. Oh, you totally can. It's just really difficult, but it's not impossible. If there's not a rule in the game that says you can't, then you could probably do it. That is my go-to line as far as that goes. It's very difficult to bankrupt counties, and that is another thing about very hard difficulty that I guess a little bit miffed at is if you blockade people on normal, then you can really starve them out of all of their money, and you'll slowly see them get a smaller army. But if you do that on very hard, the AI just shrugs it off like blockade what? Because they get monthly war exhaustion reduction, so it doesn't do a lot of damage to them, but it helps certainly. Yeah, it's also very hard to tap the AIs of their manpower, but I don't know, I like it. I like it that way. That is one of the beauties about very hard difficulties, how resilient the AI is. It compensates for a lot of its weird choices sometimes. Not even weird choices, just inefficient ones, I guess. AI needs to be weird. And also, I don't know. I feel scared by the AI sometimes. Sometimes they'll be really spooky. The other day I saw a Spain that inherited Portugal through a personal union. He owned all of North America, all of South America, and that was in the latest patch, right? So he had a force limit of 2 million. And he actually had... And so sometimes AIs get a really high force limit. But he actually had 1.5 million troops. It's million with an M. So he picked up the military hegemon. It's so scary, so spooky. Which I love that. Yes, and it's completely optional, right? So...
I saw a question earlier that was, I don't know if you answered it, if I just forgot it, but like the age abilities, how you, like, which ones do you pick, and also when would you say is time to golden age?
So usually it'll be time to use your golden age, as late as your goal is, as late as your end game goal is negative 50 years. So let's say you're doing the big blue blob, you'll want to start it in 1450, or if actually 1447. So basically right from the get-go. If your goal is a world conquest and is gonna be tight, like you may or may not make it, then 1821, negative 50, 1771. Why? Because actually okay, so for world conquest, kind of debatable, but you're gonna want to use it later, as because if you use it later, the golden era, then you're gonna have more modifiers to make it even more efficient. So if you already have an 80% discount on something, and then you start the golden era, so you have another 10% discount from the golden era, that 10% discount is not 10%, because it's 50% from what you're currently paying. So if you're coring something and it costs 10 admin points, if you use it as late as possible, it's only gonna cost you 5. So now you're twice as efficient. So you're gonna want to use it semi-late, although there is something to be said for getting it whenever you can get Tech 23 or Tech 27, if it means you can get those techs faster. Tech 23 is actually a really big one. I'd suggest you use your golden era in order to get Tech 23. Because Tech 23 is humongous. You get Imperialism, which so you permanently have CBs on everything, and you get 10% extra admin efficiency. So it's beautiful, right? It's a great tech. It's amazing. But if you're having trouble, getting the snowball rolling, you might want to use it earlier. Although really, in my opinion, using it for snowballing, I mean, it's a thing that you can do, but really it's the power cost that I like the most about Golden Era. And yeah.
So, relating to that, so what would you say are like the big threshold techs to watch out for in the game? To teach us, the crowd.
So the big threshold techs are Tech 7 for cannons. That's a big deal. You'll want to get that as soon as possible. It will reduce your siege times like a lot. Obviously, your first 3 ideas are really important. So Tech 5, 7, and 10 for admin. And after that, really just your admin efficiency techs in terms of admin. For Diplo, it's going to be Tech 23 is the only Diplo tech that really matters. Well, that's not true. Like, if you're playing a naval campaign, then you're going to want to watch out for the Navy morale, right? So let's say you're playing Byzantium and you want to make sure that you beat the Ottoman Navy. You're going to want to really pay attention to your dip tech, because these flat bonuses on Navy morale will make the difference between you sinking their entire navy or losing everything. Tech 4. Tech 4 Emil, yes, that is a big one. So if you're starting as a country that has a little bit of a difficult position, focus military, and then get Tech 4 as quickly as possible, you can probably beat your neighbors to it, and then you can fight a war that you wouldn't normally be able to win. So Tech 4 is definitely a good tech. So for like Diplo, you're gonna want the Tech 23. The other techs are not important unless you're doing a naval game. What you could actually do is fall behind in Diplo tech on purpose, so that you can use the neighbor bonus to catch back up, because that's really efficient. You'll get a very big discount on all of your technologies, and then you can just get straight to Tech 23. But you will, in any campaign, will need Tech 23. It's really nice. Tech 23 is so good. Imperialism, global CB, very nice. And so for Mil, important techs would be 15. 4, 7, 15. 7 for cannons. 4 for the tactics and the morale. I guess Tech 6 is sort of important, but not as important as 7. Tech 12 will give you guns, which is nice, but honestly, if you're fighting a war against someone and you're on Tech 12 and they're on Tech 11, it's not going to be as easy as Tech 15. Tech 15, if you have Tech 15, it's going to be like your troops have machine guns and the enemy is fighting with clubs. It is amazing. If you're ever doing a campaign and you're, let's say you're playing as Arista and you're having trouble against Vijayanagar, then it's going to be, if you don't know exactly how to fight them, you're having trouble, fight them when you have Tech 15 and they don't. You're going to have such an easy time. Tech 15 is beautiful. And after that, Tech 26 is a big tech. like a key tech. There's more techs in between that are important, but Tech 26 is the same story as Tech 15. You're gonna have such an easy time if you have it and the enemy doesn't. So I remember when Flurry teched from Dip Tech 2 to 11 in 1 month. Yeah, that's probably not the way it's intended though. But
how did you do that? That's I never heard of.
All right, so neighbor bonus is like a tech cost reduction that you get based on your neighbors' bonuses, either your neighbors that are connected to your capital, or anything in your tech group. So anything that's Western right now, yes, anything that's in the Western group. So what I did was I never teched Diplo, so my Diplo tech was 3. And I boarded Portugal, who had a Diplo tech of like 12. So now my neighbor bonus was like 60% or something. I don't really remember the numbers, but bear with me here. So Portugal gave me a neighbor bonus of 60%. And I had some more tech cost reductions. And that neighbor bonus doesn't get updated until the end of the month. Which means that you can go from Tech 3 all the way to 23, potentially, for 30 dip points per tech. Because you'll be teching from Tech 22 to Tech 23 as if you are hundreds of thousands of years behind. So, yeah, it's a very efficient way to tech, I suppose, but that is definitely unexplained. Oh, so they changed the neighbor bonus, so it doesn't work anymore. Okay. Also, I don't like falling behind in tech anymore because of how much they buffed innovativeness. So I usually stay on par in tech. Alrighty. Let's actually go split up these guys. And yeah, I'm gonna get another navy over here to Spain because this war is gonna take a pretty long time. Is our truce with the Netherlands over? Yes, it is. Alright, let's go. Now we will also need to fight Bohemia. I'm not paying too much attention here, but we'll also have to go fight Bohemia. That's okay though. Once this army is done here, they'll have nothing to do, which means I can send them to the Bohemian front. And this Ottoman war is frozen at the moment. Like, there's nothing that we really just need to wait for Poland to peace out. We understand coffee is an important resource. Would you agree? Yes, I do.
Coffee is the most important.
It's a pretty big limiting factor.
I was also going to say, I saw someone mention here in chat that they had problems with lag. I'm not sure if it's in 131.4 yet, but just for people in here to know that 131.4 is currently in open beta, so you can opt in and help us test it out if you want.
Cool.
Information on how to do that is on the forum, so forum.paradoxplaza.com, EU4 forum, and there will be a sticky post with information on how to opt into the beta patch. And yeah. Test it and give us feedback, and we would be happy.
So, quick question: is it just me, or is Totemist unironically the best religion right now? I haven't played with Totemist yet. So I'd love to try though. Oh goodness, we also need to get into war with Portugal, lest they join the coalition. But that's fine, you know, we have our troops to deal with all of these wars at once. It's fine. We might want to get another army right now because it's starting to get a little straining on my military, and we have the force limit for it, so we can just add a couple of extra troops. When will you bring Florian to the beta and eventual game director like Didier Chick? I would need to keep my mouth shut about things. I don't think I'd make a good tester. Whilst also streaming at the same time.
All of you can be a tester for currently, because that's the beta we have. We don't have any other beta than the one that's actually available to everyone right now, so... everyone gets a beta if they want.
Is one culture possible without any exploits or diplo banking? Yes, it is. Keep in mind, you're gonna need to gather for a one culture. You're gonna need to gather 45,000 diplomatic points. That is nigh impossible. But if you use concentrate development, you can lower that amount that you need by probably like. Let's say you're gonna be able to bump it down to 30k. You're still gonna need to get the culture conversion cost really low, really quickly, because otherwise, this is like such a big limiting factor, right? This 30k right there. Getting that, you would need to generate a lot of points to compensate for that. So you would have to... Wow, that Jin Shao is very pretty. Wow, that is a pretty Jin Shao. You would probably want to go Eastern Religion or Horde. Well, so if you're a Horde... we'll talk about Horde later. You probably want to go Eastern Religion so you can get tributaries so that they can feed you dip. In one of my one cultures, I got like 30 tributaries. They were all at like max development. Well, the max development, so that it would give the maximum amount of points, which is like 15, I believe. Probably. And so they would give me the equivalent of 60 dip a month or something. So then you can do it. And that's completely exploit free. Like, you're just making big tributaries. There's nothing to see here, right? If you really want to do a world culture, please... just play as a Horde. Just don't don't do that to yourself. It is the most difficult challenge in EU4, hands down, no questions asked, to do a one culture as a non-Horde. It is most definitely the most difficult. I did one or two of those. No, definitely two. One is Jewish Gothic and one is Mughals America. But that was not fun to do. But it was fun to watch. So, but I remember all the headaches I got from that one. Meanwhile, Aboriginal one culture. Ah, yeah, but I cheated with that one. There was definitely exploits there. Because I made it so that all of the world was counted as former native terrain. So I didn't need to... I got an 80% discount on everything. So that one wasn't, really legit, I suppose. Alright, have we had war with anything else over here? Yeah, we're at war with Moravi. I'm gonna need someone else to give me a map. Luba, can you give me another map? Central Africa. No! He doesn't. My diplomatic reputation's too low. Yeah! Let's go! Can I enter Moravi now? I think so. Yes, I can. One culture, hostile Canadian theocratic Cuba Luba win. Nope. Not doing that. Cuba peaced out. Yes, I saw that. Or Poland peaced out, so we're gonna need to pay attention to this war again. Because otherwise he's gonna fight back and hurt us. At which point would you say hordes become futile? Never. You mean useless? Because the answer is never. Think about it like this, right? If you're gonna conquer 100 development, now if you're a horde, you can reduce that by 33% by raising it. It means that you have to pay less governing capacity. You have to pay less less governing capacity, less scoring cost. There's less overextension. This is better in every single way.
Yeah, I see in the chat there seems to be a lot of new people dropping in and asking a bit what we're doing here. So I'll introduce here. What we're doing here is we're playing Europa Universalis 4. And this is Flurry, one of our more prominent streamers normally. And he is teaching everyone how to min-max your way to success. And he had a little nice TED Talk presentation in the beginning, which you can hopefully watch on the VOD after this, later in the week at least. And yeah, that's about it. And yeah, I'll shamelessly plug Flurry a bit, so you can always check out Flurry on Twitch as well. Flurry, yeah.
Twitch.tv/Flurry, guys.
Yeah, Twitch.tv/Flurry.
Yeah, I usually I try to minimize my min-maxing and micro as much as possible, and I kind of had a talk about how I make my choices as to what I do pay attention to and what I don't, and then I try to make everything as easy as possible, so I don't have to pay a lot of attention. Work smart, not hard. Oh, you meant horses and cavalry, not hordes. Oh, when do horses become futile? I'd say almost instantaneously. Well, no, that's not true. Once you start to get armies that fill the combat with, honestly. Horses are more expensive. I'd rather than have more troops. Unless you're playing like Poland, which have a lot of cavalry combat ability, I don't like using horses. The reason for that is, again, micromanagement. So if you want to get the perfect cavalry army, you need it to be 50% of your army, right? But then you fight one battle, and then what happens? Now, you fought that one battle, and the infantry get put to the center, so they're the first to die. So the second battle you fight, you're either going to need to remove some cavalry, or you're going to get the cavalry to infantry ratio malus, right? And you can use less cav, so you have a little bit of leeway there. But even if you use less cav, the issue remains the same. So I don't like using cav for that reason, unless I have like 100% cavalry to infantry ratio, or like if you're playing as Poland, but you can have like a little bit more. I don't exactly know the number, but they get more cavalry to infantry ratio. But you don't go to that ratio. You just use like a 33% or something like that.
Ooh. Okay. Yeah, we're starting to end the near the end of this session. So we have about 5 minutes left.
All right. 5 minutes left. 5 minutes left. Any questions about min-maxing, guys? Is there a reasonable way of getting 100% cavalry? I remember having 90% once. Yes, there is a reasonable way. Be a horde and get Tengri. What is it about flanking range? Do I need to get 2 cavalry units in each stack? No, you don't. So once you have fully fleshed out combat width, you don't need to bother with that anymore. You're probably going to end up fighting armies that are the same size, or flanking range will only be effective if you're fighting an army that's way smaller, but then you're going to win anyway. So I just wouldn't bother with cav unless you have a lot of cavalry bonuses. Soup story? No. Not doing that one. No CP make fast. Alright, we'll do. Oh, that's nice yet. I can't click on me. Camouflaged. Is AE just a number? Generally, yes, but it is a number you might want to watch out from. Unless you have like a backup plan, like allies that you can give away. Allies are beautiful. Once you have a couple of allies that have conquered land that doesn't belong to them, you're good to go. Provided you can keep them. If Flurry would make one game, what would it be? It'd be U4. I love this period. This is my favorite period in history. I think it's really interesting. I really like strategy, anything strategy related. So and map games, like I love map games. Sorry, I've been a bit sick this past week. Can you make me some tea again? Can we get some best wishes for Donnie? I'll try to make you some tea. I don't know how to send it to Australia though. This reminds me of the... Okay, hold on. When's the best time to start diving massively? When you... Right, so in multiplayer, you go quantity eco, and then once you get both of those, you go ham. You go ham at that point, because at that point, if you time it correctly, you'll have maxed out Diplo points and mill points, so you can really go and dev like crazy. Really, just as late as possible, but I would do it then, like once you finish quantity eco. Flori, how do I naval battles? You naval battles by, well, so right now, just build galleys, right? Build galleys. Galleys are everything. Galleys are great. They have, they're a lot cheaper than heavies, and they only take up 1/5 of the engagement width. So you can funnel in a lot of galleys, so that even in the open sea, you can do a lot more damage than with galleons. But they die quicker, so I'm not entirely convinced that a heavy ship fleet would lose to a galley fleet in the open sea. But the big reason why you would want to use galleons instead of galleys in the open sea is the travel time, right? So galleys are really slow. That's fine in the Mediterranean, but if you're going to ship troops from Europe to North America, every time you spend in open sea, or any time you spend in sea in general, is going to cost you a lot of troops, right? So if you use galleys to ship those guys across, that's gonna hurt. What a jovial guy, new fan here. Love you to bits, buddy. I thought you hated galleys. I did in the past.
Okay, I think we're gonna have to end the session there. So thank you, Flurry, for these 2 hours of very informative lessons. What is it, like teachings on how to play EU4
You're welcome.
in the best way. Yeah, what's going to happen now is that in about 5 minutes, that's also why I need to wrap this up, because I need to scurry away to another studio. So in 5 minutes, we're going to have something called the Tintroduction. So stay tuned for that. So first, we're going to have 15 minutes of studio time, and in 10:30 CEST, that is in 20 minutes, a Q&A will start on the Discord. You will have in about 5 minutes there should be the section should open up on Discord. So go to our Discord and look for the Tintroduction section, and there should be a chat channel there starting in about 5 minutes. And the actual questions we will start accepting questions at 10:30. And in other news, there's currently, if you got interested, if you haven't played EU4, if you don't own EU4, we currently have a sale on Steam. So go check out our publisher weekend on Steam. You can pick it up, and you can also get subscription to EU4 on Steam. So for $5 a month, you can actually get all the content that is currently out, because we know that might be a bit steep to try and buy the game and all the expansions in one go. It is, after all, an 8-year-old game, and we have released a lot of content. So that's an option if you want to just try it out a little bit cheaper. Anyway, thank you guys for watching, and thank you again, Flurry.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Do you have
Thank you for giving me a stage.
So, goodbye, and see you in about 5 minutes if you stay on the stream. You will see me at least. And Flurry, you can catch on his streams.
Yep. Alright, bye-bye guys. See you tomorrow, 11 CEST.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome back to the home studio. As always, I am Troy Pruitt, your community manager and guide through these PDX events. With me is Björn.
Hello!
For those of you who didn't see, he just got done with a stream. It's pretty rad. Lots of interesting content and details. Did you have fun?
Oh, it was so much fun. Flurry, the master of min-maxing, he has been teaching us all how to excel in EU4 the Flurry way. But yeah, it was good. It was good. People seem to have enjoyed it. So.
Yeah. How's your PDX experience going?
Oh, it's going great. What is this now? I start to lose track of time. It's Sunday morning now.
It is.
Yes. Slept a few hours at least, and been hanging out, watching streams, and trying to sort out stuff in the background. You know.
So no Eurovision.
No. I am un-Swedish in that way that I do not really enjoy that, I must confess.
But you did catch the award show last night.
I did catch most of it. I also have kids, which I had to put to bed.
Even better than that, I hear we have an introduction video, a tintroduction video.
A tintroduction, indeed. So yeah, for those of you who might not know, what happened is that we started up a new studio in Barcelona called Paradox Tinto. And they are now, it's headed by Johan, Mr. Europa Universalis, and he has recruited a team of people, and they are now the ones taking care of the Europa Universalis development. So yeah, we thought we would take this opportunity to show you guys a little introduction, or as you said, the very cleverly named tintroduction.
Tintroduction, and I think we have a video, so if we could get that going, that would be rad.
Hello everyone, I'm Johan. I'm the studio manager at Paradox Tinto, and I've been with Paradox since we started the company. I'm super excited here working with my awesome team here in Sitges in Spain. We are a team that we've been created all working together with the Europa Universalis franchise, and the amount of stuff my awesome team is doing is really, really cool to see. And you're probably gonna see more of them in this video today.
Hello, my name is Adrián. I'm from the north of Spain, from Asturias, and currently I'm one of the gameplay programmers here at Paradox Tinto. I'm a software engineer. I've recently moved here to Sitges to start this new phase in our lives and this new project.
Hi, I'm Sonia Liaris. I'm the operations manager at Tinto. We are here located in Sitges with all the sun in the world. I'm originally from Spain as well. I was born in the Canary Islands actually, but I pretty much lived in Madrid until I moved to Stockholm, Sweden, 4 years ago or so, and that's where I started working for Paradox just before coming here.
Hello, my name is Ruben. I come from Madrid. I'm the 2D artist here in Paradox Tinto. Before this, I was working in the tabletop industry, making some illustrations and concept for miniatures and wargaming.
My name's Dave. I'm the art lead at Paradox Tinto. I started at Paradox in 2013 when I worked on EU4 expansions, and then I worked on Imperator and CK3 and a bunch of other stuff.
Hello, my name is Irene Rodriguez. I am a concept artist in Paradox Tinto. I am originally from Spain, but I was working at the PDS in Stockholm for 2.5 years before joining here.
One of the cool things with the team here at Tinto is that there's so many of these individuals that specifically applied to come here and work here because they love Europa Universalis. We have people that modded it for years, people that played it so much, and we're all here to create the perfect Europa Universalis experience.
So being a programmer here at Paradox means to work in a lot of different areas. I'm a gameplay programmer, but I'm working also in multiplayer, in optimization. Almost every day we are learning new things, and that's something that I really love of my job.
Being part of the game industry for me is like for my dream since I was a child, because I grew up playing around everything. Know all the process from inside is being amazing, and I want to do this job for a long time. So.
My worst memory of Paradox is when I took part in the dev clash. I took over from someone. I took over from their Venice, and within a few minutes of that session, I was invaded by the AI Great Britain, and I basically just wiped Venice off the map. It was so embarrassing.
Yeah, I love my team.
Nice.
All right. So that looks like they're having a lot of fun down there.
Who could blame them, I guess? It's like constantly getting little... Johan likes to remind us about the difference in the Swedish and Spanish climate. Although we do start to even out a bit here now. It's like, it was worse in December.
And I know they're working hard. I know there's a lot of good content, and they've got a lot on their plate, making sure that the game is where we want it to be.
Yeah, as there's no secret that Leviathan was not the best release we could have made, and they have been working really hard patching the game. We have gotten out 3 patches so far, which we feel stabilize the game good enough, and we currently have an open beta. 131.4 is currently available for anyone who wants to help us test it and feedback and bug reports. And so go check out forum.paradoxplaza.com and the EU4 forum. There's a sticky thread on the top there which says 131.4 open beta opt-in.
Very nice.
So go check that out if you wanna try it out.
Yeah. Any other big exciting EU4 things happening today?
Today, yes, we have a Q&A. It's gonna start in about 7 minutes, I guess. So we will have you one and a few other Tinto guys there that will be able to answer your questions. So go in on the Discord and check out the Tintroduction Q&A. I hope it's up now.
Yeah, we'll see after this, right?
Yeah, we would just like to have an opportunity where we can just hang out, because obviously we cannot be physically in an event this year, and we know that a lot, especially EU4 fans, like one of the biggest, what they really want out of PDXCon is just hang out, talk to the devs, and get know, sit down, have a beverage of, and just chat about. So what we try to do is try to get that going,
same vibe
going. Yeah. Come and hang out with us, and
And I think it kind of goes without saying, but definitely want to give a big shout out to our mods and to the bot designer, Fawn, who runs our Discord, who's handling all of this stuff supremely well. Christoph, Central Communications, it's handling all of the communications and Discord as well. And Mike, our Q&A bot creator and our Discord bot creator, who's just done a fantastic job getting that bot together for us. The functionality of it has been phenomenal, and we have not been able to have that before, and now having that new bot has brought a whole new world of functionality and diversity to the Discord, so big shout out to them.
Yeah, and let's not forget our hero, Mordred Viking, our community ambassador for EU4, doing a tremendous work.
I mean, we all know I can not sing the praises of our community ambassadors enough. Without them, we would be sunk.
Yep. They really are essential to us.
And I'm glad to have Mordred on, hardworking, smart, diligent, on the ball. Fantastic to have on the team.
Yeah. No, he's, I cannot, like you said, I cannot sing his praise enough. He has stayed my behind on many occasions.
Yeah, and always there if I need something, man. Like that's one thing I really appreciate about our CAs is like, even if it's a cross product or it's not my product, if I reach out to one of our CAs on a different project, they're like, what can I do to help? How can I be the best assistance? Let me get that for you.
Yeah.
Especially Mordred this past week and month, making sure that everything's happening.
And also a big shout out to all the CAs that has been with us over the year and actually moved on to greener pastures. A lot of people got on other jobs within the industry and other companies and stuff.
Well, it's like Fiona. We lost Fiona for a while, and then she came back. She missed us.
Yeah. Well, and we missed her, of course.
Of course. And shout out to my CAs, because I know they're watching right now, and we've got a big event today. We're running 7 Seals, so if you're interested in that, definitely follow us on social media, check that out, or the Discord. And up next, I think we have Making a Mobster. which is going to be interesting, into the art of Empire of Sin and how they built that from the ground up.
Yeah. I will have to take your word for it. I must confess, I know. I'm running between places.
We have a panel coming up about it. You could watch it.
Ooh.
Yeah. And Machie is here, and you could totally just harass Machie about it the entire day. I'm sure he's not doing anything else.
No. I never harass him otherwise.
No,
either.
of course not.
About Snook or anything.
Well, thank you so much for being on with me today, Bjorn.
No, thank you for having me here.
I miss talking to you in the office. Hopefully we can get back to that someday soon.
We'll hope.
Nice break from your kids. I know you miss them, but it's a nice break away. Yeah?
They're not watching, but they're too small, but shout out to them anyway. Maybe they will watch a VOD in a few years and they're like, oh, look, Daddy mentioned me.
That's the idea, right? Perpetuity for the kids. But I think we're ready for that next panel. So let's check out Making a Mobster with the Empire of Sin team.
And don't forget Discord.
No, wait, hold on, wait. Not the right panel? Oh, no, I was the right panel. Oh, God. Don't give me a heart attack like that, guys. Yeah, we're Making a Mobster, so let's go check it out right now. See you guys around.
Hello. I'm Katie Gardner, and I'm lead narrative. What am I? Lead narrative designer for Empire of Sin.
Hello, I'm Denman Rook. I'm the lead artist on Empire of Sin. I did a bunch of the art direction for the base game as well.
And today we are going to go through the process of making a character in Empire of Sin. We're just going to kind of start from the beginning, and then Denman here is going to draw a beautiful character from scratch. Let's just get right into it, I guess. So when we go through the process of making a character in Empire of Sin, there's a lot of things to consider. Namely, what do we need this character for, or how do they fit into the world, or what kind of character are we looking for here? We have to consider all of these things before we even go to art with what we want. Namely, I guess when we think of a character, it's do they fit into the world, and how do they fit into this world? So, we have to try to consider historical fidelity to an extent, making sure that we're creating a character that actually would exist in 1920s Chicago, while also considering, trying to have a diverse cast of characters, and because representation is important, and inclusion is important. What we typically do when we want to make a new character is we will come up with a few different things that art will need when they start to go about doing concept art. So that kind of stuff is obvious stuff where it's like name, gender, heritage, age, height, body type, those kind of things. And I think the most important thing, or I'm assuming the most important thing, maybe Denman can correct, but is the reference material. So having something that's oh, this is the kind of thing that we would like to have, or this is the kind of thing we're thinking of, and it's paints an actual picture for art to see kind of what we're thinking of. Would you agree that's probably one of the strongest things? Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, from the art side, when we get the basic kind of description or brief for a character, gathering a bit of references. So that's a little bit of back and forth between art and design, just kind of figuring out, okay, and especially for 1920s, Prohibition era Chicago, it's okay, we want these to be kind of era appropriate costumes or clothes, so it's trying to find a wide variety as possible, which is challenging, especially when you're working with suits. It's how many different versions of a suit can you do? But there's actually surprisingly a lot of variety there as well. And the background information is great as well. So personalities, Kitty and her team will often, tell me, okay, this is the kind of personalities that we want. And that gives me a lot of information from the art side to be able to try to craft a character that looks like an interesting person, and all that stuff. So.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. We have this kind of character wheel that we draw from, and we'll try to come up with the more specific or the more specific terms we can use to describe a character, the better for art, to make somebody. So I guess we can kind of just talk about what we're going to do today, which is we've got. So I said a little bit about what do we want? What do we think of when we try to create a character? And it's someone who fits in the world. So there's obviously a lot of tropes and a lot of stereotypes that you'd think about for 1920 Chicago, like the cigar chomping guy and people in suits, as Denman had said. But we've got a character in mind that we want to kind of do, or Denman will do a drawing of, but what we want to try to do is maybe get some input from people to sort of, I guess, flesh out this character a little bit more.
We're relying on you, chat. You're gonna help us create a character.
So we've got
this join
base,
Katie.
So we've got this base character in mind, and well, I guess I'll just say, yeah. So it's a so we've got a detective, detective idea. So it's this woman 1920s detective, and I guess there's lots of things to consider when we think about like what would a 1920s detective maybe be like, and I think one of the first things that came to mind to me was drunk of you probably. So I was thinking like kind of a disheveled, maybe a bit detective, who's seen a lot and who is doing her best solving the crimes in Chicago. But that's it. Like that's the slate right there. So
all right.
So I guess from chat we want to kind of get some more input, like as Denman's going along to see how we can craft this character and make her I don't know, make her
interesting,
whatever the end result is going to be.
Let's make a cool. let's make a mobster, will we?
Yeah.
See.
That's
all
the
right.
tagline.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So I'm essentially going to start from scratch, which we thought would be fun to kind of show today. Katie's is still here in the background. She's going to be reading chat. Yeah. Don't leave me. It's too early on a Sunday. I can't be left alone. Let's see. Yeah, so I'm going to kind of just start from scratch. Okay, so kind of taking those initial ideas. Okay, we have a detective, kind of maybe she's drunk, she's disheveled, she's kind of like your, so, okay, let's start. Obviously, detective. So first thing I like to do is just kind of work on some silhouette shapes. So I'm kind of mainly thinking of pose, maybe body shape, personality, and you can get a lot of that with some simple silhouettes. So I'll be just kind of drawing some silhouettes. So I'm kind of thinking immediately I want a kind of overcoat, trench coat kind of vibe. Maybe it's got a kind of popped collars, maybe kind of disheveled hair. So, I won't spend too much time in this. I might spend more time on an actual project to kind of spend more time solving this. But because we only have like 40 minutes, this is going to be pretty rushed. So
this is cool
that's
to
fine.
see. I
It's
didn't
fun.
know that this is the kind of process you had. This is neat. Yeah.
Yeah.
We've already got our first recommendation from Jello Bar Live, which is must have a cigar and maybe a concealed weapon or some other gun in their body.
Okay. Yeah.
So
I like the
there you
concealed
go.
weapon.
Yeah, it's a good idea.
Okay, so if that's the case, maybe I'll change the posture here a little bit. So we give this one, we'll kind of focus on the cigar, but maybe this one. Okay, maybe she has a. Oh, you know what? Let me. I know this is looking really small, but the important thing about doing thumbnails in this part of the process is you're actually forcing yourself to look at it from a distance. It's a lot when you're kind of zoomed in all the way. It's hard to read the full shape. So in this, so what I'm kind of doing here is I'm trying to say, okay, I want the main shapes to read. And here, this one, I actually want to give her a little bit more of like almost like a hunched, like she's woken up early on a Sunday morning.
Can you relate to that?
To teach, yeah, that's what she's. Yeah, a peace be to you, Katie.
Yes, and also with you.
For our art and writing service. Yeah. Maybe give a bit of a hunched kind of, okay.
Cool.
Actually, I'm kind of liking the vibes of this. I would normally kind of do a few more different versions of this, but for sake of time, I'm just going to take one of these and we'll start. I might actually just leave those there for a second, and I will create a new, and I'll just start kind of sketching out the head.
Are you
here.
writing
So
like with a pen, or are you is this mouse?
Oh yeah, so this I'm using a Wacom tablet, so it's kind of like and for those who are unfamiliar, that's with it's kind of like it's like a pen and like a pad in front of me, and it kind of is it reads like it reads the pressure sensitivity on it, so it acts like an actual pen or a brush or something like that, which is
cool.
super nice for someone like me. Because otherwise it'd be really. Though I have met some artists who do digital drawing and stuff with a mouse, and it is mind blowing that someone would have that patience. Though to be fair, the first digital art I ever did was probably in the 90s when I was a kid. I would open up Microsoft Paint, and I would draw. Me and my twin brother would draw Lego characters, pixel by pixel in in Microsoft Paint. I should find this somewhere. Yeah. So yeah, at the moment I'm just kind of blocking out rough. I'm just trying to think about big shapes at the moment. So important thing with character design is what's called shape language. So and it's something you know as a player or a viewer you wouldn't you wouldn't necessarily know that term or know that you realize that your brain's doing it, but it's about reading the main shapes. So for this character, I'm kind of going for almost like triangular or angles. So you kind of see here, and I'll kind of just do it with red real quick. But okay, triangle there. I'm going to create kind of a V shape with her there. I'm going to create a kind of another shape here. I'm kind of giving her these angles here, and I might do similar kind of structures in the face. Whereas,
I like
another
color.
character.
That's nice.
Yeah, I like that. She kind of pull it up, keep. She's sitting in the rain or something. Whereas another character, I might, maybe make it more kind of round, so like round shapes. You might kind of give. So yeah, so that's kind of just a breakdown of what shape language is. So let's give her a cigarette. And here's like a small detail. It's like I like, you to kind of give it that kind of downtrodden feel. I'm going to point the cigarette down because it's kind of like a slumping. It's just a small detail. Whereas often things when you want something heroic or thing, it's like people are kind of looking up, into the bright future as you. So in this circumstance, I'm kind of give her kind of her posture is going to be a little bit more slumped. Actually, maybe her head, I'll kind of kick at an angle, or actually, you know what? I'm going to have her face this way. Just kind of looking over her
that's
shoulder,
an interesting tidbit. Like, I wouldn't have considered, but yeah, it makes sense because like you see it, or like you register that it's like, oh, down, everything is pointing down. It's like, oh, what's wrong? Is she okay?
Yeah,
she doesn't seem well. Yeah.
It's quite fun. It's probably one of the things I enjoy the most about kind of designing characters is these kind of subtle. It's almost like it's not necessarily psychological, but it's almost like these subtle things that you're kind of throwing in, like someone's posture. Someone's like, well, obviously the emotion on their face, but like, okay, like how are their wrinkles? Like the wrinkles and the way they've carried their face for years or something like that has a lot to do with like the personality or the history behind a character, which is what's so beneficial about when narrative kind of put together these backgrounds. The more information they can throw in there, the better. I might not use all of it when I'm drawing, depending, but I can kind of read back and try to tie in these kind of subtle details. And it's one of those things where people wouldn't necessarily, you're not telling them directly, with the art at least, not telling them directly what their backstory is, but you can allude to it, the way someone, and with animation as well, when you get into that, it's like, okay, the way someone walks, the gait they have, the posture they hold, the way they fidget, what are they fidgeting? Are they nervous? Are they confident? All these things kind of tie back to the original, concept from narrative of who this person is, like what their backstory is. Okay, so
that's really cool.
All right, let's, we've got a basic idea here. I feel like I've made her too short, so let's bring that.
She might be short. I mean, that's
yeah, that's true. I think I was mainly thinking of just overall proportions. But yeah, okay, that's a decent start, I think. So I'll usually kind of do a rough block out of the kind of shapes like that, and then the next thing I tend to do, at least with my process, is then there's kind of there's two different ways that artists, there might be more, but there's two main ways that artists kind of sketch. There's line artists, and then there's kind of shape artists. I guess there might be better terms for this, but I'm more of a shape artist where I won't necessarily draw, this nice, crisp drawing, and it looks, like maybe the inks for, well, no, not even the inks, but yeah, everything's in line. You go into the detail, and then you start into the color, and then paint it. I like working in kind of bigger shapes. Almost like if I was painting with oil paint, alla prima or what have you. So all in one go. Alla prima is just kind of like you just throw the paint on there.
So the lines are kind of just exactly what it sounds like, just kind of like drawing some lines and.
Yeah, I guess when I say lines, it'd be like here. I'll give a quick example. It'd be like I go in here if I wanted to do the face. I'd zoom in right before I even started in color. Oh, and I have and I would solve every detail in the nose and the eyes and the mouth. And I'd solve everything, and everything would have a nice crisp line, and it would look almost like a finished drawing, like if someone was drawing it in pencil.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Whereas I like to kind of block in shapes really, really loose to kind of start off with. So my start sketch there is just to kind of get the basic shapes. I sometimes don't even do the lines like here, like these kind of thick lines. I might actually go in and do just block it in to start. Here, I'll give you kind of an example. So this would be almost like a true kind of starting with shapes. It might just be just kind of coming in here, I'm kind of thinking, which I will kind of do here, which I'm kind of blocking in. If I'm thinking of okay, the shadow of that neck is just this black shape here. It's I'm blocking in the head. Kind of thinking in these big forms instead of the opposite, which would be okay. Let me draw the face. It's the eye. It's the nose. It's the neck. More of a drawing style. Yeah,
that's so crazy how quickly you can from nothing just here's a face, and it's just oh yeah,
yeah.
That is definitely a face.
Yeah, I've drawn
I have no artistic
so many faces. Yeah, and it's I could probably there's kind of I'm definitely it's every artist uses reference, but I've drawn so many faces. I've probably built up a bank of face knowledge and structure in my head at this point that I could probably draw something semi decent from scratch. But again, that's not necessarily no reference. It's just I have it all memorized. But even with that, I'll still use a bunch of reference. All right, so I'm going to start blocking in just the bigger shapes now. Just kind of trying to think of. I'm going to give her, since she's kind of this kind of disheveled, maybe, is she a gangster? Would I be able to hire her in the game? And this is not a promise that this character is going to be in the game. We're just kind of playing around as if she was. Maybe we'll see.
Yeah.
We'll see what happens. But yeah. So what's her vibe? How? Yeah, because for characters in a game, it is also really important to okay, how does this character interact with the player, or is it a player character? All these things are things that might even influence how we want the character to look.
Right. Yeah. Let's see. I could put it to chat and see.
Yeah.
What do we want? Do we want this to be a gangster, a non-playable character, someone in a mission that you encounter. There's different, lots of different things. Oh, we got one. Crooked Cop NPC.
Ooh,
from
I like
Telanen, I think.
Telanen. All right, we'll go. Telanen.
Telanen.
Good morning.
Oh.
All right. I like the crooked cop NPC kind of vibe. So maybe you get like an insight to the getting some of the police faction in the game to like you better, or just like have blackmail on them or something. Missions.
Yeah. So knowing that she's a crooked cop, would that kind of give you certain ideas to like, oh, okay, I know I know how she's gonna hold herself here. Like, you know, for concept art, I guess how would that help you kind of figure out what she should look like?
Yeah, I think so. Maybe in that regard, okay. I know that she still, if she was a gangster, maybe she was an ex cop, ex detective or something like that. But now she's kind of, on her own, like working with it. But it being the crooked cop, I think that's nice because I can be like, okay, she still will wear her badge, maybe, or she'll still have it available. But she's kind of like the so maybe something like that. Let's give her more of a hunch here.
Sorry, like someone in chat said, Pegacron said anti-alcohol grandma, which I do like. We need an anti-alcohol grandma.
Oh yeah.
Very fitting for the time period too. Going back to the historical fidelity, like that's that's fitting.
Yeah, that's definitely What was the? It was like an alliance, some sort of like alliance.
Yeah, the Women's Temperance Union. Yeah, was around during that time, and it was it's basically that. Yeah, anti-alcohol. So yeah.
Think of the family.
We're also going to need a name for her at some point too.
Oh yeah.
But
all right, let's see. I'm gonna give her maybe. I feel like I've made her. I'm gonna bring her head down a little bit because she feels like her posture is too stiff. I'm gonna kind of just bring that down a little bit. Give her a little bit of a more. Oh, nope, not that. Let's see.
Someone had asked before just how long you've been doing this. How long have you been arting?
Oh, okay. Arting. I've been arting since I was a little kid. However, but doing this kind of work, I started professionally doing like art for like freelancing in 2007, I believe. So how long ago is that? Ooh, I can't count. I'm too busy. But and I kind of started out doing. I actually wasn't a digital illustrator. I was a traditional painter, and I would just take commissions online on like DeviantArt and various things, and I would do. I actually worked at a tattoo shop for a little bit, and I would do. I wouldn't do the actual tattoos, but I would design the tattoos for people.
That's cool.
And I also did like band. Actually, most of my early freelance stuff was stuff for like music and bands. So I do like T-shirt designs and album covers and all that kind of fun stuff. And then I got into fantasy illustration. So I did a lot of stuff for Paizo, Pathfinder, RPG was kind of like my main client back in the day. And then I moved into video games in 2013 when I moved to Ireland. So, so that was kind of digital illustration, fantasy stuff. And then in, 2017, I moved from Dublin to Galway for Romera Games, and I've been Romera Games ever since. And I do stuff for Magic the Gathering as well on the side when I have free time. And yeah, it's fun. Good, fun stuff.
Nice.
What about yourself? When did you start writing for games?
For games, well, I know when I was a kid, I didn't think that. I guess like I played a lot of video games, but I didn't ever think about how they got made, or that it could actually be a job where someone could make video games.
Oh yeah,
I was like,
yeah,
that's too good of a job. Like that can't be real.
yeah, yeah.
And so like yeah, it was much later in my career, or because I went to college for writing. My bachelor's degree was in writing. And I hadn't even considered that I could use that for video game writing. So yeah, I've been with Romero Games writing for let's see, 2 years, 2.5 years maybe.
Nice.
I think.
Yeah.
That's a rough. Again, numbers early in the morning are hard.
Yeah. Oh, you know something?
Yeah.
I actually would love to know, and I'm sure the chat would like to hear this too. It's like how so with the like your bachelor in writing, like how is that different than like say other forms of writing?
Yeah, I would say it's closest to writing something like a screenplay, because all of the information that you want to convey needs to be in the dialogue, because you can't always rely on, I guess it depends on the type of game that you would be writing for, but you can't always rely on, the environment talking for you, if that makes sense. Like in a lot of in a book, or if you're reading a book, all of the information is around what the words are saying a lot of the time.
Mm-hmm.
And like exposition is done through dialogue, but in video games it's almost always exposition is done through dialogue, and you can't always rely on the environment to tell the story for you. So it's a lot of delivering information and not overdoing the delivery of information, but like trying to move the story along, and then you're also kind of creating choices for the player, which is another thing in itself, where it's like, okay, you need some path that will continue the story, but then if people want to kind of stray from that path a little bit, you give them kind of options to do that. So it's something to kind of consider while you're when you're coming up with missions, or coming up with any kind of story. Is like, how much do we want them to stray from this main this main thread? And kind of thinking of that stuff before. So it's a lot of fun. I really enjoy it. Also, just to get back to this, sorry, it's a few people have said that she needs a mole, so just want to make sure she's got a mole.
You got it. Oh, is that too on the nose? she is a mole.
That's a good point.
Yeah, there you go. I like that. She is the mole.
Yeah,
I like that. Actually, that's a good idea. I'll move into doing more on her face. Actually, let's do.
Nice. That's good placement.
I don't need all of this. Just doing that because my computer is not liking me streaming. Is soaking up. There we go. But now I can zoom in a little bit. Oh, another thing I like to do. I wonder if you can actually see it in the stream, because I'm not sure. Does this show up?
I like that even in the little bit of what we can see of her face, it's like, oh yeah, she seems unhappy, or like, she's seen some stuff. Yeah.
And this is a kind of a method I like to do while working in Photoshop, where, especially when I want to get into the details of a character, I want to zoom in, but I don't want to lose that overall silhouette again. And like, I don't want to get, it's really easy, especially digitally, to kind of just like zoom in really close and like focus on the details. But then you might actually lose the overall shape language, like coming back to that, or the overall shapes or form or value. So I like to keep a smaller version here on the left while I'm drawing. But yeah, and this is kind of like another example of why I like working in shapes, is like, even though this is kind of just a few brush strokes to kind of get some various kind of shapes of the eyes, the nose, a little hint of the mouth, Even though it was really loose, as you were kind of saying, Katie, like you can kind of start to imagine your brain is kind of filling in the gaps.
Yeah.
And at this point is like that I'm kind of using that as the artist. Like even I, am doing that in my own head, and I'm kind of just trying to bring that out now at this point. So that's kind of what I'll try to do, and I'll.
Oh, sorry. Someone, Bad Badger had asked, what are the advantages or disadvantages of blocking the shapes and then sculpting that out versus starting with a crisp line art and then painting under it? I think we might have kind of talked about that a little bit at the beginning, but
yeah. Honestly, like I don't necessarily think it's a one's better than the other. I think it's more of a personal preference. I wish, like I've just I've worked in shapes. It's just I think maybe because of my background as a painter, that's just maybe how I learned, and so I can, like I was kind of saying earlier, because I can kind of loosely block in these shapes, I can kind of my brain starts to kind of fill in those gaps, and I like that process of kind of pulling it out, like sculpting it. Other artists are phenomenal. I'm actually really jealous of artists who can do these like nice, gorgeous line drawings. I wish I could do that. My brain doesn't work that way as well. So for me, at least, the benefit for me is I can kind of visualize it, but at least the way I'm looking at an image, I can kind of visualize it better. Where like when I'm doing line work, I feel like I'm fiddling too much in the details, and it's like, okay, this may look nice as a line drawing, but the end result isn't. If it isn't a line drawing, I'm maybe wasting time in details that will just get painted over. But anyway, that's just my personal preference of style. So I think I would actually love to hear from line art or line artists, like what why they feel that's nice. I think the benefit of a good line art is that you can get a lot of the structure solved before you go into the painting. I think is what I've heard from artists who like that. Whereas like sometimes that is what I struggle with when I'm painting, is like, oh man, I didn't actually solve the anatomy here properly because I kind of just blocked in these huge shapes. If maybe I would have concentrated more on the form. I don't know. Just kind of kind of figure out as you go. Oh.
Yeah, it's she looks. It's so still amazing to me, like how quickly it's like, oh yep, there she is. Like like how quickly you can kind of put together like a person from nothing, and from like a few ideas of like
What
really cool.
age should she be?
Ooh, yeah.
Chat.
What do we
what
think?
do we got? What do we think?
What do we think for her? 40
I'm leaning
plus?
like 40s.
Yeah, 40s. That sounds right.
That's what I'm leaning, because then she would have she's seen some shit. Oh
yeah,
wait,
she's a bit grizzled.
Sorry, chat. Sorry, Paradox. Hopefully that wasn't.
Oh yeah, we're definitely getting 40s.
Okay, cool.
And
people like that. All right, so
rogue detective. Oh yeah, there. All
right, so I like the idea. Like she's kind of I like the kind of like what I'm hearing in the backstory is that like, okay, she's detective. She maybe bit of a rogue, disheveled. Maybe she's a bit of a drunk. So she probably wouldn't care too much about her looks. So she probably wouldn't be wearing like lipstick per se. Maybe she's got bags under her eyes. She's just stayed up late on a case. Maybe some stuff like that. So with that in mind, I probably won't like give her like lipstick like that per se, but so she'd have paler lips. Give her.
Yeah.
So as I'm drawing, I'm liking where it's coming together, but I'm still trying to keep the shapes here looking all right.
we've got a few potential backstories for her too.
Ooh, yeah, let's hear 'em.
Yeah, so we still need a name. I think we've gotten a few names, but yeah, more keep the names coming. So yeah, her my name is blank, whatever her name is. I used to date Tony the gangster. When he got shot, I promised him I'll find revenge on the person who shot him, and that's why I'm here. So that could be
Nice.
part of her
All right.
why she became a cop, potentially, why she got into it, which kind of implies like she's a little, she's got this history, this dalliance in the underworld, and then kind of like went straight, but potentially could fall off the wagon again, so that's an interesting kind of character. It's the kind of thing we think about when we're trying to create these characters, is what's their hook, kind of, like, especially if they're going to be an important character in a mission, you need some kind of something to kind of I guess a bit of drama about them. Yeah. So that you've got something to kind of, depending on how you want to use them, something to just something to pull out of them and use in the missions.
Yeah, I like that.
So yeah, something like that is great. Some kind of history in the underworld is good.
Yeah, and maybe as the player, you would be kind of like, okay, how do you help her get what she wants, and how can she help you? Kind of.
Yeah.
I could see a mission chain like that.
Yeah, or should you help her? Maybe you shouldn't help her. That could be, yeah.
Or maybe you shoot her dead.
Oh no. That is the thing, like, yeah, like all these characters that we craft, and then it's like when or that art like kind of helps to create and everything, and then we put them in a mission and they die. It's like, oh man. That's sad.
Yeah. Look at this rich backstory and this interesting character, and she did.
Yeah.
Yeah, but yeah, if you just had empty shell characters that you kind of dealt with, then you wouldn't have that emotion that you get with
True. Yeah, that's what the thugs are for. That's
yeah, they're the empty shells.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, we've got a few names now. So I saw.
What do we got?
There's Karen. There's Siobhan.
Let's see, Siobhan.
Which is interesting. Then we've got another Karen. Margaret. Sylvia. I saw earlier.
I like that.
Yeah, it's good names.
What you feeling? What's some last names? We need some good last names, or like what's her family heritage? What's where's she come from?
Oh, Roxanne, Maria. That's a good question. Yeah, because Gertrude. Gertrude's good.
Gertie.
Actually, that's another thing when we're thinking of names, we try to think about get names in the 1920s or names that would have been popular at that time. To an extent, we try to use those. But also, yeah, depending on where she's from, like names, we try to think of it that too. Like if she's from Ireland, it's like, okay, well, what names were popular in Ireland in the 1920s? So what name would she probably have? Oh yeah. So yeah, it's between Italy and Ireland right now, currently.
All right, yeah, good classics.
Yeah.
My the lady who owned the house that I bought, her name was Gertie. Gertrude.
Oh.
Old Gertie.
Yeah. Gertie. That's a good name. But yeah, like this is kind of stuff too, like that's really fun to kind of think about, is like when and especially Chicago at the time was a city of immigrants, so there's wide cast of characters that can be in the city at the time. So yeah, it's always fun just coming up with characters and thinking about who we can interact with in the city. But
so probably we got 15 minutes left. I'm going to start moving into color now. So one thing I tend to generally work in grayscale first, just because it's easier. Because then all I'm caring about is form and value. So value just being the kind of like the black and white kind of, how dark is it, how light is it, and that kind of helps define the form, and it also helps define things like materials and various things. So actually, one thing I'm noticing here is that a lot of my materials are like her value range is pretty much the same over her whole outfit here, her whole design, which I don't tend to like. So I'm actually going to maybe kind of punch her skin tones up value up a little bit, just so, because you want to kind of see is different blocks of color or value. So I'm just going to, and what's nice about digital is it's so easy to do. Let me do my levels here.
We have gotten a few requests for red hair, so
okay, yeah, we can
just something
that.
to think about
when
she's.
So let's.
yeah.
All right. So I'm going to do. Oh, whoops. So you can kind of see there how I've just taken her skin and brightened it up so that I can start to visualize that as one. Here, I'll actually do a quick overlay. So kind of what I'm thinking, if kind of high level, skin tones for her will be about that range. I kind of want then the coat to be this range. And then kind of pants that range, hair that range. So in that way, I can kind of see, okay, I got this mid gray, this light gray, and this almost like dark kind of black. But if she's going to have red hair, maybe I'll, that'll be something closer to like that range. And that's because high level, your brain will kind of see those shapes, which was kind of what we want. So I'll probably then come in here and do, because I think the jacket is a bit too light as well.
She looks so great so far, though. Like,
thanks.
Yeah,
okay.
It's just really cool.
I'm going to just punch the values of the coat just a bit. Let's do something like that.
Oh, wow.
And I'm liking where that's going. So now I'm going to start into my color layer. So I'll just go into color layer setting there, and I'll clip that. And then, actually, there's another thing that I've just started doing in Photoshop. You can do a gradient map, which is kind of fun. So what I can do here is I'm essentially replacing the values with different colors. So I can kind of, I'll do my black, but I can kind of come in here and say, all right, I want you to be kind of a mid brown. And then I want you to kind of shift into maybe kind of like yellowish color. Yeah, and that's kind of, anyway, that's just kind of a base that I can kind of paint over top. And what's nice about that is it's not just one color, it's not one hue range. I've now got a bit of brown, a little bit of yellow, and I can actually even, maybe even I want to throw in oh, nope, that's not what I want. I want maybe a bit of a skin tone kind of in there.
I like this nickname. This radio
Oh, what is
biology.
it?
It said she looks like an Elizabeth Slick Liz Thompson. Slick Liz.
I like that. Slick Liz.
Thompson's the mayor of Chicago, Mayor Bill Thompson. So maybe she's that's adding another layer. Maybe she's related to Thompson in some way. Could add some kind of drama there in the missions. Or something that if you help her, maybe you get in good with Thompson. You never know. So that's the kind of stuff thinking about with the characters too. Is like, how do they fit into the wider picture of Chicago? Yeah.
So I'm going to try to brighten her. Oh, too much. So I'm also kind of like giving her kind of sickly tones again. Like if she's like been up too long, she smokes a lot of cigars, drinks a lot of alcohol. She's probably not looking the best. I hear you. What was it? What was Slick Liz? I hear you. I feel you.
Slick Liz. Yeah.
All right, let's do. I'm just bringing up the value of her hair a little bit if we're going to give it some kind of reddish tones. Let's do. Oh. Do that a bit.
And do you think about like with aesthetic? So it's like, do all the characters sort of have similar aesthetics with like how they fit into the game, I guess, or is that something you think about when you're doing the concept art of like they all have some kind of thread between them, or is that not or not something that you think about, or?
Let's see. Probably not necessarily as far as like a narrative thread. Other than they all live in the same world, so especially this kind of comes in more to like when we're doing the art direction ADD or the art design doc, we're kind of thinking of like, okay, what are the pillars of this world? And for Empire of Sin, one of the things is like, okay, we want this gritty, it's kind of got this like, everything's rainy, kind of noir-esque vibes on one side. We do have a bit of that kind of glitz and glamour of like 1920s as well. But, so if everyone kind of looks like they're maybe a little bit dirty, they've been walking around outside in a bit of the mud. So one thing I kind of do with that is like, okay, we add a little bit near the base of the pants. Maybe it's, a bit muddy. And I think a lot of the cohesiveness comes to the style. So our style is like it's a little bit of realism. I like to call it stylized realism. So it's a bit of you have your textures and your in the game are kind of more realistic, but the shape language is maybe a little bit more exaggerated, and especially for a game like ours, which is kind of top down. You want the character silhouettes to read a lot more. So that, shape language that I kind of started, talked about at the beginning of the of the talk was kind of a bit about that, make sure characters. So that wouldn't necessarily be realism in its own right, but you can kind of get a mix, a blend of those, which kind of then kind of pulls all the characters into a similar, like they belong together.
Yeah. I like the hair too.
Yeah, nice. Ooh, okay, we got 10 minutes left. All right, what I'm going to do is the next stage of this is I will then usually take all that kind of, so I still have this as like a layer, a color layer. I have all my things there. I now then kind of merge these all down into one, and now I kind of get into the painting and the rendering phase. So now this is the point in which I go solving the details more, whereas a line artist would probably have already solved these. I can kind of come in here and like, okay, what are her eyes actually? So up until this point, it's mainly been suggestive. I'm kind of like slowly kind of pulling in the details as we go along.
Yeah.
So now I'll start thinking about more like, okay, what are the kind of eyelids? I like the idea that her kind of, she has maybe deeper eye sockets, or maybe they're just kind of dark from being tired or out on the town, all night or something.
Yeah. It's so interesting that it's like each that you're considering like at every step kind of like, okay, well this is the kind of character she is, so this is how this might look, and it, like it really, yeah, like it comes through like at the end, everything kind of pulls together. It just looks really cool. Like it looks very like what you'd expect, like coming up with with the character kind of idea.
Yeah. And I think hopefully people in the chat can kind of see how as I'm kind of working through this concept piece, how important it was to have that backstory and narrative kind of like to look at. So like how important it is for like all the work that the writers do in kind of pouring like all the details and backstory and like personality and stuff. Because while I'm drawing, I'm pulling on those references all the time, and it kind of helps. It makes my job easier, at least, which is I'm very thankful for. Because otherwise, what I might do is I might start a concept with one idea, and then if like maybe ideas, or then I kind of change or I don't know where it's going. Maybe as I haven't hit the personality, it's a lot harder than go back to square one. Obviously that happens too, when after you finish a concept, sometimes you're like, that's not really working. You kind of review it with the kind of stakeholders in the team. But yeah, and then sometimes a lot of the time too, it's kind of like a back and forth. It's a dialogue between art and design and narrative. And it's kind of like, oh, how does this work? Does this fit? Is this what you envisioned? And sometimes, sometimes it is, sometimes it isn't. And it's a bit of that, I might have really liked one idea as I was kind of drawing it. But then it doesn't kind of like really kind of hit the story or right. And so I come back and I kind of rework that. And sometimes I might draw something and it's like, oh, I thought this was cool. And designer like, oh yeah, that's awesome. I didn't even think about it.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's a bit of a dialogue. It's back and forth.
That's usually me. Every time I see the concept, I'm like, it's amazing. Like, I love it.
Well, thanks.
I think it's also just that it's always cool to like have this idea for a character in your head and then see them and you're like, whoa, that's crazy. Like that's so cool. Like, and then the further step to like seeing them in the game is like, it's just super cool, super interesting.
Give her some green eyes.
Oh, blue. Oh, green eyes. Oh, interesting.
All right.
Okay. Yeah, she's looking good.
All right, we got 5 minutes. All right. Any other ideas from chat? I don't have a ton of time, but just kind of trying to work through this.
Someone did bring up the hidden weapon.
Yes.
Which may have fallen down the wayside, unless maybe it's in her pocket.
Yeah.
Could be.
Yeah. Let's do. We could just change. We see here revision live. So we'll give her. Maybe she's got a knife.
Oh.
We'll do something like
Someone said give her a bathtub. That's she's supposed to be gritty. That's part of the character. It's part of her charm.
You kind of see it like sometimes the concept, especially on time, you'll have that's a good enough hand, right? Or how about this hand here on the cigar? What is this? I don't even know what's happening there.
It's handish.
Sometimes you don't need to. That's what's nice about concepts. Sometimes you don't need. You just need, as long as everyone gets the idea. It's good. It's good enough. And let's see. Let's give it a little bit of. There we go. But yeah. Okay. Yeah. I think we have 2 minutes left. And any parting words this Sunday there, Katie?
Oh man, I feel a lot like a girl Slick Liz here this morning.
Yeah.
No, I think she's great.
Slick Liz.
I really Slick Liz. I really like seeing this process. It's really cool. And I like the kind of on the fly sort of changes and suggestions and seeing that kind of come together, and it's really cool, really nice.
Humph. She's like, I had to wake up early on a Sunday. Humph.
Classic Liz.
Yeah. All right, all right.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So we're going to switch to... We're back. Katie, you're back.
We're back. Hey, I didn't go away. I'm here.
Hey.
I'm not just a voice.
Yeah.
This was great. Yeah.
Yeah. Thanks everyone for joining in the chat and helping us create this Making a Mobster with us this bright sunny Sunday morning. And yeah. Have
Thanks
a good
so
rest
much.
of ParadoxCon.
Yeah, hope you all enjoyed this, and it was great talking to you. And yeah, enjoy the rest of the weekend. Bye.
Bye.
Hello everyone, and welcome to our last panel for Empire of Sin at PDXCON 2021. We would like to take you down the memory line and talk about how Empire of Sin was created, but also to give you a sneak peek into the future of the game. Together with me are our dear friends from Romero Games, the creators of Empire of Sin. Would you like to introduce yourself?
Hi, sure. My name is Brenda Romero, and I'm the game director of Empire of Sin.
Hi, I'm Katie Gardner, and I'm the lead narrative designer at Empire of Sin.
Hi, I'm Chris King. I'm one of the designers of Empire of Sin.
Awesome. I'm super happy to have you here with me. Let's start from the beginning. Can you tell us how did you come up with the concept, with the idea of Empire of Sin?
Well, I think there's several different stages of coming up with the concept. So we'll start way back when I was a little kid. There was a bar in the town where I grew up, Ogdensburg, New York, and the bar is called The Place. It's still called The Place, in fact. So Ogdensburg is on the Canadian border. It's on the St. Lawrence River. And apparently this bar never closed during Prohibition. And I certainly know that lots of alcohol came across that border. You may find some of that inspiration in the Canadian whiskey or the Canadian Maple Association in the game. And so I just, I wanted to know from my mom, why do they turn a blind eye? Like, how could this place stay open if during Prohibition, alcohol was illegal? And so my mother, she didn't really want to answer that, the cops turned a blind eye and politicians were drinking too. She didn't want to tell me any of that. So I ended up having to figure it out myself. And what ended up happening was a lifelong love affair with criminal empires and researching them. So that's where Empire of Sin I guess, gets its genesis. Now, having a game in Ogdensburg, New York, like when people think Ogdensburg's a fine place, but when people think of Prohibition, they think of Al Capone. And Al Capone was in Chicago, and Chicago was such an incredible hotbed during the time. So we moved the game to Chicago. That seemed pretty obvious. And from there, it just grew. And it's, it really, like, as a game director, I guess, I sort of had the genesis of an idea, but it's really just having such an excellent team that builds the game into what it is into today.
So that's how Empire of Sin was born, a story of Prohibition-era gangsters. So that's how Empire of Sin was born, a story of Prohibition-era gangsters battling it out to take over Chicago. So you spent a lot of time and put your heart and effort into building the game, and after a couple of months, we are finally able to announce the game. And I would like
what
to
an
have
event that
announcement.
was.
Sorry?
Whoops.
Sorry. Yeah. So I just wanted to mention that now is the moment in which I would have I would like to have the announcement trailer. And now we are back. So now it's you.
Yeah, what a time that was. I mean, we'd been working away on Empire of Sin, and nobody knew about it except, people on the team, their spouses, obviously people at Paradox, but a tiny amount of people knew what we were working on. So it was a really exciting time for us.
I know it takes a lot of hard work and talent to create a game like Empire of Sin. So can you tell us a bit more about my favorite team from Galway?
Sure. I think the best thing people can possibly do is to take a look at the credits. So there are so many names there, names of family members, names of development babies, names of pets. Like, it really took I guess a small village on the west of Ireland to build this thing. But there are 33 of us on the core team, and it was absolutely a labor of love. There's 3 of us here, but we are lucky enough to showcase the work of an incredibly talented team, and really proud of the work that everybody's done.
I imagine that it was hard to work on a game that is partially about pubs and alcohol during pandemic when all the pubs are closed, right?
Yeah. So, well, the funny thing about living here is, Irish people, they find a way to drink in a public space. So what you started getting were these they're called shebeens. They're basically like little pubs contained in sort of sometimes caravans, sometimes sheds, and it was very not allowed. But it was they were definitely like popping up all over the place, and you were kind of seeing them in the news all the time, and it's amusing to see that community, or that sense of, this is what we do. It's a sort of a social activity. Is it was still going on, like there even throughout the pandemic. So yeah, it was interesting to see that.
Yeah, one of my favorite stories on one of these kind of Irish, we'll call them speakeasies since I don't speak the lingo, was I saw a story about one that had a widescreen TV for the football, a bar, a pool table, and of course a smoking area, because they weren't going to break the government mandated smoking ban in their illegal pub, which kind of sort of like tees off the attitude to speakeasies in the Prohibition era, where it was illegal, but people didn't really see it as illegal and didn't really see themselves breaking any laws.
Very considerate.
Yeah, very.
So maybe let's talk about the community. As soon as the game was announced, we received a lot of great feedback from our fans. So can you tell us how their feedback was implemented to the game, how it affected the game?
It might be easier to say how it didn't affect the game, right? Like, we got so many different, everything from old-fashioned email to loads of comments whenever we would do a stream. We did Discord meetups, we did a Reddit AMA, we had blogs, videos, like all kinds of different things. I think some of the biggest things that I can think about are the community feedback once we were on a stream playing the game, and they're like, man, we really want VO with these bosses. And so it was like, man, can we do VO? Like, is there, because we were pretty well, we were pretty far down, I guess, pretty far, anyway, we're pretty far along the road, but we thought, yeah, let's do it. So we got voices into the game. And then from the voices, it's like, well, now we got to get lip sync. Nobody should like do this at this point in development. but we were determined to find a way, and did find a way. So, getting back to that super talented team thing. So found a way to do that. And then we, other things that were just questions like, finding out like, how does the community feel about weapon durability? The answer is no. Just didn't want weapon durability in there. We have lots of stuff that we're doing. The community is really engaged, and since some of you might be watching, I just want to say thanks for me and everybody on the team. It's super valuable, and your feedback has been great.
We all know that the release of the game was just the beginning of the big journey that we are having here. So maybe we can talk about the ongoing support for the game. Take it on, Chris.
Yeah, obviously one of the things, one of the early pieces of feedback we got was that players were discovering what we call the safe house rush, where they just basically attacked the enemy safe houses one by one and won the game very, very quickly indeed. And it's one of those things that once seen, it could not be unseen. So we could just say to players, just don't do it. Right, it'll be fine. Just don't. No, they it was kind of thing they kind of had to do it. So we came up with the idea of hiding the safe houses. So when you first meet a faction, you will not know where they are, and so you cannot just strike directly at their safe houses to take them out. But what we also wanted to do was to make sure that it wasn't just a kind of artificial roadblock to the game. So although there are various means to discover it, including just waiting them out, you also can simply start attacking them, taking their rackets, and one by one eventually you will find out where the safe house is to allow you to sort of like keep advancing through the game without it just being a kind of short circuit. Now, a rather interesting consequence of this was we then increased the number of combats people had, especially very aggressive people, and this led to another problem.
So, Chris, you're absolutely right. It did create a new problem, which fortunately we had a solution for. And before I get to that, I do want to say that in addition, not just to hiding the safe houses, which what boss is going to say, oh, here's my safe house, come attack me. So I'm thrilled we did that. We also closed 480 issues and improvements were addressed. And we also updated the AI in the safe house. So what problem was Chris talking about? So the problem Chris was talking about was really aggressive combat. And if players played particularly aggressively, what would end up happening was they would sort of be stuck in this big combat loop. They're attacking everybody, everybody's attacking them. So players begged, please, can we have an auto resolve? So this was the first major feature that we added to the game. It was the centerpiece of the auto resolve update 1.04. And it gave you an opportunity to just auto resolve the combat, and it would tell you how things went. It would give you the proceeds of it. Maybe some people would die, maybe they would win, but it would give you what the odds were. Or you could fight it out yourself. Players absolutely loved that. So with the auto resolve update, in addition to doing that, we also made further improvements to the AI on the player side, as well as improve the enemy AI. And we fixed 320 individual bugs or improvements. So it was a real serious improvement to the game.
And then the next update that we had done after auto resolve was called the gangster update, and that unsurprisingly involved changes to gangsters. So there were 4 different aspects of gangsters that were sort of updated for this this update. So that is changing some tiers, changing relationships, changing the costs, and adding weapon proficiency. So I'll start with the relationships. So what we did was we sort of altered how gangsters feel about each other, where previously it might have been, this person likes one person, hates this person, or maybe doesn't hate anyone, but maybe likes this person, loves this person. So now it's a lot more relationships going on. So people, especially like within their tiers, which makes sense because it's competition, right? So people would be hating 2 people like on their tiers, or liking 2 people higher up. So you kind of have to think a bit more strategically about who you hire and when you hire them. And that leads to cost as well. So what we did was the lower tier gangsters, we reduced costs. We reduced costs for higher tier gangsters, and kind of made the costs kind of lower throughout. But we did increase the weekly take for higher tier gangsters. So again, you kind of have to think about who you're hiring and if you can afford them in the long term. So after costs, we moved around some of the gangster tiers, so that involves promotions and demotions for certain gangsters, and most notably, I suppose, would be Grover and Maria, who are sort of the fan favorites of players. So Grover and Maria did so well in the game that they were promoted to the next tier up, which means that they cost more. You need more notoriety to hire them, but it's worth it because they're two very great characters. So that also kind of diversifies the lower tier a little bit more. It means that you can be exposed to different kind of gangsters early on, which is really great. So lastly, that comes to weapon proficiency. So with weapon proficiency, it basically means the more that you use a certain weapon, and this includes the boss or gangsters, the better you become at using it. So if you use a handgun and you start to rack up those kills, like 15, 20 kills, you start to get certain traits that mean that they're more effective if you keep using those weapons. So those are sort of the high level updates the high level additions for the gangster update.
Yeah, it was a fantastic update, really. Like I think Maria and Grover just realized what their worth was. Also two of my favorite characters. And I will say the coding team and the QA team and the production team, obviously, and the art team, everybody must have been busy, because for this specific update, 570 different issues and improvements are going into the game. It is a massive update patch list. So take a look at that when that's out there. And I would say, like, right now, players like the direction that the game is going, and we've seen significant improvements in the game and in player engagement. Game Pass has been a great success, and we have an engaged, passionate community. I keep mentioning the community, but really, we do have a great community. Like, it's been fantastic. So we're getting close to where we want to be, and we're optimistic for the future, and we're excited to announce what we have for you today.
Yes, the future. That's what we all are waiting for Empire of Sin. I know that you're working on both free and paid content for the game. So maybe let's talk about free content first.
Yeah, sure. I'll jump in first here. And one of the things we're looking at is restructuring how you own the city and manage your empire. Because obviously, there's something just so thematic about gangsters is the feeling of territory. You're entering Capone's territory, or this is Jenna's territory. So what we decided we want to do is make it nice and clear, what is yours and what is not yet yours, because that's really how the city divides up. And so for that, what we've done is we kind of carved up the neighborhoods into precinct units. If you maybe imagine them as kind of provinces in a more traditional strategy game, and as a more personal aside, I loved Empire of Sin because they didn't have to do provinces anymore, and all of a sudden I've decided to add them again, which just goes to show I never learned. But that aside. So the idea here is we're going to have these provinces, these precincts, and there will be one owner of a precinct, and essentially the ownership of the precinct confers exclusive access to the racket sites in that precinct. Now, the way we work this is we have the idea of a depot building. This is a kind of central hold point for the precinct. It acts as a supply into the kind of goods and material to keep your rackets running. And in return, money flows back into the depots. And then from the depots, they flow along a chain to the most deserving person in Chicago, which is, of course, yourself. You're going to build your empire through the control of the precincts. And the connections between them become very important, because without a connection, you cannot get the money back. So the precincts, or the rackets inside these unconnected precincts, become basically worthless to you until you can reconnect them. This creates a kind of geography around the city, and also kind of where you expand next becomes quite important, because you can close off vulnerabilities. You might create a vulnerability in your empire, or you can strike at enemy vulnerabilities based upon how you choose to do this. The other thought that drove us here was the idea of trying to create more meaningful fights. So you can still attack rackets, you can loot them, you can also, and you'll also be earn some cash and all these kind of things. But if you want to gain control of the precinct, you've got to attack the depot. So the depot becomes a kind of the key fight for advancing your empire. And so we kind of create these kind of bigger, more epic fights for you to to participate in. We've also, as part of this system, overhauled how we're going to upgrade your empire and manage it. So on the precinct level, we got rackets, sites which you can then buy, build, and upgrade. But instead of the kind of multi-leveled kind of upgrade system at the moment, we're just going to go for a straightforward linear upgrade path, which is going to make the rackets better and better. And on top of that, we're going to add in an additional system of improvements, which are additional slots in the precinct you can use to buy tailored improvements for the precinct. Now, we're going to make sure that there are more improvements than slots to give you choices on how you sculpt your precincts and allow you to create this kind of specializations in precincts. So we're going to have some that increase the number of guards defending the precinct, some that increase the revenue, others will do things like influence your relationship with the police, which we'll come on to in a bit. But the idea is to create this whole new system of managing and expanding your empire.
Speaking of expanding empire, Chris, the bears behind you, I would assume that they would have painted the map and there's some kind of territory line. Are they allies, enemies? Am I not supposed to mention this?
It's boss and underboss. The polar bear knows his place.
So the smaller bear is the boss.
The older bear. Older bear.
Oh, the elder bear. Okay, perfect.
Yeah. Yes, it's a bit long in the tooth. The grey elements.
Oh man, yeah, I'd say so. All right, so yeah, that there's yet another weird DLC confirmed. Okay, so with all of that, so Chris talked about first of all map painting, which I cannot wait for. That is, we're hard at work on this. It is really coming along well. We're super excited to be able to share that with you. There will be even more that we talk about, but map painting, access to control supply lines, depot buildings. You're probably picking up that this means that some of the things in the interface aren't going to stay the same, and you would be right about that. So as players scaled their empire, which is obviously that's fun, at some point in time it becomes kind of unmanageable, and it sort of looks like a spreadsheet, which if you're a game designer is fantastic. If you just want to play a game, you'd rather leave that to the accountants. So all of those screens, the economic screens that some players found confusing, they're all, there will be a hitman for all of those. And it's all centralized and made much more manageable with the precinct screen. So while I'm on that and not actually at all related, I want to talk about one of the worst puns that I've heard. This pun comes direct from Sweden. This pun is courtesy of Christopher Ring, but it is a feature that we're introducing in this free update, and that is modsters, as in MOD, as opposed to mobsters. So we are introducing phase 1 of modding with the game. We're going to be rolling modding out in phases, but it's horrible, isn't it? I told them it was really good because it was like, oh my gosh.
I love you, Chris.
So we're introducing so we're introducing phase 1 of modding. Really excited about that. Look forward to seeing what the community is going to create with the tools that they have, and we'll keep adding more and more as we go.
Yeah, we've also got the modding, that's really exciting. That's going to be really cool. But we've also got some new win conditions. Well, one win condition and one path to victory that we're going to be adding in this free update. So let's start with the win condition. It's called Chi-Town Mogul. So that's sort of an economic way to win the game. So you get that by owning a certain percentage of all of the rackets in the city. So if that's your strategy, then that's a way to win the game in this update. The path to victory is called the buyout. So that's a more diplomatic approach to winning the game. So that's a way to you sort of have to build a relationship with a boss that you want to remove from the city first, and then you also on top of that have to have a certain amount of cash, with the idea of you sort of convince them to leave the city, and once you meet that criteria, you might be able to pursue them to leave Chicago in a non combat related sort of way.
In a box.
Yeah. You don't have to storm into their safe house. You can kind of slip them an envelope, and
you can have this casket or this envelope. Which one would you like?
Yep.
So we're also going to be doing some improvements to police.
Yeah, as I alluded to earlier, as part of the precinct overhaul, we're also going to overhaul the police. I mean, the police system with the suspicion on the rackets, and we also had the relationship with the police, which wasn't really clear how it connected with suspicion of the rackets, meant that it didn't really deliver enough strategically for the game. So what we're going to do is also, at the same time, as part of our commitment to making the UI clearer, we're going to remove prosperity, we're going to remove suspicion, and all these numbers are going to merge into a number called police activity. And basically what police activity is how many police there are hanging around your precincts. The more police there are, this is obviously going to discourage people from going to your rackets. So when the direct effects is going to hit your income. The other thing is that the police will, if they're active enough in the precinct, start raiding your racket sites and putting them out of business for a while. Now, as a player, there's several drivers for this police activity. Obviously, the more rackets and the more upgraded the rackets are, the more brazen you are, the harder it is for the police to ignore your activities. And also, as with the old prosperity numbers, if you go around on a killing spree in a precinct, the police have to react and they have to come along and take a look. On the other side, though, you can invest in improvements that will keep the police at bay. Get a mob lawyer acting in the precinct, and the police will be just going, it's not worth their while kind of harassing people. And the other thing, of course, is straightforward. Your police relationship will influence how active the police will be in your areas. Give the chief a nice, generous donation to his retirement fund, and he will then get his officers looking the other way for you. Obviously, annoy the chief, and he will take it personally and send these officers into the precincts you control. So the idea here is to create a new system which kind of makes the whole police easier to understand, and also give you really cool tools to kind of influence how they act. In this system, bribery is a way forward.
That sounds like a lot of awesome content coming to Empire of Sin, and my understanding is that all of this will be free, right?
It in fact will be. Yeah, it's going to be. It's a huge update. But we know fans are going to love it, and we're really excited for it as players as well.
Okay, but I also know that we have a lot of very demanding players, and for those people, we all also working on the first DLC for Empire of Sin, Make It Count. So maybe we can talk about this one now.
Yeah, I would love to. So before I even do that, so I'll just kind of spill the obvious beans. There's going to be a new boss. There's going to be a new profession. There's going to be a new racket, and there's also loads of other stuff that we will talk much more about soon. I just want to tell you this: whenever I play any kind of board game that has to do with gangsters, especially gangsters from this time period, I always choose one specific gang. If it's in the game, that's what I'm playing. And that gang is Murder Inc. Like, there's no cooler name for a gang than that. I feel like you should almost get +5 notoriety just for starting with that. Like Reagan's Colts or Murder Inc. Which one's cooler? So I'm really excited for that one. And our new boss, I'll let Katie tell you who he is, but our new boss, he's an accountant. You can be like, seriously, an accountant? But he's the mob's accountant. This guy, he's as good with numbers as he is with a gun, which Murder Inc. probably gave away. He also ended up setting up criminal syndicates in Atlantic City. So he is super, super badass. And with that, I'll let Katie tell you maybe who he is.
Yeah, so if you haven't guessed already who it is, we're talking about Meyer Lansky, who is the new boss for the Make It Count DLC. And as Brenda said, yeah, he was known as the mob's accountant. He was very proficient in casino management. So for his sort of what he would bring to the table in this DLC, we wanted to focus on his economic sort of ability and his diplomatic abilities. So to start with, he is going to excel at a new racket that we're introducing in Make It Count, which I'll let Chris talk about a little bit later. He also, currently, when you hire gangsters into your crew, if you don't pay them, they will threaten to leave in 3 months. That's just standard, makes sense. So when you have Meyer Lansky, they actually will take a little bit longer, so they won't leave right away, and that's due to his sort of threatening appearance. So the other ways that Meyer Lansky, other sort of elements of the game that he excels at is the buyout path to victory. So if you decide to pursue that path, you won't need as much money to convince other factions to leave Chicago. He also has a combat ability called Bolster the Ranks, and that means when it's activated, you'll summon 2 bodyguards into the fight, and they will fight to the death for you. So that's handy. So yeah, that's just a little bit about Meyer Lansky and what he's going to do. But no DLC would be complete without mention of a new type of gangster. So in Make It Count, we'll be introducing the Fixer. So the Fixer type of gangster is someone who sort of, I suppose, mitigates conflict in several ways. So there's going to be 5 gangsters in total. There's going to be 1 per tier. And a few things that they can do. So, as I said, they can mitigate conflict. So, if you want to hire 2 gangsters, but they hate each other, right now, you just kind of have to go, well, they don't like each other. We're going to try to find a way around that, and hire different people. So, the Fixer can allow you to hire those 2 gangsters that don't like each other. So, it lets you sort of optimize your crew and sort of make the most out of who you're hiring. They also have this ability in combat, which is a bribe mechanic. So if you are walking down the street of Chicago with your crew and, the guards try to instigate combat with you, if you have the Fixer in your crew, you can attempt to bribe those guards so that you don't have to fight. And so it's a way to sort of get around combat in that way. They also, their combat skills focus more on long-range firepower and area control. So that's sort of the strategy that they'll have in combat. They also, I know I mentioned before the new racket that we're introducing, but you also need a Fixer in order to open this new type of racket. So I'm going to let Chris talk about that right now.
Yeah, thank you, Katie. Yes, obviously, I know sinners out there. You probably all been wanting to lend large amounts of money at highly, highly competitive rates of interest. And for you, we have the new racket, the Loan Shark. Thematically, these kind of operate around out of abandoned shops and businesses. So you won't see people coming into the racket getting their dreams crushed. But basically, you set the one up, you put some capital in, which is the kind of money it's going to lend out, and then the money comes in. Now, sadly, some people underestimate just how competitive your interest rates actually are. And obviously, you then have to deal with things. Now, being the boss, you don't personally go around and deal with this. This is beneath you. But from time to time, your Loan Shark personnel will come and ask you how they should deal with stuff. And how you choose to deal with it will influence how profitable the racket is, and also your wider standings. Are you a hard boss? Are you a soft boss? Or are you tough enough? People will notice how you handle these things. And with Loan Sharks, obviously, it's not the end, because we're also looking at adding some other cool content, Brenda.
Yeah, so with Loan Sharks, first of all, if you are running Murder Inc., people should really seriously think twice about defaulting on their loans. And players have been asking for a Loan Shark, like almost from the beginning. So we're excited to put that into the game. And I think you can see that Make It Count, first of all, starting out with Meyer Lansky, who's a super badass, and then having the Fixer, so that's a bunch of new gangsters, having a new racket. We're really rounding out the strategy and Empire layer of the game and making a big improvement there. I think players are going to love the addition, because it just gives you whole different ways to play the game. Now, in addition to the stuff we've already told you about, there will, of course, be new missions. Like Meyer Lansky is going to have his own boss mission, and we'll have more gangster missions. There will be achievements, items. There's going to be new combat maps, new safe house maps. So there's just a whole lot going on in this update.
And if you want to know more, please make sure to follow us on social media, where we are also publishing a lot of interesting content. And if you haven't seen our cosplay panel, please do it now. And you can still apply and take your part in the contest. Send us your photos, and you will have a chance to win great prizes from Razer. So thank you once again, Brenda, Chris, and Katie, for joining us today. And for you people watching us from their homes, please stick around, because after a short break, we'll come back to you to answer your questions from the home studio. Hello everyone and welcome back. For those that joined us just now, a moment ago on Twitch, a small reminder, my name is Maciej, I'm a member of community team here at Paradox, and together with me are our dear guests from Romero Games, creators of Empire of Sin, Brenda Romero, Chris King, and Katie Gardner. Once more, it's super nice to have you here, guys.
Thanks.
Hello.
Pleasure to be here.
Thank you. So we are starting our Q&A session right now. If you want to participate, please head over to our Twitch chat, and I will do my best to transfer all your questions from Twitch to our game developers. And we will talk about all your questions in detail. But maybe before we start, I actually have one question on my own, if you don't mind. So I know that you work on Make It Count, your first DLC, for quite some time now. And we are obviously all super excited about the new expansion coming out. So how does it feel to actually be able to finally talk about it publicly?
Awesome. I mean, that is always, I was particularly thinking of the Vicky 3 team, right? Like when you have something really exciting that you can't wait to announce, my goodness, it's so good to finally be able to do that.
Cool. And do you have any favorite part of the expansion that you really like to play and expand and so on?
Well, for me, painting the map, I think, is pretty awesome, right? I really do enjoy the early game when you're going out and you're taking over all these individual rackets, but it has a stronger feeling of progress, I guess, when you actually see the map change, like this piece of the map, a bigger piece of the map change color, and recognize, and there's the added strategy of, cutting somebody else off, like which section of the map, which precinct do you want to take in order to cut somebody else off? And that's like such a staple of strategy games anyway.
Yeah, I'm really excited about the some of the new missions that are going to be coming up. One of the big ones, like I've been kind of playing through it now, and with testing and just kind of making sure everything looks okay. And there's some really cool mechanics that we're adding in. So I'm just very excited to see what players think about it. So yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I'm looking forward to seeing what we can do with the AI here, because with the addition of precincts, we also create geography, location, and we're already working on how the AI should value different parts of the city, which will then drive AI decision making. So hopefully we can, level up the AI with these features.
Mm-hmm. Also, by the way, Chris, I know that you have a long history of working also for Paradox and creating grand strategy games. Can you tell us a bit how this experience affected your work on Empire of Sin?
Well, one thing, personal level, I think it was actually a lot of fun to actually do something different from grand strategy, because that's all I've ever really worked on. So that was So personally, it was a new challenge. It was interesting. It was fun. But obviously, it was just kind of taking the experience in of having worked a lot of grand strategy games. When it came to working the strategy layer, I knew that some of the suggestions coming through wouldn't work because we tried them before and they simply didn't work. Right? So it was kind of blending in that kind of experience on the strategy side. I mean, I got to say, when it came to things like combat and all these kind of things, I was just going, I'll leave you guys to it. But strategy, I feel like I kind of pulled my weight.
I see. So, as just a reminder for you guys, we are still on Twitch chat. So, if you have any specific questions that you would like me to ask to the game developers, you can do it now, and I will do my best to transfer them as soon as possible. Speaking of experience, also, I know, Brenda, that you and John have like 3 decades of experience in the video game industry, and it's basically as much as I'm walking the earth, to be honest. So I'm just curious how all this experience that you gathered over the years affected the game development.
John and I got into the industry when we were literal kids, really ridiculously young. And I mean, that was, I guess, something that you could do at the time. But anybody can start making games in their early teens like we did. So how does it affect it? I don't know. I mean, part of the early history, for game developers who have been in the industry for a really long time, it has, it doesn't really have that much of an effect because, for instance, working on the Apple II and learning how to stuff everything onto a floppy, that just doesn't matter today. And a lot of the game design patterns that we would have had back then don't have a place today or would seem super outdated. And so it's really, I think for any developer, it's the last 10 years of their experience that comes into play. If anything, like that old experience, back from when I was a kid, just, helps for discipline, helps in, knowing when to ask questions, or, to get expertise, when to listen, when to watch, what to do. But it's great to be in game development. And it's funny, Machi, because you mentioned John, and I've been watching PDXCON in the segments that you've been on, and finally somebody else is getting questions on their hair and their hair care regimen.
Oh, well, my secret is washing my hair every day with a shampoo. That's it.
That's it? That's your big secret? Now it's out.
Yeah. Also, we actually have a couple of first questions from the chat. So the question from Lil's Cud. How big is the new DLC? I understand that this is mostly a question in terms of how many hours of content, how big it is in terms of how many quests you have and new gangsters and so on.
Well, we're not specifically releasing this, time to beat for the DLC because that's something that we're tuning, and so we're not putting necessarily a metric on that. But you have a new boss. That boss has a new campaign. Which Katie could probably talk a little bit about without giving any spoilers away. And then there's 5 new gangsters, which are all of a new profession, the Fixer. So, we expect it will give you, it definitely should give you the standard play length. And we're also doing things just in the Precinct, which is the free update, that we know will lengthen the game and give players more opportunity to make tactical decisions. And long-range strategic decisions as well.
Sorry. With the missions, so Meyer Lansky is going to have his own boss personal mission, as Brenda said, so his own kind of campaign. We also have this new mission that we were introducing that any boss can do. It's sort of like the CMA that's in the game currently. So that will be that's the one that's got like lots of new mechanics. Well, Lansky's one does too, but yeah, that one's got like lots of. It's a bit of like a. How do I describe it? Yeah, it's I don't want to give anything away specifically about it, but it's like how do I talk about it without talking about it? But yeah,
it's awesome. It's pure awesome.
It's great.
Yeah, just turn your mic off, Katie, and say everything.
Yeah, I can say with Lansky's mission. So his, and I know that we've talked about this before, but Arnold Rothstein is going to play a part in both Lansky's mission and this main mission that we're introducing for the DLC. So you'll see him popping up here and there in the missions. So, and yeah, but we've got like other, we're adding some events to deal with loan sharks, and we're adding some more smaller missions. So there'll be a good chunk of new content in there. Yeah.
Cool, thank you very much. The next question from Teil99: what engine will it be using? The DLC, I mean.
Same engine is the main game, which is Unity. The game was built in Unity.
Okay. Next one from, sorry for butchering your nickname, from Prime Gaming Silkney TV, I guess. What's the one thing each of you would have loved to see in the game but couldn't make it yet? Just one. Super tricky.
All right, then somebody else answer. There's so many. I mean, that's the thing. Like I really wanted murdering to be in the game. Really wanted that, because every time there's a board game that I love called Family Business, and it's a card game. Whenever I play Family Business, I always play as murdering. So I was thrilled to see them in the game, and I'm reluctant to say like what's the one thing that I want to see now, because that is the thing that I will probably super advocate for the next DLC.
Yeah, I think my answer would just be more of everything. I managed to get one new racket type in this DLC. I would have loved to have added 2 or 3. I got a cool new diplomatic option to eliminate, where you can pay people off to go home, or not go home, leave Chicago for good. I'd love to have added more. So it's just, if you give me more programmers, give me more time, and I'll give you more.
Yeah, I think there's no shortage of ideas. So like, it's new content. We've got a lot of content that we can't get everything in, and there's always like new ideas for new mechanics and everything. So yeah, there's a lot of ideas going around. Yeah.
Okay. Super cool. So you're not confirming anything, but there is a lot of stuff that you would like to do. Cool.
I mean,
a lot of stuff.
Mati, what you're not telling people, and is that there are 2 Paradox Hitmen on either side of the screen. And if I confirm anything or say what big ideas I want, I'm instantly gone. Yeah. That's a little secret that you're not revealing.
just blink
off camera.
Just blink 3 times if you need help. All right. Yeah. Next question from Jax Guerre. John told yesterday that his great-grandmother had influence on the character Elvira Duarte. Are there more real people, like family, friends, devs, who made it into the game?
Yes. So Frankie Donovan is based on my great-grandfather, who came from Ireland, and his name was Paddy Donovan, but I figured that if I put Paddy Donovan in the game, people wouldn't necessarily believe that was his real name, though it was, and he was born on St. Patrick's Day, no less. So, he looks like my father, and then Salazar Reina is based on a combination of John's grandfather and his uncle. Who else is in the game that's based on family and friends? Well, of course, there's Vicky Truff. So somebody recently on Reddit identified that there was a bit of trolling in there, and that has to do with Vicky 3. So maybe now that her secret is out, she'll have to update her bio to reflect that.
Yeah.
But
her bio is great. Like one of the writers, Jack Lawton, wrote it, and I think he is familiar with the Vicky franchise. So yeah, but I love it. He did a great job with that. Yeah.
I was surprised that it was only recently found. Or maybe somebody's found it and I haven't noticed it, but it was just a couple of days ago somebody posted that on our Slack, and I was really surprised that it was only recently found.
Well, maybe this hitmen, that we have at Paradox are just super effective, and that's the thing. That's how we're keeping our secrets, But we are talking quite a lot about Make It Count. So maybe for those of you that joined us just a moment ago or didn't see the announcement yet, I think this is a good moment to actually play the trailer for you.
Greed. It's the real lifeblood of Chicago. And there's always opportunities to make a buck in this town. A fixer. Need a loan or help smoothing over a little relationship problem? Want to make sure your competition leaves town quietly. In this city, you gotta take what you want. Go ahead, make a move. Just remember, you better make it count. Maya Lansky.
Cool. So that was the trailer. If you would like to know more about the upcoming expansion, you can go to the official website and follow us on social media, where we will be posting a lot of information, videos, blogs, and so on, other kinds of content related to it. So please make sure to tune in, and we are back on the stream. About the expansion, people are already asking if these 5 new gangsters, these 5 new fixers, will have dedicated quests for them.
So one of them will in this DLC, and I can give the name because she's in an article already. But her name is Ma Miller. And her nickname is the Pillar, so it's Ma the Pillar Miller, because she's a pillar of the community. So she's based on Ma Ferguson, who was a Texas governor, I believe, who was extremely corrupt, but very well loved. Like they loved her in Texas, and so we wanted to take that character and put her into Chicago. So Ma Miller is sort of loosely based on Ma Ferguson, but yeah, I don't want to go too much into her mission. Again, I don't want to have any spoilers. But
do you have a hitman?
But yeah,
there
she will
too,
have
Katie.
One. Yeah. But yeah, so there'll be a few other gangsters that are in the game that have some missions too. So we'll be adding a few kind of the new gangsters. It's Ma Miller, but there'll be others as well.
All right. I think this is a question mostly for you, Chris. A question from Gimfan99. Will precincts reduce the amount of combat you have to do in the game? How do they affect the economy?
Well, for the combat part, the idea here is that there's a single control building that will flip the precinct. So from that point of view, there's one big Titanic fight that will convert it, so it can reduce the amount of combat. But we do know that people enjoy looting their way through rackets, so we've added in an additional twist that if you loot the rackets and close them, the depot fight becomes easier because the guards from the rackets will actually come and reinforce the depot. So we've kept the old combat. We've given you incentives to carry out, but yes, we can convert to one single Titanic fight, flipping a large section of the city. For the economics, we have. The idea here is just to make the Empire just easier to manage. Because we gather the rackets up into precincts, as we can display them as one single unit to you, and the idea is you can just keep on top of things so much better because you'll know where things are.
Okay, so the economy in the game will be even deeper than it is now, and there will be a lot of things to look into when you're a player that really likes to get into the nitty-gritty details, if I understand correctly.
Well, I think the biggest one is the idea of supply lines, where you have to connect your empire together with precincts, or control precincts will connect your empire together, allow you to get booze and supplies out to your rackets, and most importantly, from your point of view, getting the money back to your safe houses, because that means that where things are in the world starts to matter more. So it kind of connects your economic choices of where you put rackets to the wider strategic game.
Sweet, thank you very much. Another question from Kleinen. Have you thought about making the Temperance League more prominent in the game? I know that there are some quests related to them already, right? But are there any plans to make them more prominent?
So yeah, there are some quests with them, and we definitely want to expand on that more. And there is something that we have planned, but again, I don't want to go into details.
All right. I will leave it there then.
It'll be sort of an event-based, thing that's going on, but something really fascinating that we found through history that it's one of those things that we came across and we were like, does this actually exist? How can this be real? And it was like, yeah, it's a thing that actually happened. But I just don't know if I should go into any details. So, but yeah, it's gonna be very interesting.
All right. Sorry for putting you at risk.
Right now,
then
there would be a message. Oh, sorry.
Yeah. Sorry for putting you at risk.
If we were playing the game right now, Katie would have earned the nickname Vague. Just it would pop up and Katie has earned the nickname Vague.
Sounds like a good idea for a Steam achievement or something as well. Maybe that's the thing. All right. I also
yes, that's the short answer though. Yeah.
Also, I believe that everyone that is following Paradox know that we are not biased at all when it comes to Sweden. Like, Sweden is not overpowered in any of our games. This is like common knowledge. But still, I see a question on the chat, and people are asking, iMolf is asking, will you create a Swedish Minnesota-Chicago hybrid mobster that will be absolutely overpowered?
That's a great idea.
No.
There are so many, like probably one of the coolest things that we get from players when they make suggestions is, have you thought about so-and-so for a gangster or for a boss? And there have been multiple occasions where player suggestions are either, they're all coming from history, and they will, here's this random person in history that somehow in an internet wormhole they discovered, and that person comes up and it's just like, oh my goodness, we totally need to put this in. That happened about a couple weeks ago, and I'm sure Katie well knows that I'm on this little Slack, rampage is the wrong word, but like, we've got to have this guy, please, can we have this guy? Now, in fairness, I've said this about probably 3 other people, so there's just no end to it. So if you come up with a Swedish boss that you think is exceptionally overpowered, feel free to reach out to us, and anyone on Discord, Facebook, Twitter, email, Paradox forums, because we read everything. So all of your suggestions go straight to the team.
Mm-hmm. And talking about gangsters, do you have any favorites?
Ooh,
I can tell you who the player favorite is. I'm curious if people in chat have any idea who the player favorite is. I'll see that after, but like the person who has played the gangster who has played the most hours by far, and the gangster who has won the most games as well. For me, I think Maria, just because Maria always, Maria's just great. Like, and Maria has, when her hair trigger activates, it has taken out a boss on 2 occasions for me, and that was pretty amazing.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, sorry. Go on, Chris.
No, you fire on, Katie.
So I really like Dottie Bacon. I love her name, but I like her backstory too. And just that she is this super hardcore, like, woman. She's got like the metal leg and everything, and her gun is like, she's got a unique weapon, and it's like so powerful, and I love it. And I also like Pearl Crane, just because she's really fun, and she also has a great weapon. But yeah, but like for the lower tier gangsters, Maria was always great. Like the hair trigger, you can't beat it. It's so useful in combat.
So the character who has played Chris, I'm sorry. Chris, you mentioned first.
Don't worry
No,
about me.
no, you go.
It don't matter anyway. No, I don't have a favorite, but I do have a least favorite gangster, which is Gibby. That man needs to buy a shirt.
No, that's my favorite.
Jesus, it gets cold in Chicago in winter and he's running around topless. I mean, this is just crazy. It ruins my immersion.
Leave Jimmy alone. He's beautiful.
Oh, I'm always taking Gibby, and he's my favorite guy. I mean, that's my favorite demolitionist. Like every team I'm creating ever in this game, he's the first pick. But okay,
He's so happy.
okay.
He's just got this big smile. Like, he's great.
Well, fair enough. It's the matter of taste, I guess. And obviously, we are right and you're wrong, Chris. Sorry for that, but that's the fact.
No, the customer's always right, and I'm a paying customer.
Fair enough.
I'm pretty sure you got the game for free, Chris. So
don't ruin the magic.
So the character who has played the most hours by far is Grover.
Oh, okay.
So Grover seems to be the super favorite. The character who has won the most games, I actually saw somebody there in the chat mentioned them, is R. R is devastating. So probably one of my favorite characters, although because R is late game, I don't get to play them that often.
Yeah, I see that some people on the chat also mentioned R and Bruno as their favorites. So I think these are interesting picks as well. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, Bruno's great. Yeah.
All right. So some time ago, like I think yesterday or 2 days ago, we had this separate panel about cosplay and art of Empire of Sin. So I think this is a good moment also to remind you folks that you can still participate in the cosplay contest that we are having. So please make sure to send us your photos. And the contest ends on the 14th of June, so there is still a bit of time. And as rewards, the 10 people that will create 3 people that with the best cosplays will get the Empire of Sin premium keys. And make it count, since this is a premium key, is already included in this package. So you will be able to play the game immediately after the expansion is released, which is, I think, pretty nice. And talking about cosplays, I'm not sure, guys, if any of you ever attended a cosplay, party or tried to dress up for any occasions like that?
No.
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 I have friends that do, though.
Yeah, I haven't, but I've been to, because we go to a whole bunch of cons, I have absolutely been to cosplay cons. I've been to one on 2 different occasions where someone was cosplaying John, my husband.
Oh.
which was interesting. And I've met many, many, many characters from his previous games.
All right. Question from Prime Gaming Silky TV. Do you have plans to support content creators, like mods and so on as well? I understand.
Yeah, so that's probably one of the most exciting things that will be coming out in the precinct is phase 1 of modding. So we're not announcing exactly what you will be able to mod yet, or even the date for that. But when we release the precinct, phase 1 of modding will be in there, and we're all really excited to see what the community creates.
Cool. Actually, I see that we are slowly running out of questions. So, General Toad, the usual question that we are seeing, I think, for a couple of months right now, it just popped up again. So, British Lewis 12, are there any plans to add a custom faction or a boss creator? I know that we talked about that a bit during our previous streams, but I think it's worth to explain this again.
Sure. So right now, I can say that, as I mentioned earlier, if you post something on the Paradox forums to the Empire of Sin Twitter account, email where else? Discord, Facebook, anywhere. We see all those comments, and many people have asked for a custom faction creator, a custom boss creator. We have definitely heard this. It is on the wish list. So we haven't announced, we haven't said anything more than that, but we definitely hear that it is a really popular request.
Mm-hmm. And this will be our very last question. How many of the game mechanics will be moddable in the future?
Well, with phase 1, we haven't put a only up to phase whatever. So the hitmen are staring at me, but we are, I mean, our hope is to make the game accessible to modders as we're able to. So I would say, we'll start with phase 1 and we'll just keep going from there. And obviously, we're fortunate in that we have a really engaged community. I loved how you say there's, running low on questions, and all of a sudden all these questions pop up. But we're lucky we have a really engaged community. And so, so when we start rolling modding out, by all means, please let us know what you think. Please let us know what you want. And all of that comes right back to the team.
Awesome. All right, guys, we are running out of time, so I think that this is a wrap-up for us. But thank you very much for answering all the questions. And for you folks watching us on Twitch or other platforms that you may be using, please make sure to check our website, check our social media channels, and Steam, where you can learn more about Make It Count. And I believe that's it. Thank you very much, and see you later. Bye.
Thank you.
We prepared a couple of them. We are very short on stock. These t-shirts are only for the game developers working on Victoria 3, but also for you if you want to participate in our contests. So the contest that is ongoing is a meme contest, and you can participate in it through Twitter or Facebook. So please visit our official social media channels to learn more about the details. And the second contest is actually happening this evening, and it is a trivia contest for all of you guys that are very knowledgeable about Victoria, or you think that you're knowledgeable, because we will really test your knowledge.
Test your might.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I was waiting for that. Thank you, Troy. So yeah, there's a lot of exciting stuff prepared for you, and yeah, good times.
So it's almost like you hit the ground running with this one.
Well, you can say so, but it was very tense moment, the announcement and everything. But in the end, I'm super happy how it went.
Like a steam train down the tracks.
Steam train. You see what I mean? Okay.
Running on rails, man. Running on rails. That's what I do. But yeah, no, I'm excited. I hope you guys at home are also really excited. I know there's a lot of contests already started, but what's a couple more, especially for Vicky 3? We've waited this long. Finally, time to release out into the wild.
Yeah. And also about the meme. Well, obviously, it's been with us for like 11 years by now. So there is, it's very close to who we are. It's a part of the DNA, basically. But, since the game is now announced, we obviously need to let it go. But we want to do it in class.
Right.
So that's why we're organizing the contest. So all of you can participate, have some fun, and win the rewards.
Very limited. There's what, 10 you said, maybe?
There are 10 per contest. We have 2 contests, so there are only 20 of them.
So make sure you can participate if you want one of these sweet t-shirts that you saw me totally rock on Friday.
Yep.
Yeah. I got one because I'm here, but
yeah.
I don't think many people...
You know that you will need to give it back, right?
I already put it back in the box. It's a little stretched out, but...
Okay, I will wash it. That's fine. Don't worry about it.
That's right, ladies and gentlemen. You, too, can have a shirt that I already wore. That's how limited they are, I guess.
Yeah, no, just one.
But you have a couple more panels left for the weekend. We're not done yet, right?
Yeah, there's a lot of exciting stuff. So please feel free to check the schedule on the website. Follow us on the social. We are reading every single comment you're posting there. And we'll do our best to answer you.
Yeah, speaking of which, I think I have stuff going on right now, as a matter of fact. If you guys haven't checked it out, ck3the7seals.com. We have an 8-hour contest going on right now with some of our favorite streamers and some of our devs. So definitely tune in. There are 8 of them playing right now for 8 hours. With 7 seals, 7 different curses that they have to break. So if you're interested, check it out. Also head over to the Discord. We have more information there, and it gives you a chance to chat with your community. And if you haven't already, make sure you go ahead and activate your extension, because that's really important for all the contests and activities we have left for the day, as well as tracking badges and making sure you're up to date on the latest agendas.
Yep.
All right. Pretty good, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we talk about Vicky, but let's talk about Crusader Kings 3. I know that you work a lot on the upcoming expansion and all the stuff shenanigans that are going to happen. Cool. So how do you feel about that now?
I mean, I'm pumped. You saw our sets earlier. We had the really cool sets, and I've been working with Oltner, making sure we have all the dev diaries and everything set up for that in the future. Also, my ambassadors are going nuts right now, trying to gather all the Q&A questions, the FAQs, gather all the known issues lists. So those are definitely up to date on our forums. If you aren't, if you aren't on the forums, head over to the forums for all of our FAQs and known issues, and report any bugs or problems you may have, and to see some questions that our dev team answered. But I think that's enough about us. We are going into the Surviving the Aftermath panel after this, which is the road so far with surviving the aftermath, some of the challenges, and then we'll play some of the game to show you guys exactly what it's looking like these days with Patricia. She'll be hosting it, and I love to rep all of our community team members. That's why we're here, is to rep the community team. So I hope you guys enjoy. We'll be around after that, or at least I will. Machi, I think you're going to be on some panels.
Home.
Yeah. Actually, go get some rest and enjoy the weekend.
Well, there's still some work to be done, but I will do it from home.
Yeah. Well, I look forward to it. I look forward to getting back to work after this and working on our next project together.
Absolutely.
In the meantime, everyone, enjoy. Check out all the socials, Discord, and the widget, and we will see you there. Thanks, guys.
Bye.
Hello everyone and welcome to our Improving the Aftermath livestream and PDXCON Remixed. I'm Patricia, co-developer for Surviving the Aftermath, and I have some really cool friends with me here today. We have Lasse and Emmy from Iceflake, and we have, we have a very tradition of doing like update live streams where we're releasing a bigger update for Surviving the Aftermath. This time we did a little bit other way around, so not before the update, but we just used the opportunity of having PDXCon right after the silver update was released. So we're going to give you a better overview of all the features and changes that went into the silver update, also called Trailblazers, during today's live stream. So I hope, guys, you'll appreciate that. But before that, I think Lasse has a few words about the latest update overall. So Lasse, I'll give it to you.
Yes, thank you. And hello also from my behalf. Like, it's really exciting to be here again in PDXCon. Last time when we were at PDXCon, we revealed the whole game and released the whole game at the same day. And it was a very different thing back at the day. And it's been a so long road after that, and so much has changed after that. So it's really exciting to be here today and introduce what the new latest update brings into the game. And I'm especially excited for this update because it kind of shows really the first time how different pieces in the game start to fall in place in many ways. Like, original vision was to build a colony builder in a post-apocalyptic world where you build your colony and explore the world around it. But the world exploration part and exploitation of the world around your colony has not been that significant before. But with this update, we really have big changes in the game that start to show that side of the game as well and connect both the colony and the world map work together as a whole, like a very integral game loop that you need to use to be able to thrive in the wasteland. And I'm really excited to show what we have today and maybe tell a little bit where we're going with all of this. So without further ado,
I'm super excited for all the changes actually that were brought in this update. So just so you know, chat, we have a bit different plan who's going to play the game today. We were fully prepared for Lasse to take the reins and show you all the cool things. But some stuff happened, of course, technology doesn't like it that much, so I'm the one who will end up playing. So you'll have to pardon all my mistakes because the update came up right before PDXCon, and as a community person, I was pretty busy right before the event. So it will be some new stuff for me as well, but I'm pretty sure Lasse and Emmy will do their best to explain everything. And also Emmy will be keeping an eye on the chat. So if you have any questions, you can always pop them in the chat and we'll make sure to answer them to the best as we can. Okay, I think we can jump straight to the game now. So let's see what we have in our Trailblazers update. I think the first thing we would like to show is some changes to the new game, right? So we don't have, we have a prepared save for that, but maybe let's start with the new game and show some of the things that changed there. Okay, I will just quickly jump through I'm pretty sure everyone knows the screen very well already, so no changes here just yet.
Yes.
But the first cool thing comes out here, right, Lasse?
Yes, this is especially for PDXCon, and it is this new flag icon that was released and revealed at PDXCon, and some of you probably already have received it through Twitch drops, and if you haven't, then check out the Twitch chat occasionally and see if you can see the download code, and so that you can use on Steam and download this as a DLC for your Aftermath.
Yes, all you need to do is to need to do is to enable the Twitch extension, and if you have any questions about it, we have pretty extensive Q&A about Twitch drops on our Discord. But yes, I saw so many of you already started getting the codes, so I hope you will like this pretty awesome looking icon, if you ask me. I'm sure my new colony will actually end up having this one.
Yeah, and there's actually a little bit story behind this logo. It ties a little bit to the backstory what we have for the game, and if you take a look at the sky occasionally in the game, you might see that the moon is lying somewhere around there, but it doesn't look completely intact anymore, and it might have something to do about what made all this happen in the game. But let's not reveal everything at this point and see if we can, at a later update, reveal something more about it.
Okay, so there's some mystery still waiting for us in the aftermath. So that's pretty cool to see. Okay, so without further ado, let's see how the colony will start. I don't know if chat has any input about the colony name. We don't really... we have a lot of things to show you guys today, so I think I'll just choose a random Egopolis. It's a cool one. A random one here, because I can spend way too much time just choosing the name for the colony and the motto. Okay, so let's get to the game here. Colony name Twitch chat. Yes.
And while we are waiting the game to load, we can already explain a little bit that how the game starts, and there are some small differences already from the beginning. And this time we are focusing first on the beginning of the game, and then take a load game from a little bit further and show some of the new features from later stages of the game as well.
Mm-hmm.
And right
so I'm
off
pretty
the
sure
bat,
it wasn't. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we didn't have this small intro before, right? So that's the new thing you added.
yes, you can see that the camera like flows into the game and introduces the scenery a little bit in the beginning. But the main thing here is that you have this settler character coming into the site, and it's a new place in front of you, and you kind of see a possible place where you can build your new colony, and it looks good enough to be your home, or a home for your colony and colonists. So at this point, what you can do is to place a campsite which works as a center of your colony in the future, and it determines which will be the center of the colony throughout the game. And there are actually few options what you can do already while selecting the place where to put your campsite. And if you go forward a little bit, pressing OK, and see the flashing icon at the bottom of the screen, and select the campsite there, and you can see that you can place it anywhere into this scouted area, but it can't be placed into the unscouted area, which is familiar to everyone. But let's explain this a little bit further, more in a while. But like the one thing that is new is the colony scouting, how it has changed, and campsite is actually a focal point of that scouting feature as well in the game. So when you are placing the campsite in the early game, there's two options. Either you can place it near the gate, which is a safer choice, of course, but it starts scouting the colony a little bit slower. And if you place it near the edge of the known area, you can see that there are maybe lakes or some other terrain that looks like very attracting to you. And it can speed up the scouting in a way that it starts to push the fog of war further much faster if you put it near the edge of your known area. So
so basically two options here is either play it safe and place the main campsite closer to the gate, which I usually did in the past, or as you said, because there was a big change with how we're discovering the map around the colony, so we can place it a bit closer to the border, because as you can see I can't really place it in the fogged area, but if we place it very close to the edge, it will discover a little bit of that fog, right? It will uncover a little bit of that area.
Yes, if you place it very near the edge, so it already scouts a little bit around it.
Okay.
And just select one where you would like.
Okay.
Can you see a lake somewhere?
Okay, let's see if there's any lakes around.
Because you usually need water pretty quickly in the game. So if there's a lake nearby, that might be like a worthwhile location to place the campsite.
Okay, we have some water here. So I guess the top left corner would be a good place, and we have like quite a few resources here. So maybe let's.
There are a few pollution deposits as well, but put it there. It might be a good place.
Yeah. Okay. There we go.
Yes.
And
now you see that the. Can you go back to the column? Yes.
Yeah.
And
it is in the
now we
column.
can see that the settler character runs towards the campsite, and we are waiting it to run there, to get there. And when the settler reaches the location or the construction site, they build the campsite automatically. And while we are at it, we can show the next addition to the game, which are called prefab buildings. Because
also, I think it's worth to mention that now when we actually place the campsite, we have our specialists popping out. Like they weren't available from the beginning, right? Like we need to place the campsite first, and then they will appear on the map. But yes, you mentioned the prefab buildings, which I think will be a pretty good thing, especially for new players, to help them kick off the colony. So can you talk a little bit more about those?
Yes, absolutely. And as you see that we have a trend that we try to decrease micromanagement in the game in many ways. And one part of that is to take specialists into the game a little bit later on. And the other thing that ties to that are prefab buildings, which can be found in the beginning of the game from the build menu. And for instance, if you click like housing tab or... Yes, now we see like two of those tent buildings, which have that small icon on the corner, marked with number 2. And that means that these are prefab buildings. And while building prefab buildings, the concept is pretty similar to surviving Mars, for instance. You don't need resources nor workforce to build those structures. So you need to only select them and place them somewhere, and they build automatically. And this helps in the very early game to get started in a way that you don't need to micromanage your specialists, or you don't need colonists either to start building the game with a hurry that where colonists are running out of food or running out of water, and you are hurrying to start building the game with a hurry that started. So this kind of helps to get started in a relaxed way. And it's not yet started. So this kind of helps to get started in a relaxed way. And it's not yet in this update, but we have there's no prefab buildings available. And with easier difficulties, there are like some selection of buildings that are already there that you can build and place without like that stress of running out of resources in the very beginning of the game. And now you can just place where you want them.
Yep. Okay, it's already made, so like you said, you don't need to even wait for it to be built. It will just already pop in and it's ready to be used, right?
Yes. And there are now few buildings that you can do like this, like 2 tents and all of storage buildings, and basically all of storage buildings, and basically a water collector that helps to get started. And if there's not a lake nearby, then you can always build the water well somewhere. But like if you are close enough to any water area and get started with the water production as well.
So here are campsites here. I don't think we managed to uncover the lakes, I'm afraid.
Yes.
But yes, as you can see, like there are not only the tents, but also a few other very useful buildings, especially at the beginning, starting your colony, that you can just plop in straight away. And as Lasse said, I think it's going to be depending on the difficulty you're going to play, right? You might have like different set of prefab buildings available in the game, depending on the difficulty that you chose to play with. Okay.
like I said, we have some pre-made save also ready to show you some more advanced stuff, because it will take me a long while, and again, I wasn't prepared for that that I'm going to play today, but it will take me a long while to get to the point we can show you some new things which are a bit more advanced and later, very useful later in the game. So I'll just load one of our saves, unless there's anything else you would like to show here.
Maybe we can show like the beginning of the new exploration system through campsite. Like, this is a two-parter. Like, one thing that comes with decreasing the micromanagement is that you no longer use specialists to scout the entire colony view, like commanding them like RTS units from like one point to the other. Instead, the scouting feature is now behind buildings and making new buildings, and it starts with the campsite. And when clicking the campsite, you see this signal that like emanates from like the center of the building, and you see a circle around it, and that actually tells you that where you are going with the exploration of the colony. And this is the current situation, but if you move the camera a little bit further into the fog of war area of the map, you see another ring like much further down the line, and that the maximum distance that you can scout with this campsite, that the starting campsite, and you can expand this maximum distance, the campsite into the next levels, like researching them through tech tree and then upgrading the campsite to mission control and the level 3 version of the building as well. So this starts this scouting process.
Yeah, so what changed now is that you really need to make sure that you're upgrading your campsite if you want to have a bigger colony and have more space to build like more buildings. I think before it was mostly just uncovering the fog, right, around the colony. So now you need to pay a little bit more attention to the center and the campsite and make sure it's upgraded if you want to have a really big colony to manage.
Yes, and it works automatically after you build a campsite, and it speeds up as you upgrade it. But the other thing what we can show after loading like a game that is a little bit further are the scout towers and the guard towers, which can help to scout the colony map a little bit more at a more rapid pace. So maybe we continue from there.
Yeah, okay. Let me just load the save file. And we'll see what you prepared for us when it comes to more advanced colonies. Okay, I think the chat is a little bit confused. Like, yes, we're playing Surviving the Aftermath, because I see many people asking about that. And it is still in early access currently.
Yes, and there was a question if Surviving Mars and Surviving the Aftermath are related in any way, and they are both games in the Surviving brand, and they both have the survival colony builder aspect in them, but they are different games to each other still.
Yeah, I think we also had like a lot of questions during Surviving Mars segments about that. And there's again some pretty cool theories how we can, story-wise connect both games, but I don't think we have anything official to connect Surviving Mars and Surviving the Aftermath. But keep those theories coming; they're pretty cool.
That's a very good topic for a fan fiction as well.
Yes, it is. Okay, so we have a bigger colony here already. So what would you like me to show first?
We already showed the campsite, so maybe we can jump right into scout towers. And you can see a few of them already built around the colony. Like if you go north from your current location or just move up with your camera, you see one of those scout towers there. And the campsite and upgrading the campsite can explore the entire colony if you don't want to build other buildings. But you can speed up the process by building scout towers, which basically can be built anywhere into this scouted territory. And if you build them near the edge of your known area, they can push the boundaries much faster as the campsite does, because it also slows down the further you go with the exploration. It's a bigger area, and like on the edges, so it takes more time to scout also. So building these scout towers helps to get the colony scouted much faster. And it still requires a colonist to work there doing the scouting, but it might be like a good solution if you want to expand your colony into new areas. You might be running out of resources and you are trying to find a new cluster of those big deposits where you have metals, concrete, plastic, and blank sand, or maybe a fertile area for fields to grow some more food. So building these scout towers somewhere where you might see a potential that there might be a new cluster of deposits that you are needing, that helps you to get there. And it's basically the same system as campsite, but it's a separate building. And in the UI panel, you are also seeing on the right side of the screen that it shows how much of its area it has scouted. So these have already reached their maximum distance. So if you want to build like a new scout tower, you can basically see how they work when you are building a new scout tower.
Mm-hmm.
So if you select one from the build menu.
Yeah, this is basically okay. We have one, so we have the resources to build it. Yes, we have a lot of pulses going on now on the map. So we want to expand our colony, so we should aim for the edge, right? And I can see that ring here, which is from campsite, as we mentioned previously. So this is like the very, very edge of our colony. Okay, let's see. Again, I'm not putting it with much thought behind it, just to show you guys how the mechanics work. But okay, let's put one. We need some foggy area here.
Yes.
Okay, let's see. Maybe here. It's like a little bit of fog.
Yeah. Looks good. As good place as any. And of course, when you are putting it very close to the fog, like the edge of the fog area, you take a small risk that there might be enemies close by when that building gets ready.
We don't really know now.
Yeah, you don't know that yet. But those buildings can defend themselves if they are attacked. They are not very good at it, but they will defend themselves if attacked. But that's just like the precaution. And the next thing, you have the game paused, by the way, and it.
Oh yeah, that's I'm wondering why were there not people not building it? Yes, I literally have it covered by my camera here. So sorry about that.
Yes, but defending the colony is also a big part of the game, and that's like one thing that becomes even more important while expanding into new areas through these like centered clusters of deposits that are much further from the center of your colony, and there might be enemies close by that try to attack you. And when like bandits raid the colony, they might attack your these clusters of buildings that are located much further away from the gate. So you can also, after scout towers have done their task and scouted their area around them, you can upgrade those scout towers into guard posts. So they kind of work as a defense network also in your colony after they have lost their original purpose. And if you upgrade those scout towers into guard towers before they have scouted the area, they still keep go on and continue scouting the area around them. So the guard towers have the same property as these scout towers.
Okay, yeah, I can see that it started to slowly uncover the fog, and I can see that the scouted area percentage is increasing. So we'll do it with time. And yes, like you mentioned, we can upgrade it here to the guard post, and it should just give it better defense abilities, right? So it won't be as easy to destroy. Oh, we actually have some stuff happening here. Sorry, dude, you're on your own. Just run.
But you can also use your specialists to defend the colony as well at this stage. And this is the first version of this new feature, so the UX and UI might have some things that are lacking and they are not so super clear at this point, but like this is something that we are working all the time to improve, like making this whole feature much more clear and understandable in the game. We know that there are still work to do with the UI and UX side of this scouting feature, but it's coming in the future updates.
Yeah, and we have the guard post here. Just found one built by the gate, so you can see it has 2 specialists here, 2 colonists taking care of it, and really scouted quite a big field. But yeah, okay. Also, I think we can talk a little bit about the outposts, unless there's something else we want to. Yeah, outposts is the next big thing coming in that update, right?
Yeah, we have actually three of bigger things and lots smaller things in this update. So maybe we should go on and tell something about the outpost at this point before we are running out of time. So the outpost feature was introduced in the last update for the first time, or the upgraded outpost system, and the settler creation process is still the same. So when you select the outpost depot in the colony, you choose a specialist and create a settler, and after that it appears on the world map, and you can use that to build outposts. So if you can show that at this point to refresh the memory. And again, this is a feature that is heavily developed at this point, and the UI and UX will be changing a little bit in the future, but now you still do it this way.
Okay, I'll just create one here. Yes, we're basically converting the specialist to a settler. Here we are in the world map.
Yes. And there are some new information you can see in the screen from the beginning, like there are like those sector lines are more visible and the overlays are more visible. You can see where you have already a colony or outpost and where you can build new outposts. And maybe we should explain how this has changed also. Like we can start by showing the survivor outpost that is nearby your existing colony, like from the upper left corner of your screen. So there are new outposts that come along with this update, and this is one of them. And this is the first time that players get to actually control how to get new colonists into the colony, like have a direct control over that thing. And survivor outposts are meant to look for survivors that are wandering the wasteland. And in this case, you already have a few of those survivors, or well, 2 of them, that this outpost has found from the wasteland. And you can see them on the bottom, like a bottom bar of the screen. And you can, at this point, you have like 2 options. Either you try to find more of them, or you can send them to your colony. And there's still a maximum limit that how many of those colonists can be in one outpost. So if you reach 10 colonists in the outpost, you need to send them. But this is part of the strategy how you want to approach it. Increasing population in the colony always comes with a cost. You need to have housing, you need to have all the necessities they need to survive. So when you want to send them, it's like one of the questions which is how you want to approach it. Like sometimes you might need workforce very like urgently, so sending 10 people into your colony is very worthwhile, but sometimes it might take more than they give back, so to speak. So it's a little bit strategic decision to make, and this can be scaled up also, like building more of these survivor outposts. Each of them work individually, so you can have quite a few people joining the colony at one time, and that might create completely new problems that you need to solve in the colony side of things. And there are like adults, seniors, and children that they can find. So there's also some differences. If you have only seniors or children joining the colony, they are not so effective as adults that join the colony. So there are many options that you can do with this new outpost system.
No, I think it's a great way to really whenever there's a critical situation and you need just more workforce or more colonists to come to your main colony, it's just a great way to quickly make sure that you can get some reinforcements instead of just waiting for them to randomly appear at your gate. So I think it's a pretty cool thing, and will help you manage a little bit better, like how many colonists you have in your colony. So yeah, that is a pretty cool update. But I think it's like the survival outpost. It's not the only kind of like the new outpost that we added in that update, right?
Yeah. So if you can go left from your current location, you can see a settler unit somewhere there standing, and if you can move that to the sector near it, like on the left side of it, you see that new type of location. The above, it's the old observatory, but the icon on top of that has changed, and this new icon means that those resources that are located in this location can be only acquired by building outposts into that specific sector. And now we can maybe show how that is done and show the different outpost types that we bring with this new update. So if you build outpost from the bottom of your screen, it opens up a menu, and you can see that there are currently 3 different outposts there. The one is the research outpost that basically generates research points based on the locations you have in the sector. The second one is the transport station, which is the same old outpost that we've had in the game for a while now. So you can drop your resources there and they will be sent back to your colony after like once in a day. And the last one is the survivor outpost that we showed just before this one. But maybe we should build the research outpost into this sector, because it looks like that we might be getting some science out of this. And the current limitation is that there's only 1 outpost allowed per sector, but we are thinking about changing this, that you can build more than 1 into each sector. So especially after the upcoming changes that we have been thinking, that how you can use the world map much more efficiently, because this is just like the first step that we have in mind, how you can exploit the world around you and bring resources back to your colony and maybe produce something that you even haven't seen in the game at this point. And now when you have built the research outpost, you can see that it generates some science, and it's basically a rate that happens once a day. Like this specific outpost generates 10 science points per day for your colony, and it depends on the locations you have in the sector. Like this observatory generates 10 science points, but if there are like other locations, they might generate more or less. And if bandits are blocking the location, you need to defeat them first to get access to those resources. So there might be some valuable resources, but they are like at locations that are controlled by the bandits. So you need to defeat them first to make those outposts more efficient. And again, this like 1 outpost doesn't generate that much science points per day, but this can be scaled up quite a lot. So if you build a resource outpost to every sector where you have these science locations, you can have quite a lot of research done in every day. And it's actually very scalable in that sense, and very efficient way of making science points. And now someone might be asking that, hey, I can't get specialists because this creating a settler costs me a specialist. I can't get more specialists very easily. So that's one thing that we are going to change, that the player can actually control how they get specialists and like have a direct control of acquiring specialists in different ways. So it's not about trusting a random generator that sends a specialist your way occasionally, but you can actually acquire them in different ways.
Yeah, that's super useful. Super useful, because I always worried whenever like I need even if one of my specialists is close to dying because of some stupid combat I got them into. Like if I'm going to lose this one, well, I'm going to find a replacement. I have no idea. I have to wait and hope that someone will actually appear at the gate. But what you're saying is like there will be more options to get the specialist, and player will have more control on from where and when they can get their specialist, right?
Yes, absolutely. But maybe as I mentioned these bandits, maybe we should show the last big feature of this update, which is the world map combat and how it has changed.
Okay, we have some people fighting here already.
Yes.
Very conveniently.
Conveniently, they are already in combat there. And just by looking at this situation, what you have there in front of you, like if you select that specialist which is in combat, we can see that like the first change that we have done, like it is the balance of power meter and how that indicates how you are doing with that combat or that battle, how it is going basically. So the green side is player side and the red side is bandit side. And currently you are doing pretty well. You are taking over, you are winning because it's like leaning towards bandit. But maybe I should explain a little bit how we have changed like the whole system from the start.
Yeah.
You also see that there are 11 bandits in this sector or in this location. And this is a new feature that we didn't have before. You actually now can have groups of bandits which are, and there can be one bandit, but there can be a lot more of them. And this affects also how you should approach the situation, because you might have a big group of bandits that are maybe weak and they don't do much damage, but as a big group they might inflict a huge amount of damage in one turn. And it depends how they do that damage, depends directly how many specialists are joining the battle. So for instance, in this case you have 11 bandits and all of those bandits are now focused on your single specialist trying to defeat them. And so it is currently going very well, but if they would be stronger bandits, or if your specialist would be weaker, they might be able to defeat your specialists. And changing the situation might need that you bring another specialist into the battle so you can overcome them.
Okay, and we have another one, again, placed very conveniently nearby. So
yes.
We have our girl here. So we should just bring them to the fight, right? Oh, okay, and I can see the meter already changing and shows the advantage, so that's pretty cool. Okay, so let's make sure that she comes here.
Yes, that meter shows actually the yellow bar that increases shows like how the situation is going to change if you bring that another specialist into the fight. And like you can see here, it changes it like very beneficial for you. Like you are probably going to defeat these bandits like instead of 5 days that it was before. I think you are now defeating them in 2 days, and you are going to have a major victory out of them basically.
Yeah, that's definitely like way different than it was before, but I like how clearly you can see your chances against the bandits instead of being a little bit random, and you just have faith that your specialists will do their work and not die. So this is a very clear sign, like, and you can decide if you want to approach the fight or if you need more specialists to beat the bandits up or not. But that's a pretty cool feature, I think.
Yes, and now when you have 2 specialists fighting those bandits, now each of them take damage from 5 bandits, but there's still like uneven number of bandits attacking your specialists. So those that are basically extra bandits there that are not divided to either one of your specialists, they are kind of changing their target and they are attacking your specialists on random, so you never know who takes more damage. And you might occasionally want to take out some of your specialists away, tell them to retreat. And if you do that, it also changes the balance of power into another direction. So you might need to analyze if it's worthwhile taking one away and leaving those that are left alone to fight the bandits, because it might change the whole situation to bandits' advantage, and they might overcome those that remain.
Oh yeah, and it also shows the change here if we decide to retreat one of the specialists.
Yes.
So you have pretty much like we're feeding you a lot of information about the battle that is very useful for you to assess when and if you're going to win the battle. So that's a big change with this, which, like I said, I think it's pretty cool and will definitely help, especially new players that like getting into their first fight to really assess if it's worth it or not. But okay, I will leave those two fighting here because they're doing a good job. So let's make their job a little bit easier and not just take one away.
And it also gives new challenges that you need to encounter on the world map, because those bandits are now much more diverse as a whole. They have different sized groups that you are facing. They have different healths and different attacks they can do. Like there are like much diversity now in the world map, and approaching those locations that are in bandit control, it needs like a different thinking, in a sense that if you want to attack them with one specialist or with multiple specialists, and it affects how you are taking the damage, but also how you are dealing damage to them. So there are different combinations. You don't always need to take all of your specialists and defeat the bandit. You can manage with one specialist, but in some cases it might be worthwhile to bring all your best fighters and defeat one location. But
Okay,
this was
that
like
looks pretty cool.
Yes, and this was like the very high level introduction how this new world map combat looks. And maybe we should go back to the colony and show a couple of more changes that we have in this update. They are not so that big, so we don't need to delve very deeply into them. But the first one is much weighted research queue system in the tech tree. And it basically allows you to select the target where you want to go with your research. And when you select one of the texts like further down the line, you can just click it, and from the tech info panel you can click the queue research. And
that's
when you
super
do that, yes, you can see like the path that you are now going to research, and you don't need to come after every research back here and select the new tech to be researched. You can now just select the target and go there automatically, and this can be also like cancelled from the reset queue button from the lower right hand side of the screen, and you can select a new target. But this should make things a lot easier when it comes to research, and combines nicely into the research outpost system that you're automatically generating science points by building new outposts into the world map. And then you can also automatically make new discoveries through the tech tree with this research queue system. And one more thing is in the campsite, basically, that would be worthwhile showing here. And then we can have a couple of questions if we still have time. And it is this carrier limit that we have implemented. And this is basically just a feature that allows you to set a minimum number of carriers that are always available in your colony. So there's no situation where you accidentally build lots of buildings and get colonies automatically assigned into their workplaces. Now you can set this minimum number of carriers through the campsite menu, and you make sure that the colony keeps going on. There's always someone to carry boxes or build new things or repair damaged buildings, and you can just like pick a number and choose whatever is like works for you. If you want to have a large number of carriers or a small number of carriers, as a default it is set to 0, but like you can put any number there. But yeah, maybe there are lots of new other things that we could discuss, but are there some questions that we could go through at this point?
Well, there's at least a couple of questions about outposts. If there's unlimited amount of resources and if you can reach self-sufficiency.
Yes, there are actually, at this point, there are unlimited amount of resources. what comes to survivors, but also what comes to science points. Let's see in the future if there are outposts that are targeted to produce normal resources, if they are like endless or not. But at this point, they are endless. And you can actually see from the world map a sector info panel on the right-hand side of the screen, which tells you how much resource potential each sector has. Like those, it's basically a meter that says it's 1 out of 5 or 2 out of 5 or so on. And it tells that how much survivors there are available in each sector, and survivors are based on the biome. Like some biomes have much more survivors to search for, but like worse biomes like wasteland, for instance, there's not many people wandering around, so it's probably 0 survivors there. But like urban sectors and these very like nice looking plains biomes are like much more abundant when it comes to survivors. Are there any other questions?
Yeah, there's been a few questions about when are we leaving early access, and if it's still accurate that it will be late 2021. And that hasn't changed, so it's still accurate.
Yeah, I think we can confirm.
Yes, and somebody asked that if you can have pets in surviving the aftermath. Unfortunately, no.
We have a ranching system in the game, so you can have cows and sheep and chicken and all other animals that you can grow in the ranches and like keep them as pets, but like not the same way as you have them in surviving Mars at this point, at least.
And right now, somebody asked how big is the map?
Maybe Patricia can show us.
Yeah, let me see. Of course, I keep using the rolling thing and coast the world map because it's what I do. But we have, well, we can go pretty far, I would say. At least it's more than enough space for me to build a big colony. But, oh, there we go. Even got a milestone, so I...
Yes. But it definitely takes time to scout the entire colony map. And on the world map, there are something between 200 and 300 sectors that you can explore. So it takes a little while to get there if you want to expand everywhere.
Okay. So I think there are like still some other questions coming in the chat, but unfortunately we're running a bit out of time and we want to really stay on schedule. So again, I hope you didn't mind my absolutely poor playing because we were just not prepared for that. But of course, as always, Lasse and Emmy stood up to the task, and thank you so much, Lasse, for talking over all of those features. So just to maybe sum up what we showed today. So we're talking a little bit about the Silver update, as you might have known it from the roadmap, or Trailblazers. There is the actual name that we gave it. So in this update, we mostly focus on changing how you actually can discover the area around your colony and the introduction to the game. So now you have like a very short video with one settler when you're starting your game, and you go from there. And you need to discover the area, basically remove the fog from the area around the colony using the scout posts that you need to build around. Also, we talked a little bit about the outposts. So we added a few more of them because this feature was introduced in the previous update, right? But we expanded on that as we plan on doing a few other features in the game. So we added like a few different kinds of outposts, and what they give you a little bit more control over, for example, how many colonies you want to have in your colony, because we have one outpost that actually collects wanderers from the wasteland, and you can send them to your colony as a colonist. Points for you. From other stuff, also now you're able to queue the researchers in the tech tree, which I also think helps a little bit and removes some stuff from the micromanagement. I think that's like the bigger area we want to focus to make sure that we don't really have that much micromanagement in the game, because we know there are a lot of conversations in the community around that, and we love to hear your feedback, and we hear you loud and clear. So we're trying to kind of steer away from the micromanagement stuff. And step by step, we're doing that with each update. So once again, thank you so much, Lasse and Amy, for joining me here today. I hope you enjoy PDXCon overall. I mean, it's a bit different than 2 years ago, like you, Lasse, said at the beginning. And surviving the aftermath went quite a long way. But I think compared to how the game was in the beginning, and I think we already released around 18, if not more, big updates at this point. So we have a pretty crazy pace, but with every update, I really love to see how the game grows. And we also really like to hear what you as players have to say to us, so we can focus on the stuff that you really want to see or change in the game. So we really like to hear even more from you. And actually, we're not really done with Mas and Latte today. Masi and Latte. Yes, I'm already having my mind somewhere else. I apologize for that. With Lasse and Emmy here, because right after this live stream, we have a Q&A on Discord. So you can head there and send us some more questions, because yes, we're not really done with surviving the aftermath at PDXCON Remixed just yet. But yes, thank you so much for joining us. Again, pardon my attempt at playing. I hope I step up to the task at the last minute and show what I needed to show to you guys. And yeah, thank you so much for joining us today. And yes, we'll be in touch and we'll see you soon. Bye.
Thank you.
Here we are, back again. As always, I'm Troy, and my next co-host is somebody who I think you'll recognize. I'm just hoping to get her mad enough to join me.
I was so excited, Troy.
Yeah?
God.
I was just trying to get you into the mood.
I was super hyped and then deflated.
No?
Like a balloon.
Like a balloon, huh? Popped.
Yep.
Bang.
Yep. There's nothing left now.
You know, that's why, never mind. There was a joke, but I know you would hate it so bad.
Which one of your jokes do I like, Troy?
So there's this clown and there's a mime in a house fire, and the firefighters can only rescue one, so they let the clown burn. Do you know why?
Why?
Because a mime is a terrible thing to waste. There's no escape. You can't get out. I don't know why you're looking at them. Like,
help me.
Maddie, blink twice if you're being held hostage.
Can it be more obvious?
Yeah, there we go. There we go. Perfect.
Yeah. What did you think of surviving?
I mean, I love the surviving segments, especially surviving the aftermath. I just enjoy the love that the community has for that game, and I love the direction it's going. That exhibit that we had in 2019 for PDXCon, where you could play in the old junked out car. I spent like 3 hours in there. I was like, oh, this is so comfortable and cool, and I'm in a little cave and I'm playing the game.
It was so awesome.
Oh, it was really good.
So well themed.
It was.
And playing it from like there to where it is now.
Right.
Huge difference.
Exactly. And you also had Patricia holding the segment hostage, as it were.
Hostage,
She was hosting it, but...
Sure.
I
don't know if hosting is the right word, but okay, I'll take it. Okay. It was a pretty good job.
It was good. That was a good segment, though. And what do we have next? We have DJ, right?
Yes.
Up with some Stellaris love.
Try to get a Stellaris segment without DJ. That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah. Fanatic Xenophiles?
Yes, Fanatic Xenophiles. They're gonna talk about character art and how they go from like the first sort of
Sketches. Yeah.
to what they look for and how they choose the final Jeff. You know what I mean?
How they embrace the embodiment of the ideals that are Stellaris? Is that what you were going for?
Yes.
Sometimes I words good do.
The word they do good.
They do good with words.
Word good. Yes.
Yeah. Speaking of word good do, my guys are still holding strong on their Seven Seal segment. They are still streaming that.
What's the site where you can watch all of them?
CK3thesevenseals.com.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
You can watch all 7 of them.
All 8 of them. There's
8 of them partying.
8 streamers, 7 seals.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. That's gonna be live later, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
It's still live. It's live right now.
Well, yes, but like here on this channel.
Yes.
This right here.
Yeah. Next up, we'll have the DJ segment.
Yes.
For Art of Stars, and then later, after my 7 Seals segment ends, all of those guys and gals are going to step over into our String of Kings segment.
Yes.
There's going to be live. There's 9 of them. We're adding a 9th player to that. Oh.
No stress.
No stress. I'm fine.
Sweating profusely.
Just gotta fix my sleeves for an unrelated reason here. No, it's gonna be good. There's
Can you list all of them? Wait, 8.
Can I list them all? Let's see. On our streamers, we have Koifish, One Proud Bavarian, Andrew Channel, Enigmatic Rose, and Peachy Inna. On the dev side, we have Zach, Matt, and did you just let me off again?
That was the one that
Elizabeth and Magna will be the last one joining for the.
So wait, that's 9.
That's 9 for the second segment. Magna's not in 7 Seals because Magna's time is way more valuable than Matt's.
Mm-hmm.
So.
It just casually insulted mid-level Matt. It's fine. It's fine.
No. Experienced Matthew.
Experienced level Matt. Yep.
Matthew now.
Oh no.
We went from mid-level Matt to experienced Matthew.
That
he
is
evolved.
such an upgrade.
Yeah.
Titles.
But yeah, guys, if you're at home and you're still, out there and you haven't activated your extension for Twitch,
you should.
Make sure you do. Also join in the Discord for all the fun and the goodness.
Yep.
Are we dabbing now?
Yeah, I was pointing at it and then I was like, this is perfect.
This is perfect. Wait, hold on 3. 1, 2, 3, dabbed. All right, good. But yeah, definitely tune in. Check out DJ for this next segment. Activate all your extensions. Tune into Discord, and otherwise stay hydrated. And we'll see you on the other side, guys.
Hello there, everybody, and welcome to Fanatic Xenophiles, creating characters for Stellaris. I am joined by the wonderful Frida and Emma. So we'll quickly introduce them and what they do here at Paradox. So Emma, hello there. Who are you and what do you do here at Paradox?
Hi, I'm a 2D artist. I've been working for 4 years at Paradox now. Time has gone really fast. But I basically make 2D art, and I've been working on Stellaris and other unannounced projects, basically.
A little bit of mystery there. Nice.
Yeah.
And Frida, who are you and what do you do here at Paradox?
Yeah, I've been working at Paradox for 6 years. I've done all kinds of things, so I consider myself a generalist. But lately, I've been having art leads roles for unannounced projects, and also currently Stellaris, where I'm working with Emma right now. Yeah. So there
you go. And I believe the pair of you have a presentation for us.
Yes.
Oh yes.
Yes.
The first question, this obviously summarizes what we were just talking about, but the first question I had for you, and we'll go in the opposite order this time. So starting with Frida, how did you get into the games industry?
Yeah, it's a funny story because I went to a school up in northern Sweden where we studied art for 3 years. And then as my first internship, I followed a friend who was looking for work at a company called Coldwood. And I basically just followed unannounced and literally pressed my foot between the door when it was closing and said, like, here's me. I want an internship. So basically my friend didn't get a job, but I got an internship instead. So that's how I got into the industry in general. So then I after a few years here in Umeå, where we work, I heard about Paradox Arctic, a new studio where I joined in 2015. And basically, since Umeå is a very small town, everyone knew everyone. So I sort of got a job through a party, more or less, very informal, or the offering. So I've been at Paradox ever since, and it's a very fun studio here at Paradox Arctic.
Oh yes.
Yeah.
Basically, my story, it's super short compared to Frida. Basically, I called the manager of the studio and asked for an internship, and he said yes, without even knowing what I was going to intern for. But I showed up, and then like after a few hours, they asked like, well, by the way, what are you going to intern? And that's when I showed like what I can do and what I want to do, and then they said, "Oh, perfect! This is gonna be perfect." That's how I entered.
So both of you went out there and found your way in. Essentially, is the link there? And for those listening, wondering or watching and wondering how to do so, there you go. So on to our next question then. Do you want to take us a bit deeper into what you do? Your role on Stellaris and that sort of thing.
Yes. Let's see. Our role on Stellaris is basically, how can we talk about Beyond?
Yeah, without
being spoilering.
I mean, we've during the years when we worked at Stellaris before, we've been working on a lot of different things.
Yeah.
But mostly portraits and the 2D stuff.
Yeah.
And that's what we do now too. Portraits, characters for Stellaris.
Yeah. So it basically, we're going to run through the whole like process, how you make a species, basically with the presentation. But in depth, our roles is not just our tasks are not just painting pictures all day. We have so many other stuff going on. All kind of company-wide projects or initiatives that we attend. And we have a lot on our studio as well on side projects or new projects that are
I guess that's why we kind of call us generalists. Since we do art, that's what we know, but we help out anywhere else we can too.
Yeah.
And more things than art.
Yeah.
I find that's generally true of a lot of us at Paradox. There's a lot of people who will help out where they can. It's pretty wonderful. So let's dive into that process then. Sort of from initial conception to going into the game for a character portrait.
Yes.
How does it go? How on earth does that happen?
Yeah. So let's see. We have a lot of slides, so. But basically, in some backgrounds with species, we have about, I think, more than 200 species. We haven't sat down and counted everyone, but around 200 species, and they are divided into 11 species classes. And these are basically like mammalians and molluscoids and all of those categories. And I guess with each new content pack, we create a new specialized species class. Yes, just some background. But I guess when we sit down and create a new content pack, for example, we have a few rules concerning the Stellaris universe, the brand guides, basically, which is like these 3 things are very important, that they need to be believable and relatable. And that's from a human perspective. So as human beings, we have certain things that we think, make a species relatable, like eyes or hands or some kind of feature.
Yeah, exactly. Some kind of way for them to express emotion and to express intellect. Like with the word sentient that we use very often when we concept our species, like they shouldn't be too human, they shouldn't be too creature or monstrous, but they still need to express some kind of intelligence. And also a big focus on balancing them not being too stiff and serious and not being too goofy and only a meme, but some kind of in between.
Yeah, but exceptions has been made.
Oh yeah. Definitely.
So let's go deeper into the pipeline. So basically, first off, we always start with the design document that is made by either the game director or the lead designer or someone who has a idea of what maybe the next content pack could be. Here we have an example for the Necroids. So basically, it's just a very like rough idea of the theme and some criteria, and then we like go from there. And then it's brainstorming time.
Exactly. After the game design doc is approved, we go straight into brainstorming. And it's basically throwing as many ideas at the wall as possible and see what sticks. And the aliens that stick out the most, that kind of catch our attention in some way, is basically what sets the art direction for the rest of the species. And this art direction is it's defined by the art leads together with the rest of the team, basically gathering this kind of stuff.
Words or pictures or anything that could help the team to know what direction we want to go in, and also what the limitations are. We usually create like do's and do nots, or is and is not, where it's like, okay, we want to go in this direction, but we want to avoid these themes or things because that is cliche or that is too expected or something. So then we have our like boundaries or our creative limitations. So.
Exactly. Like we don't want to leave it too open. So the creative limitations sort of, I don't know, makes it easier to be even more creative, even if it sounds like the opposite.
Giving yourself boundaries actually opens up opportunities. Yep.
Exactly.
So basically and I guess it also helps the team to be aligned if we talk the same language, so it's not too open. because then we can also unify our styles or the designs.
Exactly, enabling like the whole team to head in the same direction, to have the same vision.
Yeah. So basically, when we have settled with an interesting idea, then the whole like who is this guy process starts.
Yeah.
So yeah. So basically, this is called in art language an iteration. So basically, we have an idea, but then it's like, no, this is not working. For example, with the plantoids there, we had a base sketch that was something like a mammalian type of creature more than a plantoid. So then you can see sort of the evolution of the iterations. It's like, okay, if I make it a bit more like this, no, it's too much of a moose. Okay, if we split up the mouth like this, okay, now it's more like some kind of plant thing or
exactly
orchid.
Like it's feedback loops with the trial and errors and conversation between artists, and basically having fun while trying to find something that works.
Yeah. And one tool that we used recently is using traits. So we sort of try to give the characters traits and sort of a personality. So we strive to make the characters fit those traits, so they can help us inspire. Like, is this a sneaky one? Is this a shady one? Or an intelligent, extra intelligent one? Or an evil one? Without going overboard, because we still want the players to use that portrait in more than one playset. But we have sort of in mind.
A perfect example of that is the fact that the cuter the portrait, the more likely they are to try and eat your face.
Exactly. Yes. So I guess we are very mindful of these play styles and how we interpret them, because everyone has very different feelings, I guess, for them. Someone likes the contrast. Some people like it to be very clear that like this is a science guy or this is a
oh yeah, they really need to fit like
like these feel like hive-minded people.
Yeah.
So we are mindful of that. And then we have even more pictures.
I didn't even wrote the number of the.
Yeah, but here are more like here are more examples, like how a process can look like. First, a very quick thumbnail, and then like trying to build it up in 3D, sort of.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I guess this was a very straightforward creature that didn't take much iteration to get the final design for. It was a straightforward mammalian eggs, whatever.
Yeah, I don't know the number. Yeah. They are pretty anonymous when we draw them. Yeah. They're like called mammalian 1 or 2.
Yeah, but we give them internally their own names.
Yeah, and nicknames.
Yeah, I think with the recent portraits we actually name them in the game with their project names, so they get these funny names. So I guess everyone will see more of that in the future.
Yeah, we'll see what happens.
Yes.
We can go to the next one.
Yeah, and also I don't think every portrait will make it from this initial state with the designs. So there are some rare survivors that sort of made it into the game from the initial concept. And these are from the vanilla game, of course. Yeah. But these are like one of the first sketches that was ever made for Stellaris back in maybe 2013-14, when they were working on the earliest prototypes of the game. So it's cool.
It's really awesome to see how much of those initial sketches are completely present in those final versions. They have literally gone almost from sketch to final version, haven't they?
Yeah.
Really awesome.
Yeah. So I guess that's it about the process in general. How we like take an idea from a very sketchy thumbnail to a rendered image. Do you have any questions about that?
Oh, so many. Trust me, I have more questions than we have time. But the first one that I immediately want to ask, you did touch upon it briefly and mention this, but something that I wanted to discuss was Stellaris is, you guys mentioned it, it sits in a happy place between goofy and serious.
Oh, yes.
And there are other things about the brand, the tropes we include, all of that sort of stuff. Does that make it easier or harder? And does that present challenges?
I think the tricky thing is that it's a game that is supposed to be modular and replayable. So, for example, if it were a story-driven game, then we could really create a character for each species. So they would be like, this is the bad guy, these are the good guys. But now, since the portraits are randomized through the game, they need to fit into like, they should be your enemies or your allies in the same art asset, basically. So that is, I guess, a very tricky thing. That they need to be appealing, but they can't be too compromised somehow, since it's going to fit into every scenario. So I think that is the trickiest balance, because Stellaris is sort of an anti-IP or intellectual property. Yeah.
It almost sounds like you have to balance putting character into the portraits without personality.
Yeah. Yeah. So we want personality, but we can't go overboard, because then we're sort of telling the player that this is always the bad guy, even if he's approaching you and is a super peaceful ally. So yeah, that is the tricky part, I guess, because without giving them traits or some sort of appeal, then you won't find them appealing, basically. So that is our biggest struggle, I would say. But regarding like goofiness or seriousness, then Stellaris is like a perfect blend of that. It's sort of there's room to create those sort of more meme-like species, but I guess the majority should be sort of dignified and intelligent, and
yeah. That's where the sentient word we keep using come in, because you kind of want to make a character, and you want to make a character with personality, but the player sort of should be able to choose the personality of the character themselves, in a way.
Yeah, it's an interesting challenge. And does that, on the other side of it, let you really stretch your wings creatively, though? Does it sort of really let you almost do anything you want?
Both yes and no. It's like we mentioned earlier, when the more open a task is, the more difficult it is to be creative about it. Basically, if someone hands you a white paper and says, draw something cool, well, what's cool? Can you give me some sort of direction? And that's where, the more the open the task is, and the more like, I don't even know how to explain it.
The more it challenges you, I guess. If there's a true challenge there, then you become creative and create something that you maybe didn't think that you would be able to do. And I guess that's the good thing about being a team, because then you can sort of, someone draws something crazy and then another person takes that and runs with it and do something even more unique.
Yeah.
So the next one, ignoring Jeff, because everyone's favorite is Jeff. What are your favorite portraits in the game?
We have them somewhere.
Here they are.
Yeah.
So take me through why. Why these two? Yeah.
Go. Should I begin? Oh yeah, the nose guy. Basically, when I play the game myself, I don't pick him. I usually pick like the humans or something I definitely can relate to. But I like this guy from like a design artistic point of view. He's very creative, but not too far. And he's funny too. I like him.
That one I always use as my criminal megacores.
Oh, of course.
They are gangsters to me.
Yes.
The moment I see that portrait, I'm just like, no, you're gangsters.
Yeah.
And yep, they are my criminal megacore. It's one of my favorites as well. It's genuinely brilliant. And so Frida.
Basically, I always end up playing some kind of materialistic, science-focused empire. So I usually pick these ones because they are sort of cool, or no, they are like cold. I mean, and I don't know. They feel like very dignified and intelligent. So I usually pick them for my empires.
That makes sense. I have to admit they're one of the ones. There's those and the other one that's slightly like them that I always use as materialist races as well. Something about them screams, I like science.
In my head.
So the next question I have is a bit more about you two personally rather than Stellaris or anything like that. And what inspires you as artists? And in particular, are there any other artists out there that you look to their work and go, "Ooh, that's awesome," and then that informs what you do, or do you take it from life, etc.? We'll go with Frida first here.
Okay. Basically, I joined the games industry because I foremost wanted to do games, develop games. So I think it's kind of common that artists like to work with art for art's sake, but I'm sort of more like art is a means to an end to make games. So I wouldn't say that I have any like true artists that inspire me or I want to strive to become the best artist. So I'm more like inspired by a good song or some good story or something that just inspires me to create these characters around that story or something. I guess I'm much foremost a storyteller. But as a kid, I was very inspired by children book covers and artists. So, for example, Alvaro Tapia, who made the Swedish Harry Potter covers, were I thought was very awe-inspiring and interesting and had a lot of details and stuff. So, I guess whatever sparks my fantasy is what inspires me.
And I am very similar to Frida, as art is also sort of a means to an end to achieve a bigger goal, which is the game development. And I was the same when I was little. I was never sitting down just to draw or just to make a pretty picture that I can show to my friends. I never really enjoyed art for the sake of art. But I loved making up stories. I loved playing. I was super creative when I was little, and I used art to like make up these stories, and that's how I learned to draw in the end. So yeah, same for me. It's about making the games, and making the game inspires me, and I can use art to make the game come alive, basically.
You're both definitely on the right title. If you're both storytellers, Stellaris is the correct game for you to be on. Let's be honest. It is just a giant canvas to tell your tale upon, and yeah, I can understand why you two can relate to that instantly. So my final real question: some of our portraits are a little bit referential to tropes and famous species within science fiction. Again, does that make your life an utter nightmare? Is that decision made by you guys? Like, and yeah, how on earth do you go about treading that line where people will see it and go, "Oh, that's that thing," without, the lawyers getting involved?
Yeah, I have a concrete example.
Yep.
Let's compare to we call them the space samurais. What's their unofficial name? Basically, of course, they were supposed to be representing or be similar to the rubber foreheads of Star Trek.
Yep.
So it was. I think that was the one where I actually had to talk to legal. I made that one back in 2017-ish. Where it was like, okay, Klingons have a lot of hair, but I'm not allowed to to have too much hair. Like, how can you style them in some direction that is sort of remind the players, like, okay, it's black hair, that makes me think of Klingon. Okay, it's an uneven forehead, that makes me think of them. But this was before they did the reboot with the Klingons, so now they're actually a bit more similar to the ones in Enterprise.
Yeah, they are actually now.
Maybe they re-influenced them. I hope not.
Let's say it is that.
Yeah, but basically, so this was, I think, the closest we got to some kind of IP infringement. But I think it's a very interesting challenge that lets you be creative. Like, what in these classic designs is it that people like, and where do you draw the line where it's like, okay, now it's not IP infringement anymore because this thing is clearly different, or this thing is clearly different, etc.
Yeah.
So you sort of have to create your own culture around it, because I think if you just copy paste and then just change some details, then it's kind of cheap. You still need to create your own design or your own backstory to them somehow.
So there you go.
Yeah.
So that's all the questions I have. And unfortunately, this is pretty much all the time we have as well. So thank you so much for this presentation. So thank you so much for joining us for this, both of you. This has been really fascinating. I have to be honest, I've not said a lot because I've just been sitting here listening to you. This has been genuinely very, very interesting. Thank you so much for joining us. Everybody that's watching, we hope that you are enjoying PDXCON 2021, PDXCON Remixed 2021, sorry, and that you enjoyed the rest of the content we have going on. In the meantime, we will see you all soon. Bye-bye.
Yeah.
right, back again. I missed you guys. I know you probably didn't miss us. That's okay, because we're back anyway.
You gotta be positive, Troy. Positive week.
I'm positive they
Positive
didn't really
week.
miss me that much.
Well, I did.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Well, you get to be with me.
That's true.
But thank you to DJ and the Stellaris team for that. That was fantastic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
More art stuff.
Right, we go from fantastic xenophiles to
Fantastic materialists.
bang, bang, bang. We're just all the way down. Everything's fantastic. I love
Yep.
it. It's good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's gonna be a pretty cool panel. They're gonna talk about Gemma, Steven, Daniel, and Anders.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Anders, really?
Anders, yeah. Yep.
Who made that decision?
I think Anders did.
Are we sure that's a good decision?
I don't know. We'll find out.
Well, I guess we'll find out. If the numbers drop sharply,
we know
he's
why.
the person we have to tell, and he's the one responsible for it
He's
anyway.
the person we blame.
Exactly.
For sure.
Exactly. I mean, that's who we blame anyways.
Yep.
His decision, his ideas, his problem.
Yeah.
No, but really, I'm really excited to see
Yeah.
Anders host a panel.
They're going to talk about the philosophy behind Stellaris and how to make it, how to make stories in it, and how to the philosophy of trying to make a game that you can make stories in. Don't look at me like that. These words are perfect.
What was your philosophy from yesterday?
I don't know.
For every
Chaos.
nerd game.
Oh, for every game a nerd, and for every nerd a game.
Yeah, that's what this is, really, honestly.
Yeah, it is.
Figuring out which game you want to follow and
Yep.
make the best content for.
Yeah.
Create the best story with, and live your best experience through.
Live your #best experience.
Hashtag best experience.
Hashtag blame Daniel. Do you?
Right.
I mean, speaking of Stellaris characters, do you have a favorite Stellaris character?
Jeff.
Yeah, I figure. I don't even know why I wrote it down because the answer is obvious.
You were like, do you have a favorite character, Jeff? Yes. What was it? Wait, I already wrote the answer. Yep, you already did. You already know.
I did. I put my pen down
Yeah.
right there to write Jeff.
I could see it. I could see you just hit the paper and go. No.
This is a little, whatever. Might as well ask it, just cause. Just cause.
Not filling time if you're
Mm-hmm.
having fun. Then it's just an enjoyable experience with a friend.
Yeah. I wish I saved one of the cards from yesterday. Remember when I was gonna ask you questions?
Oh yeah, and you just tore them up and threw them away in a rage.
Yeah, because I didn't get to use them. But I did remember one. What's your favorite dad joke?
My favorite dad joke
Of all time. It has to you have to pick one.
Can I say there's a tie? Because there's a tie.
Sure, you can do both. I guess.
Why can't a bicycle stand on its own?
Why?
It's too tired.
It's too tired.
Huh.
Yep.
Or how about I'm reading a book on anti-gravity. It's so good. I can't put it down.
Yep.
And then, of course, second place would be, I was staring at this baseball, and I couldn't figure out why it kept getting bigger and bigger. Then it hit me. It was good. We got the studio laugh, all right?
Yep.
Approved.
I hope you heard that.
Approved, everyone. You heard it yourselves. So, yeah, but I think we'll hand it over to Anders and the fantastic panel we have up next. Stellaris team always knocks it out of the park, so I can't wait to see what they have to discuss next.
Me neither.
In the meantime, we'll see you guys afterwards. We hope you enjoy, and see you on the other side.
Hello and welcome to Fanatic Spiritualist, the philosophy of Stellaris. This is the panel where I'm going to sit here and talk to some of my favorite people on the Stellaris team about the lore, for a lack of a better term, of Stellaris. With me today, I have Daniel, Stephen, and Gemma. But rather than having me introduce you, I think it's better if you introduce yourselves.
Yeah, so I'll start then. My name is Daniel Morgård. I'm the game director on Stellaris. And as a game director, what you do is you pretty much you set the theme and you set the direction for the game. Try to figure out like where we should be going next, pretty much. So yeah, I'll hand over to Stephen.
Hi, I'm Stephen Romare. I'm a game designer on Stellaris. I work mostly on game systems, numbers, balance, and game mechanics. Gemma?
Yeah, I'm Gemma Thompson. I'm a content designer on Stellaris, which means I develop and implement content, basically, be that in-game events, flavor text, various expressions of game mechanics. It's a pretty varied role. But basically, anything you experience and play with in the game.
Cool. Let's jump straight into it. The first question I have here on my cheat sheet has to do with official lore, or if there's an official galaxy for the game of Stellaris, or if it's more a case of certain entities is what makes a Stellaris galaxy Stellaris. Daniel, what do you have to say on this?
I think I see Stellaris more of as a multiverse, where there's not one specific timeline that's true for all sort of Stellaris experiences, but rather more so we focus on like these small tidbits. Like you can have a specific empire, like the United Nations of Earth, exist in one timeline. So that's obviously then they have Earth as their home world. But it could be another timeline where you find, if you're playing Aliens, you find Earth as an irradiated tomb world populated by giant cockroaches, right? So that sort of is what Stellaris is, at least to me. It's more of a sort of a stage for all these different types of stories to be able to be told. And the focus is more on like each tidbit or each specific character or each thing like that, rather than like coming up with a rigid timeline.
So, Stephen, it's more bits and pieces. Actually, let's go to Gemma because you really want to jump in.
Yeah, just to build on that, perhaps the closest we do get is the likes of the precursor empires, and perhaps depending on your interpretation, the pre-generated empires as well. Both of which are there and have stories attached to them. But the intention behind them is more to act as stepping stones towards you creating your own lore, as opposed to something hard set in stone, establishing a canon kind of thing.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. I would say that we have bits and pieces of history that you can find in the game, but the players are the ones that are really writing the story of their own galaxy.
Yeah, so while Stellaris then doesn't necessarily have an official galaxy, as it were, or a rigid timeline, as Daniel pointed out, to me, like playing Stellaris, you still kind of like get a feel for Stellaris as being Stellaris. It's its own like sci-fi entity, thanks to all of these small bits and pieces that then make up the whole. But how do you guys make sure that like messaging is consistent? Because there are, there's so many things that are in Stellaris. And how do you make sure that still like sounds and feels like Stellaris?
It's perhaps best to describe it as a kind of organized chaos, because a simple answer tends to be that we actually don't, in the strictest sense. There isn't like an authored experience. So when you're playing Stellaris, you don't go from beginning to end with a plot where we have dictated what your story is going to be. It tends to be more that we provide these little sort of puzzle pieces that are based on a similar tone and will tend to sit alongside each other. But if anything does kind of rub up against other events, that's part of the interest of the game, is to see how you incorporate those stories and where they can go from.
there's a lot that goes into that with all of our games, actually. Like a lot of the games that we make at PDS really dive into these the aspects of like emergent stories or player stories. So we usually don't focus that much on these designer stories in a sort of a grand scale. We're more focused on like these design stories that hopefully can connect with other types of tidbits and other types of puzzle pieces or whatever you want to call it. And then it just happens to tell a story, because we as humans are so good at like creating these sequence of events or like findings, right?
All of our text does go through at least one round of reviews to make sure that they have similar tone and phrasing, and so they can all flow together in that sort of way. At least all of my stuff is improved by the content designers looking over it.
Yeah, and I guess that's also kind of telling in that, like you said, there's a lot of things that go into making a story beat or a creative asset, be that a portrait for an alien empire or anything similar. Could you elaborate a bit on how this actually works in real life when you guys talk about collaborate between different disciplines and stuff? Like if we were to create a new piece of content, if Gemma wanted to add something to the game, how would that look? Like, what's the process of adding stuff?
We try to be as open as we can with different requests from one another. We all are sort of experts in our little fields. So the content designers will definitely craft a better story than I can. So I'd rather give them the freedom to do so and maybe provide some context for them to work around. Like, say, I'm interested in this sort of a thing. Likewise, we're happy to make adjustments to numbers or mechanical effect if it supports the story. And they're willing to do the same. If we have specific needs, then we all kind of work together towards a solution.
It's also something which varies depending on the type of content being addressed. It's quite a different process when working on features attached to a species pack, for example. We'll tend to collaborate more closely with artists within the vision put forth by Daniel. But we'll tend to be more wanting to express and put the focus on the artwork being delivered, as opposed to, say, a larger expansion where we will work more closely with game designers like Stephen to really get into the feature and express it in the kinds of stories we think players will be able to enjoy, and sort of also as a means of exploring that feature in and of itself. So it can be quite back and forth. It can be more that we follow the lead. It really depends on the kind of thing being addressed. It's flexible. Yeah.
A lot of times our designs will change over time based on what the content team has come up with. Like Espionage shifted quite a bit during its development as a result of that.
Yeah, that's a good example of one in which Espionage started very much from a game design point of view, but by exploring the stories we could tell through espionage operations and the kinds of repercussions you might feel for, say, being the victim of espionage or getting caught, that then had a lot of feedback back towards the core gameplay mechanics to ensure that everything felt as coherent as possible, but also because that's a means by which we can explore the games ourselves as its creators as well. It's ultimately following those player stories and seeing where they can lead.
That is super interesting because I, of course, was living in a world where, Daniel told Steven something and Steven was like, "These are the rules. Make this work, Gemma." And then Gemma came back. It's like, "Yes, I've written things for the numbers." But of course, that's not the case. One of the things, if you come into Stellaris as a new player, one of the first things you encounter even before you spawn your galaxy, like one of the first pieces of like written content or presentation of what Stellaris is, are the pre-written factions that Daniel mentioned some of them in the intro as well. How did those specific empires come about?
Well, as a relatively new member of the team, I wasn't directly involved in certainly the earlier factions like the UNE, Commonwealth of Man. I joined the team at Lithoids. And in fact, that was one of the first tasks I worked on, was to write the precursor text, not precursor, prescripted empire text, we refer to it as. In that case, for the Lithoids, it's the Keepers of Avebren. And that and most of the prescripted empires we've got follow the same pattern of often trying to express or guide the player through to a different part of the game. So in that example, that was a spiritualist pacifist, I think. There were relatively few empires of those types in the list already, so that was kind of a given. But it can also be used to express like features that we want to highlight about that particular expansion or type of play. But from that point, it's basically an open, free writing exercise. It's one of the nicer things. But it's all good in content design, but that's one of the areas in which we can really let our imaginations go. With the restraint that, of course, as we said earlier, this is intended to be a stepping stone for you, the players, to sort of come up with your own stories based on this. But the nice advantage of prescripted empires is that they're available for, as you say, new players, or if you simply just don't want to come up with your own story for an empire at a given time. We try to provide an interesting resource in that respect, so you can play with an established story.
Yeah, I think similar to what Gemma says, like a lot of good things that they can do with this prescripted empires, that it can help the player sort of guide them to maybe create their own stories at some point. Because the reason, or a reason why we have them, is that we also want to showcase the new mechanics in a new DLC. So we usually try to make it so that these prescripted empires, for example, if it's something like the Megacorp expansion, then obviously a prescripted empire that is a Megacorp makes a lot of sense. And then we try to look at the other ones that already exist and try to make sort of new examples of a story that could be told.
Now, we've touched a bit on lore and how that is created, and that it is an iterative process. With that said, I'm sure there's parts of written pieces of content that has been added to the game and then iterated on back and forth. And I'm sure there's also some things that have been written, but then were kind of, didn't make it into the game in the end, but might still be part of like your personal headcanon, as it were. Stephen, do you have anything like that?
Oh boy, do I. So this isn't exactly stuff that didn't quite make it into the game. I guess it didn't, but sometimes there are these wonderful and amazing bugs that I kind of wish could be real. I have my absolute favorite is a very long tale that I'm going to inflict on you now because I love telling this story. So back when we were working on the origins for Federations, one day I clicked Create Random Empire, and yeah, I got one. The Erebot experiment were a fairly normal machine empire, introspective, over-the-air updates. They were led by Primary Link Cube, who oversaw the Erebots efficiently, and they did their things on their desert planet Vir. They were a lost colony, so they had lost contact with their original homeworld. But wait, machine intelligences, they weren't supposed to be able to take lost colony. It's locked out for just alt intelligences. But the Create Random Empire button bypassed these restrictions. So hooray, I found a bug. So to gather some more information and to satisfy some of my own curiosity, I switched to Observer to go find their home. Across the galaxy in the Chiblar system, there was the world of Clank. It was a world with a dark secret and no atmosphere. It was a barren planet with no buildings on it at all because it wasn't actually a habitable world. Because, you see, the Lost Colony origin takes the habitability from the player species in order to create the home empire. But being machines, they didn't actually have one. So, barren planet. That didn't stop the originals, though. They formed Earbot Intersolar. They were a mega corporation. They were a media conglomerate with an indentured workforce led by Chief Executive Officer Affinitor, who was a fertility preacher for robots on a barren world. But wait. So they were an authoritarian, xenophobic, pacifist megacorp, but that meant they weren't a machine intelligence. So they were a bunch of robots but didn't have the droids technology. So that turned them into a planet, a barren planet, of 34 pre-sentient pops, making them an actual soulless, mindless media conglomerate. So basically, the deeper that I looked at this thing, the better it got. So, Gemma, when can we actually put them in the game?
Now, Gemma, as a follow-up question, how often does this happen to you? That the game designer comes up with something that you're like, Steven, stop.
They have the greatest idea ever.
Daily basis?
Not quite daily, but actually, no. To be fair, Stephen does have some excellent ideas in that front. But when it comes to things like soulless media conglomerates, I would definitely bounce that back as by flagging all the balance concerns you're going to have to take account of with that one. Yeah.
So that's Stephen's favorite piece of like unobtainable in-game lore. Gemma, do you have anything that you look upon fondly when it comes to like story beats or content, either in the game or not yet or never will be in the game?
Yeah, definitely under the category of, well, never will be, but maybe. I'm fortunate in that actually nothing I've written for the game has been cut or significantly changed. So what I've done so far is in there. But the one exception is the many save files I've got from whenever I'm implementing various features. So every time we start up a new feature, and the way content design tends to work, we sort of focus a little bit. So with Nemesis as an example, I was working on espionage primarily. And for each of these, as a matter of function, I create save files of various kinds of empires. Usually one which sort of you wouldn't think would work well with the feature, and one that really does. For Nemesis, it was one based on a pre-scripted empire, the Gox Cartel, which is a megacorp. And just by sheer dint of the fact that I'm running these empires and like force loading events to check them for bug fixing and generally debug them and make sure that the stories sit okay and that things work as a player might expect. These empires have thus gone through 50 to 100 iterations of the same kind of galaxy and the same kind of events, which ends up forming a kind of canon. And it's true that actually there's one of these is featured in the Federation joint operation we had as part of the anniversary patch, the 4th anniversary patch recently. The empire you dig around in for the archaeological site expedition is one of my empires that I've created for this. I just became attached to them as a kind of development experiment. So yeah, there's all this lore sat in my head for how these empires really played out, and maybe they'll drift in every now and then. But yeah, at the moment it's entirely on my local work machine. That's where their stories reside.
Very good. I'm not gonna flip the script because I have the script right here. But I am gonna ask you a very different question, but on at least a similar topic. Now, when we launched Stellaris, the base game, one of the things you could get with that, or we launched around the same time, was a Stellaris novel, which in itself, as we've pointed out, like Stellaris is essentially a collection of story beats that then together in different amalgamations kind of create a story for the player that they put together in their head. But if you were tasked with being able to write a sci-fi novel inside Stellaris, what would you like to what type of novel would you like to create? I think I'm going to throw this one to Daniel straight away.
Yeah, it's actually an interesting question, because I usually think about that a lot from a sort of IP or brand perspective when it comes to Stellaris. Is like how would you tell these kind of more designer type stories?
Mm-hmm.
Because as we talked about before, even though we see Stellaris as more of a multiverse, it should still be possible to select a specific period of time within the IP and say this story is something this is a story we're going to tell. So how I usually think about it is not too different from how Asimov's Foundation series follows different actors throughout time and how previous events sort of affected something in the future. Similar along those lines, I think I would want to tell a more focused Stellaris story in something like. I usually tell this example actually, so I'm going to say it again. In the first couple of, or in the first book, let's say, you follow these archaeologists that are exploring these alien ruins, and you find out more about the history of what's happened here. So you basically uncover a lot of the sort of past, but it's also a lot about the characters that are investigating the site. And then maybe if we move to book 2, it could explain then you're moving back in time, and then you're telling the story of what happened on this site. So, for example, maybe there was a mining colony where everyone was living under very harsh conditions because of a terrible war that was going on. They needed to produce more and more minerals, but the people at the planet never really got exposed to why they were doing it. They were just told you have to produce more and more, and you just see these horrible conditions. And maybe in the third book, you swap perspective to go to the government level. So maybe they're embroiled in this terrible war, in a sort of a nemesis style. The sort of Federation or the galactic community versus a terrible crisis that's wiped out a lot of the galaxy. So then you learn that the reason why some of the people were living on these horrible conditions on the mining colony is because they just needed more minerals for the war effort. Because if they didn't get it, everything would be lost and everyone would die. So it would be interesting to sort of show these different perspectives, and to sort of try to explore a little bit that nothing is so simple, and there's different perspectives, and there's no right or wrong. It's just more of a getting to some sort of result that you want.
Just things that's happening. I mean, Stephen, Gemma, I'm terribly sorry that I started with Daniel. I asked for a novel. He gave me a full chronicle. Do you guys have any thoughts about Stellaris novels? Stephen?
It is tough to top that. But no, I agree. I think that since our greatest strengths are in the many different stories that we can tell, a variety of perspective fits us best. That said, I definitely want to read the story about Irabot Intersolar. And also, I wouldn't mind seeing a series on the Stellaris cinematic universe, from our trailers, with the interconnected stories they have there.
Gemma, have you thought anything about this?
You say novel, I hear occupational hazard.
I suspect that might be the case.
I wish I could claim a noble design goal, but honestly, it'd be a writer's dream to basically churn out at least 5 of these things. And to be honest, I'd probably start with the empires I had in save files whose stories are never yet to be told. But one of my favorite genres to read is a space opera in the sort of modern style. So building upon the likes of Asimov, but Ian M. Banks's Culture in particular. And I couldn't help but feel there's an element of contact and special circumstances when I was playing through the aforementioned Gox cartel I had. They'd started as, I had them as a galactic union origin, so that we'd have a couple of empires to immediately start spying on. And the extent to which you can really undermine your allies and then face something as horrendous as the Khan Uprising or, of course, the Galactic Crisis itself. Meanwhile, you've got all your tendrils and all your neighbors who you've systematically sort of stripped of resources because Megacorp. I can't help but think that'd be an interesting novel arc to read through. So yeah, I think it's true of any content designer on the team. We've got novel ideas bristling around in there, and our job is actually to make sure we don't write novels into every event chain, basically. Yeah.
Right. And I kind of feel the same way when I hear what Stephen and Gemma is talking about with their novels, that they kind of want to hear what some of their campaigns, how they actually would look like in novel form. Because you do kind of, you kind of get attached to your playthrough. There's always like that one of the early ones where you're like, oh, that was really fun, because for some reason, like the story really just worked together. And I'm like, Daniel, I'm assuming that's by design, in that, from a player perspective, there's a cohesive story being told in a Stellaris campaign. How do you achieve that with the story beats that you're working with?
As I sort of talked a little bit about earlier, we focused a lot on player stories or emergent stories instead of so-called like designer stories, which are more in line with sort of like novels. And if you look at like, famous games like Skyrim or Mass Effect, they are more types of designer stories, where the games we make are, like I said, way more about player stories and emergent stories. So what we do then is there's a lot of things that go into having a successful recipe for making that work. But one of them is like to have a lot of actors that act, in a random sense. So if we look at like things, especially CK3 is a very good example of this. It's like you have all these characters, and a lot of things can happen. And even though we can write events like you find an alien, this alien cylinder that floats by your planet and stuff like that. So even if we write a story about that in isolation, if it happens in the same sense as something else randomly happening in your empire, like let's say you found an alien obelisk on one of your colonies at the same time as the cylinder like floating above it, like you can form a story that those two are connected, and maybe it has a larger meaning. But we usually don't create that. It just happens, and we create the puzzle pieces that sometimes when the stars align, they create really interesting stories. And I think the best example of that is the sort of the Sean Dark famous after action report from CK2, which I recommend people Googling, checking out. So yeah, player stories, not designer stories.
Now, lastly, because we are unfortunately running out of time here, which seems to be the case with almost all of the Stellaris segments. At some point, they come to an end, which is infinitely sad, you guys, but here we are. But before you go, in case you don't know, I know these people and pretty much the whole Stellaris team, massive freaking sci-fi nerds. Stellaris is full of Easter eggs, homages to franchises, and things that are generally just, cool stuff. I before we go, I'd like to hear some like your favorite Easter eggs that are, people might not necessarily discover instantly. Gemma, do you have any favorites that you know of?
I'll confess it's one that I added, but it's partly because it was kind of an ambition of mine for a while, and I don't know how many people actually noticed. But with the recent Necroid species pack, I was responsible for writing the voiceover script for the Necroid advisor, and was able to pepper in a couple of references to Rocky Horror. Which, given the spooky theme of the species pack, I loved doing. So that there are moments like there's a light over at our newly established colony, and just little rewrites of lyrics from a film and musical, which has meant a lot to myself and a lot of people, I'm sure. but also, yeah, very fitting for the sort of campy science fiction horror sort of thing. I'm really happy with those.
Stephen, what about you? Do you have anything that people haven't noticed, but should have?
To be honest, the players are very good at finding the things that I've snuck in there as Easter eggs. And I'm not the most subtle of people. So there's a few, like a portal reference in one of the Galcom resolutions, and some pretty obvious ones in the achievements. I don't think that most of those have been missed.
Now, similar to Steven, I think most of the things I've put into the game are also mostly like fairly obvious, small like nods to other things that I like.
The one favorite, thing, though.
Go on. Sorry.
Sorry, I just thought we do have some examples of references to our own references, though. One of my favorite examples that we've recently been discussing was the Grand Herald and the Lesser Messenger. That I particularly enjoy, the fact that we're able to refer to our own infamous sorts of prior game design and content choices as well. I'm not sure what it says about a game when it reaches a point it can reference itself, but that feels pretty special.
I feel like once you've gotten to the point where you can reference your references, that's where you want to be. I feel like the only thing that could possibly be better than that is referencing the references of your references. And maybe we'll get there someday. People will be like, I don't understand what this is doing, and we'll be really sad, and we'll sit here in like 2 years' time being like, people didn't get the Easter egg I put in that's a reference to the reference of the thing we talked about 2 years ago. And then we can just look at people and be disappointed in them, which is my favorite thing to do.
We have Emperor Jeff.
We do have Emperor Jeff. Can we, before we go, can we hear about the Emperor Jeff story from the inside? Because I feel like people have seen Jeff. A lot of fans know what Jeff is or who they are, but perhaps not necessarily how Jeff was born. Speaking of references into references. I don't know who's best to tell this story, though, but I'm going to throw it to Stephen for the heck of it.
Okay, well, one Friday afternoon, a image appeared in Slack saying, "Meet Jeff." And it was the concept art for the Necroid eventually, who would be, clearly named Jeff. And Slack went nuts. It was Friday afternoon. We were all tired, and no more work got done that day because everyone was just freaking out about Jeff, posting photoshopped things of Jeff. Yeah, Jeff.
I mean, to add to that, like the only thing that's gotten more interactions on the Paradox internal Slacks than Jeff when it was posted is of course, our cat channel, because the cat channel's amazing. Shout out to Paracats. And the other, this potato looks like a video game character, but I can't figure out which one. It's potato, Jeff, cats. That's how our interaction goes.
We must have at least 15 Jeff emojis in Slack now.
I spent a good 45 minutes of company time making an animated GIF of Jeff, so there you have it. Contributing to company morale.
It was well worth it. Guys, unfortunately, I think we're out of time. Daniel, Stephen, Gemma, thank you guys so much for hanging out and talking to me about the philosophy of Stellaris and how you guys create content and story beats for Stellaris. Hope you guys had a good time and learned something about what these people over here in the floating portals do. You should stick around because there is more PDXCON Remixed coming up. I'm pretty sure we're going straight back to the home studio though, so see you there.
welcome back to the home studio. Gemma, welcome to this studio. You were just on the main stage. So welcome to the small one. I was watching the panel and it was really, really interesting. How's your PDXCon been so far?
Really interesting. It's PDXCon is always a good time. I mean, I say always. This is only my second PDXCon actually, but it's always a really nice time to take stock, reflect on what we've done, get closer in touch with you, the fans and players, and sort of get this nice reality check on what it is we're doing and who we're making it for. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, watching the segment, I had like a ton of questions. So I have a few. So I'm just gonna ask you. I mean, if you don't have an answer, I don't know. Some of these are kind of, a lot to answer sometimes, maybe. What do you think has been the most successful collaboration between content and game design? Is that does anything pop into your mind immediately?
Oh wow! I mean, that is certainly a tricky one to answer because they are all collaborations to a certain extent. As I'd already talked about in the panel, I think espionage is a strong example of that. We did a lot of back and forth on the narrative and the mechanics you would use, and I enjoy how it works out in terms of creating little bits of intrigue. It was one of the nicer features for really burrowing down to smaller scale events every now and then, and hopefully allowing everyone to experience things on a smaller scale rather than all galactic threats all the time.
Yeah, I mean that's a great answer. And then this is more for me, I guess. When can we expect the Gox Cartel novel? I want to read it.
Gosh. That would make for an interesting work schedule for sure. Yeah, I'll see. I'll keep it on the brew for now, and we'll see how things look.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Keep me in the loop. Keep me in the loop for that one. I have some questions from chat as well. There were a lot of questions while we were talking about sort of what more content we can make in novels and stuff. Has there ever been any talk about making any short stories?
Not so much. I mean, that's not to say any such thing would be ruled out, but our focus has very much been on telling the stories within the game. That is, of course, where Stellaris has its core. It certainly would be nice to expand upon that, but I can't really give an answer on that one.
Just give me more stuff to read about Stellaris. That's all I want to. I want to know more about Jeff and his home life. I feel like the Jeff wife would be. It would be interesting to meet the Jeff wife.
It would be cool, but also there are a lot of really nice after-action reports that are being put out by the community, and to a certain extent, I wouldn't want to trample on those either. I think a lot of the fan community are telling really interesting stories, and so we can totally leave the space open for that as well.
That is true. This is a question from Catharsis2777. How many things? Oh gosh, never mind. I can't. Never mind. Not that one. If you could implement any story chain, what would it be?
Let's see. It's okay. So the way we approach a lot of story chains, to be honest, in Stellaris, is that we don't have free and open reign, but there is already a lot of room to explore. So the reason I don't have an immediate answer for this is because I've kind of done them. That said, I particularly enjoy the sort of more diplomacy type dialogues with characters. It's something we do with a delicate touch. Used too often, it would be annoying. And it's quite a focused sort of storytelling. So we try to make sure that we don't have too many of that sort of beat. But that is something I haven't actually worked on particularly. So I would like to write something about, say, an espionage asset gone rogue. And having to chase them across the galaxy or something like that. I think that would be my story chain dream.
I mean, if somebody's not writing this down, we should.
I have my notes.
Okay, good. Do you this? You might not know this, but Catharsis asked, how many strings does a race have in Stellaris? Do you know? Like, can you put a number to it?
Strings? How do you mean?
Probably like lines. Different.
Oh, I see.
Options.
Oh, okay, yeah. Oh gosh, no, I couldn't pluck a figure off the top of my head. As far as the spoken dialogue goes, the little sound effects you get from them, there's quite a sound bank there. I'd hesitate to say more than a dozen. In terms of written strings, so like when they're in the galactic community and they're responding to resolutions you put forth, those can stack up to probably about 50 odd at a guess, because they pop up in various places as well, and we have our little insults and everything.
The insults are the most
tricky
important.
to put a figure on off the top of my head. Yeah.
It was good. We're gonna end on a very simple question, a little more fun question. Which Leviathan do you think is the scariest? This is a question from Red Rover Cat. Which Leviathan is the scariest one? Spookiest one.
Oh gosh, in terms of gameplay experience, I've often fell foul of the Ether Drake, but that's purely because military play isn't my strength. As anyone who tuned into the Grand Campaign might have seen. I tend to be more focused on local economies and stories. In truth, I mean, it's not a Leviathan, but actually the scariest thing I find is the Grey Goo.
Yes.
Compared to that, like the Leviathans are sort of like the more containable. So in that respect, I don't find them quite so scary by comparison.
Just a puddle of goo is quite frightening, especially if it's sentient.
Yeah, self-replicating, sentient, uncontrollable force in the galaxy is pretty terrifying.
Yeah, no.
I can handle a space dragon compared to that.
Yes. Thank you so much for being here, for answering chat's questions. Chat, if you haven't joined the Discord yet, you totally should. There's still some stuff going on there for the rest of the day. If you haven't gotten all your badges yet, you still have time to get them. You can still get the Late Show badge by watching the Late Show later tonight. So you should click up there where Gemma is. Just click sort of where her face is, and enter your password and username, and start earning badges, and maybe you can win some stuff. Wallpapers, keys, other fun stuff. Cool. Yes, Gemma, thank you so much for joining me.
It's a pleasure, thank you.
All right. Next up, we have Fanatic Materialists, a look at Stellaris tech. We're going to talk about how Stellaris tech and how it came to be. Goodbye, chat. I'll see you later. All hail Jeff.
All hail.
Hello everybody and welcome to Fanatic Materialists. I am Lorenzo and I am the tech lead of Stellaris, and today we're going through the cool and techy stuff of our favorite game, we have collected a few questions here, and we're going to go through them and see if we have interesting answers for you. I have with me Gustav and Pierre and Gwenelle. Would you mind introduce yourself and what you do in Stellaris?
So, hi guys, my name is Gustav. I am one of the programmers of the Stellaris team.
Hi, I'm Pierre. I'm a content designer. I specialize in ridiculously looping scripts and doing script support.
Hello, I'm Gwenelle. I used to be tech lead on Stellaris, then I was a programmer, and now I am elsewhere.
So here we are, and I think that we should actually get started. I have actually one question for you, Gustav.
Oh.
Are you ready?
Yeah, I'm always ready.
Okay. What are some of the coding challenges in making sure that multiplayer games are able to stay in sync, especially over longer time frames?
Oh, yes, this is indeed an interesting question. Is it quite broad area as well? Our multiplayer simulation, as you might know it, is a lock sync simulation. That means that each computer is running the same simulation locally. So everything needs to be in sync between them, the randoms and stuff like that. And now the main culprits has changed a bit during the years of development. I mean, from being mostly that everything the player does through the UI was perhaps not sent by commands through the network, and thus only affecting the local machine, towards perhaps more advanced problems like the standard libraries of different platforms not doing exactly the same when it's not stable algorithms being used here and there. Also, threading has been a bit of an issue, that multi-threaded code is run in a fashion where we can't guarantee the order in the end. But yeah, it's a huge topic. So what do you rest of you guys think? I mean, I think Gwen, you have done a lot of OS hunting as well in your days.
Yeah, I did, and I think like a lot of the issues come from the randoms, random generator, like not being called in the same order. So you have the same values, but like in one case because of the threading, so you have one event being checked first, and then you have the I don't know, the factions being checked, and on the other machine it's the other way around. So the factions are checked first, then you have the event. So the random number that they get are switched. And what we do is that we generate a lot of random numbers before separating them into thread, and we send those random numbers to each thread. But sometimes people forget to use these random numbers and call the random number generator directly instead, and then you get an out of sync.
In addition to that, actually, we have another trick that we generate the seeds. Well, generate the seeds. We take the seeds from stable IDs from the objects as well to get around the problem. So there is a few things you can do, but it's still a bit too easy to fall into the pits sometimes.
Yes. Yeah, I can tell that I have had experience myself, like introducing a lot of them. It's not so fun when you do that, but it happens, and investigating them is actually quite. It's not trivial investigating them most of the time. So that's why we really try hard not to introduce them.
Now, when you mention it, the last one I actually introduced that I know of course, was serialization in the espionage with the economic system, the upkeep not going as it should. We found it before release, unfortunately.
Yeah, if I can bounce on that, another big source of out of syncs, at least when people are joining, is when we try to be very smart and not save the data but recalculate it. And then we send the data to the person who was joining, and they're not exactly at the same step. They only have the data that's in the save file, but the data they calculate is somewhat different because some other data that is not in the save file has not been calculated yet or was not at the same step as well. So that's another source, like why there are so many out of things after our join. It's because we try to save space in the save file.
Yeah, I agree, Doug. When the multiple caches and keeping them up to date, especially when one party has played the game for a while and one party comes fresh, can definitely be a bit of a hassle when it comes to synchronization as well.
Oh yeah, I mean it's gonna be always something painful to handle.
Yeah,
but we are doing our best, and results you can see them. Okay, let's move on to the next question then. Let me see. Yes, I will actually ask the next question to Gwenaëlle. So, what is or was the most over-engineered feature in Stellaris?
Wow, that's a trick question. Over-engineered is a bit of a fraught word, right? It can mean several things, and obviously, the first thing that comes to mind is the POP system. I mean, you can say it's more of a design question, but the POPs gives a lot of flexibility, right? But it also makes a lot of things much harder, like just trying to find the best POP for a specific job, or the AI deciding what building to work, to build, I mean. And it can do that easily by saying, oh yeah, this building is going to give me this. It has to do like, okay, I have this building that's going to give me this job, and now I have to check what POPs can work these jobs and what's the best POP for these jobs and what it's going to give me. So that's making things more complicated. And of course, we have also like the factions and trying to balance the various ethics across POPs. So that has brought many complications in terms of code, but a lot of flexibility on the interesting channel in terms of design. But if we're talking just about code that is maybe too flexible for what it does, I can talk about the orbitals. Like we have a system for orbitable, so you can orbit them, and we have orbitals which can only be fleet in the game. The only thing that can orbit something else is a fleet, but we have a lot of flexibility around what orbitals can be. Isn't that right, Gustav?
Yeah. I mean, when it comes to designing game code, I mean, we get our design from the designer. I mean, but in the end, we know that the design is going to change like 50 times before we are finished. So I highly like flexible system that might be a bit harder to maintain. But otherwise, I mean, Stellaris is a fairly complex game in general, in all. I mean, just like a simple system for the ship designer, where you have this ship size that can have different sections, and the section has different components, and the components might have a turret, it might be a fixed beam, it might be some utility, and then you add the freedom of actually designing the ships yourself. I mean, the ship designer, when using it inside, it's one of my favorite features. I really dig a lot of sitting in my ship designer and not always min-maxing, but doing stuff. But I know when adding a new ship size with these sections and adding all dependencies, when what equipment it should be able to have, which slot sizes, I sometimes I feel like from my professional side, it might have been easier to not have it.
But what do you think, Pierre?
As content designers, we do wish that there was no such thing as ships in Stellaris, because there's a million different settings you can do in about 17 different files. And you have to get them all right, otherwise the ship will misbehave. So that's a very big candidate for an over-engineered system.
Yeah, and the last one I would mention is probably the pathfinding, but I think this might be more an issue of tech debt than really over-engineering. The pathfinding, the original A-star implementation was just fine, but over time we've added so many special cases on like new things to block you or to be a shortcut that then the code kind of evolved its own sentience and is trying to eat all of Stellaris.
Yeah, I totally agree, Gwen, there. But I'm going to jump to the next question, and that's for you, Lorenzo. Considering the huge amount of notification in ClassFit's games, would making an API for hooking them to external devices or programs be an interesting development? Like smart bulbs or, I don't know, RGB backgrounds? My Google Home?
I mean, yes, but no, not really. I mean, yes, we have a huge amount of notifications and things happening in the background in the game. That's like a whole galaxy of events happening and moving around. But really, I don't think that we are planning anything related to devices like that one. On the other hand, though, having a real-time monitoring of the data is something that it is very, very near to my heart. I'm actually dreaming, even though it's not going to be for devices, third-party devices connected to that. I'm dreaming of setting up a system so that we could monitor a game and what is happening in a game during the course of the game in real time, like collecting data. And this will help a lot while developing and debugging the behavior of the AI, for example, the frequencies of events, performances, and all sorts of choices that are made in the game, both by the AI and the players. It would be like super cool, even though it's not going to be attached to an RGB, maybe.
I think I know what you will do on your next PDT then.
Maybe.
Let's see here. And my next question it's for you, Pierre. While a large part of the code base is open to modders to mess with, there are some parts that cannot be modified or looked at. Why was this decision taken?
Thank you. It's an interesting question, Gustav. There's quite a few factors at play. First of all, in many cases, we just have never needed to change them. So modders can see what basically I can see as a content designer. So if I need something changed, if I need to be able to access something, then I will either myself or ask a programmer to get myself able to access it. And in cases where we've never had to do that, where we've never needed to change it, then we just don't have the support to change it yet, which obviously we might get in future when we need it in that case. In other cases, we consciously decide to do something in code. That would be done usually if it would be too complicated in scripts for modders, or if it would hurt performance because it's way more efficient to do it in the C++ source code. And finally, I'd say that an ideal feature to me would be something which is mainly done in code, but has enough toggles and flexibility that the content designer can hook in just enough to change how it works to make it great and flavorful in every case.
Ooh, this one. I have this one for you, Gustav.
Oh.
Are you ready? So, ClassWiz was originally built around map-based games with limited 3D support, aside from that on the flat plane. How was the transition to a fully 3D environment, and how has this impacted the development cycle of the title?
Well, I was not with Stellaris from the beginning, but I can tell you that it's not a full 3D game. The simulation itself is only doing 2 dimensions and time. I mean, we don't have any height in the actual simulation. The height is faked or added later on, either by putting stuff in several planes, different planes, locked planes, or by recreatable random values for fleet positioning and stuff like that. The star systems as well at the galactic map level. So during the time Stellaris was developed, it was simultaneously with the Hearts of Iron 4. And I mean, if you look at that map, for example, it's not flat. We have 3D support there as well. But Stellaris setting makes it feel more like a 3D game, I would say. So that's the difference.
Okay. Interesting. A lot of modability features were added in 3.0. What plans are there to further improve Stellaris scripting language in the future?
Big plans, Lorenzo. So I like my variables, and we have always had them in Stellaris script, but we could use them in a fairly limited amount of places now. With Nemesis, we added it in a few places, but now we'll be able to do anything, almost anything. With, I'll say almost, definitely almost everything with variables, which is very exciting because it adds a lot of flexibility to the script, and it means that we can do a lot of things which would have been very painful to do before very easily now. Furthermore, we hope to look at some of the bottlenecks that modders have, which cause them to have to do overwrites or just not be able to do anything. We cleared a few of those for Nemesis. We still want to clear more in future. Yeah, stay tuned. There's lots of great stuff coming from modders in the next version.
Then when thinking about some of the more recent features, feature additions to Stellaris, how much work and time goes into coding each of them into the game before the feature starts getting tested?
Well, a lot. So, if you're interested in development in general, you may know the concept of waterfall development and agile development, and the main difference in between the two. I'm not going to spend too much time talking about that, but the main difference between the two is that the waterfall is you work on something and then you deliver the whole of it, while in the agile you work in an iterative process, delivering smaller pieces, then reviewing them and deciding how to proceed. Well, in Stellaris, we are definitely trying to be agile as much as we can, but it doesn't always succeed. And we've had cases of features that spent a lot of time implementing a backend that was flawless, but failed in showing to the designers the mechanic early. And that, of course, makes it more difficult because it reduces the amount of time that we can dedicate to balancing and improving, polishing a feature when it actually happened that we spend more time on the backend of the feature. So yeah, it is something that happened. I mean, I think that any of us here has gone through something like this, one way or the other.
Do you have any favorite length of sprint time?
Favorite length of sprint time? Not really. I like short. I like shorter. And we're actually trying to move toward a more and more agile process, having a shorter time, having a faster iterations, continuous delivery, and make sure that we always provide something, even small, for people to play with the game and designers to play with the game so that they can go further in their investigation of what is actually fun and best for the end. It's easier to actually steer toward the right direction if we do small baby steps instead of like one big, huge step.
So true.
So when you're
please.
So when you're talking about continuous delivery, are we talking like full Facebook commit to live continuous delivery?
No, we are not. But I like to use that name because it's one of the buzzwords of the last decade, not this one. But I like that that term because it explains exactly what we would like to do with the rest of the team and the designers, and it is to quickly provide something new to them for them to play, so that they can quickly provide us feedback, and together we can improve the feature and reach an amazing result.
Is there a feature that has been on the design table and ready to go for a long time, but due to time constraints, budget, etc., has been left out of the game?
Yeah, there's several such features, and the one that comes to mind is the sector rework. We have not delivered the full sector rework, and that's really a shame. But we've always had to cut the various iterations that has been done through it, either because other features were in difficulties and we needed to go and help them, or because other issues came up on the time of the person working on it. Had to shift the priorities, I mean. So unfortunately, we never finished the full sector rework as Daniel envisioned it. I do not lose hope that it's going to happen. But yeah, it's kind of out of my hands now. Unfortunately, too big for a PDT project. PDT is we get like one day every month to work on something that of our own choice, not necessarily related to the project, but that leads us to learn new things that we want to learn, or to improve things we want to improve.
Species traits, civics, and origins use a fairly restrictive set of possible potential meters compared to other game systems. Why is this style taken instead of using the standard approach?
Right. Yeah, they use a very odd format, which is not seen anywhere else in the game. The basic reason for this is because we have to evaluate when we're setting up a species or a country for the game we're about to play, we need to be able to see the triggers, and we don't have a game yet. So you need to be able to match. We have to say that this civic can't be picked with this origin. This species trait can't be picked with this species class, stuff like that. If we allowed you to use every trigger, it would be very easy to put in triggers which either don't do anything because there's no game, or they crash the game because they assume that there will be a game. Or galaxy that's been generated already. So people went for a extremely safe way, which carefully restricts all the things you can put in there. We have been trying to add a little bit more flexibility to it. So we're trying to let you see a few more values which are already accessible in the Galaxy setup screen. But sadly, it's not possible to evaluate most things. I'm afraid that this will stay as a thing.
Yeah, I will add as well that because of the interactions between them, on the fact that they can be picked in any order, you get in a situation where the choice of civics you can get depends on your ethics, or your choice of ethics depends on your civics. And same with the origin, and it's getting super complicated. And I think that also influences why the system is weird.
Yep, there's a very complicated bit of code which basically makes sure that any government that is picked either by you or randomly in the when anything's being done, or by the AI, is valid, and it has to run quite a lot of checks, checking all the civics, all the origins, all the traits, everything. So adding stuff to that is hazardous.
In Europa Universalis 4 alone, there are around 5,000 indexed provinces. And in Hearts of Iron 4, there are over 13,000. In Stellaris, however, we only can get about 1,000 stars. in a galaxy. What is the equivalent to provinces in Stellaris, and how has the space setting impacted the number of indexed provinces in game?
Well, first of all, I mean, Stellaris is, as we play it, is procedurally generated. So we don't have any index provinces at all. We don't have the concept of provinces. I mean, when looking at it, the province in Hearts of Iron is mostly for maneuvering troops. On the state level, you have production and stuff like that. In Stellaris, we have space where you can move your ships seamlessly, so we don't need provinces in that way. When it comes to building buildings, as you do in provinces in Europe Universalis, you do it on planet level. We have some movements on systems, so you could say that the provinces are split up between the star systems and the planets, depending on which aspect you're looking on it. And I mean, running a huge galaxy that has thousands of stars, you will have somewhere around 10,000 planets. Now, sure, I think it's only 5% that is habitable. Something around there, but it's a bit hard to compare it because the concepts differ a bit. But there is, I would say, that it's a similar amount in the end. It's just depending on how they are used by the game that sets what amount is more or less the proper amount.
Yeah, I believe that. In Stellaris, the concept of province that we have in Europa Universalis or in Hearts of Iron can't really be mapped one-to-one on anything because the systems themselves have a lot of information related to that and a lot of data that is updating all the time. But they're not the only thing that is happening in there. We are going to have every system has its own space in which you go around with your fleets and its own stations and planets have their own buildings and statistics on top. So it's very difficult to find something to pair up one-on-one. And I think that is the main reason behind blocking us from basically putting there a huge amount of those kind of things there without having like quantum computers or stuff like that.
I would
Plus
love
the
to
pops.
see. Oh, sorry, Gwen.
I said plus the pops. Like if you look at provinces production, our production unit is kind of the pops on the jobs. On the numbers grow over time, but we can reach a fair number of pops as well.
Actually, it's possible to mod in larger galaxy sizes, but you do so at your own risk. I heard someone tried to generate a 5,000 star galaxy, and it took 57 minutes.
So, Lorenzo, several community members have in the past discussed the alleged tech deficit in the game. Has something along these lines been recognized with the tech team? And if so, are they being addressed?
No, we absolutely don't have anything like that in our code. Our code is born perfect and flawless, and I'm lying. Unfortunately, yes. It is called tech debt, actually. It is something very common, not only in the game industry, it's common in the whole software development. It's funny because it's called tech debt because you're basically borrowing time from the future. You need some time now, so you get like a shortcut and you manage to deliver what you want in time, but the shortcut is going to cost you so much in the future. That is the interest. It's going to cost you so much in the future because it's going to make the code less maintainable, more difficult to keep up with performances, and more difficult to extend when we are going to add more and more features. So yes, we have tech debt. I have this revelation. But we also have a plan on it. I'm not thinking. I don't even think that we're going to be able to ever get to zero with the tech debt. But we plan on it. We plan a lot of work related to it. We have a backlog of things that we would like to improve, and why we also note down why we want to improve them, what will be improved and touched by those modifications. And when we plan for a new release, we allocate time to dedicate to that. We've done that, for example, also at the very beginning of the work done on the Nemesis release.
I personally think that if you do something more advanced than a Hello World application, you probably will end up with tech debt.
I mean, not really. You end up with tech debt if you do something even as simple as an Hello World with a deadline that is very tight. I mean, when you're lacking time, you get some kind of time from the future.
Cutting some corner.
You borrow some time from your future self.
Yeah, that's true. That.
I mean, it's not
I
only
think,
that. So it's also often you implement something and then you think a few days later, shit, that was not the best way of doing it. I could have done it so much better. But then you're on to the next task already.
Yeah, I think tech debt gets a bad rep, but it's often necessary or sometimes good. Like if you look at debt, a lot of companies wouldn't survive without debt. And if we look at features, a lot of features wouldn't get delivered without tech debt. It's making sure that you repay the debt in the future that is important. And I'm a big fan of leaving the code better than you found it whenever you work on a piece of code. Yeah.
So, as we say, tech debt is not always something necessarily that bad. Let's move on something else. And I have a question from Gwenelle now. Other than reducing the overall numbers of pops, what other aspects of pop behavior do you look at when trying to streamline their code?
Yeah, so that's an interesting question. To understand that, you have to understand the big O notation, which is a notation for how big an O your mouse does when you look at the code. Yeah, so a lot of the early code for the pop was quadratic in nature. That means that every pop was checking every other pop. For example, you want to see what pop is the best for the job. So every pop compares its own score for this job to the score of every other pop on the planet. And then they forget about their score. And then the next pop re-asks everyone about their score for this job. And we had such things in many places. We had that for factions, like every pop would ask each faction, like, how many members do you have? And instead of keeping the number, they would recount the things. So this added a lot of unnecessary complexities where every pop would ask every other pop. So you had the pop squared magnitude, if you will. And a lot of work has been done to make sure that we don't need to do that. So we do things in two passes where we calculate the scores for every pop at the beginning, and then each pop gets sorted, for example, or the faction numbers are calculated only once instead of once for each pop, etc., etc. Yeah. Yeah, that's the main thing we've done. I've also tried making super pops, which was grouping pops that are the same together and calculating things only once. So, for example, if you have a pop of a specific species with a specific faction and ethics, like every other pop would use the same numbers than this pop. But the results were not very good at the times, and it is something I would like to revisit during PDT, because like it's something that's been suggested to me a lot when I was tech lead. I think there should be some kind of game to be made there.
Okay, thank you, Gwenael. Unfortunately, we don't have time for more questions, and I would like to say thank you to the rest of the team joining me here for the panel, Gustav and Gwenael and Pierre. And I would also like to thank you all that were watching here, and I hope that you are going to go and play more Stellaris.
All right, welcome back to the home studio. Lorenzo, you got from the main stage to your apartment really quick.
Oh yeah.
faster than light, that's how we do in Stellaris.
Yeah, hyperspeed. I mean, it's really quick, really quick. All right, so during your Q&A, the questions that you asked, I asked the chat if they had any questions that they wanted to ask you. So I'm just gonna hit you with some of these questions, and then we're gonna see how many of them you can answer. They're not. We'll see how technically difficult. I did have to Google some of these. I can't lie. Bart XY asks, what would you change or keep if you could build Stellaris 2 from scratch? Is there anything that you would improve or anything that you're like, this is good, we're gonna keep this?
Oh, I'm a big fan of how we render the maps in general. I think it looks very, very good, and I think that it will be an amazing starting point that I would maybe build up a next installment for the game. Yes. What I will leave behind, I think that we have discussed part of it already, and one of the things that I may consider leaving behind or implementing in different ways, how the pops are handled. But of course, that requires also a continuous discussion, not only from the tech team, but also with the design and decide what kind of solution could be the best.
Yeah, deciding this right now, I think, is probably not the best arena for it. But you never know. All right, next question. Nefarious asks, what is the biggest technical lesson that you've learned working on Stellaris? Or did you come in with all of the knowledge already in your brain?
I mean, I, of course, came with everything in my brain. I know everything, but no, that's not true. I actually had a chance to learn a lot of new things. And yeah, that's something fascinating in the complexity of such a big project as Stellaris is. And yeah, I think that it is interesting to talk about what I was learning, but I think that the thing I want to really communicate is the things that I keep learning right now. I'm still exploring parts of the game every day in my work that is like, okay, what is this? And yeah, the kind of feeling of discovery that we have while playing the game, I kind of had the same while working on the code base itself. And yeah, I hope I was answering the question somehow.
I think there was an answer in there somewhere. I'm pretty sure. All right. We have, oh God, I wrote this name better in the different question. Blade Claus Carriel, I think, asks, will there be a combat simulator added to the ship designer? I think he wants to just see his ships in mid-battle.
I don't think we're gonna have something like that, unfortunately.
Aw, dreams crushed.
I know, that's my job, as a tech lead. Crushing dreams, saying, no, not gonna happen.
Oh, that's like it's in the job description when you applied?
Oh, yeah.
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 Good. Now I know what dream job to look for as a dream crusher. All right. This is another ship design question. This is from Royal Guard Red. Will there be unique ship designs for the different factions, like spiritualist flying church ships?
I think it's a very cool idea, but I don't think we're planning on anything like this. Or maybe, I don't know. Who knows?
Oh, that was a very non-answer. Will they or won't they? All right. This question is from Infinite Jester. Has there been any features that have had to have waited for the tech to catch up before they were implemented? Stellaris isn't a super old game, but maybe there have been a few.
The main problem that we have when implementing a feature is that we may have to deal with what we currently have, and we have to build on top of that, and we don't always have the time to build up a system with the level of quality that would be required by the game. And unfortunately, this happens all the time. It's continuous balancing in between the requests from the design and what we can actually achieve from a technical point of view. There's so many of things that actually end up in no, not happening, but then there's the discussion and we decide the way of make it the best with what we can actually do from a technical point of view.
All right. Okay, so this is the one I had to Google. If you don't know what this is, I don't blame you. I'm going to read this word by word because I don't know what this is about. This is from Black Claws Carriel again. How much do SIMD instructions help with optimizing the game?
I think that I will jump over this question at the moment.
We will skip it. We're skipping it. All right.
Yeah.
Now I'm moving on to my questions. How has your PDXCon been so far?
Amazing. I was participating to several activities so far, and oh my god, the amount of energy that we can get from the community is crazy. It's crazy. It's like wonderful. I was like playing Stellaris with the fans, and then was part of a Q&A, and now this. It's wonderful. I really like this. So yeah, it's a great experience, like it was a great experience in the previous years, in the previous editions of PDXCon. But yes. So
cool. I'm glad you're enjoying it. Have you been watching a lot of the streams so far? Did you enjoy the announcement show?
Yeah. Oh yes, I was. I was actually watching the announcement show while playing in the multiplayer with the fans. So I was watching it and listening in real time what they were considering and thinking when that happened. And yeah, it was actually a lot of fun. It really made me feel like I was part of a live event with the fans together and all together discovering what was happening.
For sure. I mean, and also your performance in our as a company, a music video was, I mean, it has to be applauded. So it was a great performance. Has there been or is there going to be a panel that you're the most excited about? Is there a panel that hasn't happened yet? I mean, we still have a couple left of the day. Or what panel that has happened has been your favorite?
I mean,
can you pick
difficult
one?
to say?
You don't have
to. I would not do that. Otherwise, I may actually get mad people because I didn't pick their own. You know.
You can just say the last one because that's the one that you were in. That's good. We'll just stick with the one.
Oh yeah, that was actually one of my the one I was more looking forward. My own, yes.
Yeah, I think that's a great answer. You know, no, let's not make anybody angry at us. Okay, good. Yes, thank you so much for answering all of my questions. Thanks for being here. Chat, if you haven't joined the Discord, I'm shilling this all the time, but you need to join. There's so much going on there. You can still join quizzes. You can join in events. You can talk to other people that love the same games that you love just as much as you, if not even more. You can, meet new people. It's really fun. Thank your mods and click the extension. Why don't ya? Win some keys, win some wallpapers, win some fun prizes. Yes. Lorenzo, thank you so much for being here. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Thank you for having me here. It was amazing.
Yes. Chat, the next segment coming up, we have PDXCon Under the Hood with our own Paula and Andrea Doyen from Allison Smith, the really cool creators behind all of these AR environments. They're going to talk about the future of events and live immersion games. Ooh, very interesting. See you soon.
everyone. How are you? Welcome to our next showcase and demo session, PDXCON Under the Hood. This is where you are going to hear the tech, to hear about the tech that we're in right now in these 3D worlds that are actually powering PDXCON Remixed. And you're going to hear about how you can have fun with them and interact with them too. And with us to inspire us and show us what's next in events and in live immersion events, we have my friend and partner in crime when it comes to stuff like this, Andrea, Chief Storytelling Officer at Alice and Smith, the transmedia agency. Hi, Andrea. How are you?
Hello. It was a blast. The PDXCon this last day, but I will keep doing that for a week. It was so cool.
Yes, and somehow towards the end, you and I managed to end up at a hologram in a 3D world.
Yes, we're a hologram. You asked me at the beginning of the project, I want to be a hologram. Well,
yes.
There you are. You're a hologram now.
No, but that's, I thank you so much for that. You're at home in Montreal. I'm in Stockholm right now. And yeah, Andrea, you and Alice Smith, you have helped us make this PDXCon Remixed digital experience happen. Tell us a bit about you, what you do, what's your jam?
Yeah, sure. We started way back in 2007. We're passionate about the form of games that called transmedia or ARG, alternate reality games. And we got the chance to really dive into that genre with Funcom, who gave us the chance to manage and launch and operate for them the Secret World ARG. It's been, we were back then only 4 people, and we've done that kind of really crazy ARG with them. They helped us launch our company. And after that, we started an ARG on Steam that was called the Black Watchman, which is like ARG transmedia. You're mixing the game with the real world. So you're in Black Watchman and then you get the clues, but you have to go online, you have to investigate, you have to find, linking profiles, fake website, etc. And in the Black Watchman, we started to push the envelope. I mean, it was our game, so we could do whatever we want. So we added a new layer where you could opt in and receive call at 3 a.m. and getting, special mission, then package by mail. And ultimately, we had a setup where every 3-6 months, we will have players that went through medical check, etc. He will have to show up with a passport on location, and then we're going to fly him to a mystery city for 24 hours where he was the agent on the ground helping the community, infiltrate, office, stuff like that, obviously actors, etc. And we caught probably the attention of bigger studio. The first one was Hello Game, who wanted us to ask us to do the Waking Titan 2 years ARG, which was huge in terms of reach. And after that, you came to us. You call us and say, hey guys, would you like to do a vampire ARG and with them Tender, which was this dating app that basically became a Uber Eats for vampires. Basically,
it sounds so surreal when you say it. That pitch is so was that really what we did? We did what? But yeah, that is true. And I remember when we started to talk about this, and you sort of introduced ARGs, transmedia storytelling, immersive storytelling, transmedia events, etc. It was like taking the red pill, entering the matrix. Boom. Okay, can we do this? Can we do this stuff? Can we actually get a physical audience and a digital audience to interact in these ways? And also the fact that blurring the lines, what is fiction, what is reality? That's just it opens up so many possibilities for events.
Yeah,
bringing them together.
And actually, this is a bit what happened with this event. We went really hardcore at writing, working with you guys, and developing this event, that run on the same technology that we run since 2014, which is the PlayFab technology that kind of create this immersive universe, enable us to interact, enable us to have like this persistent, ongoing, world. In that case, we work with Unreal Engine, and we work with Twitch. Twitch has opened up a bunch of API that make now this very possible, and it's really powerful. And the first thing is, teaming up with tons of partners. You have them in generic. I'm pretty sure you're gonna thank them, at the end of the show also. But
for sure, yes.
Building with Illogica, with VSS, with Hardcore, with a bunch of really great studio. Black Molly. I don't want.
This is a team effort for sure. Let's keep it.
But basically, you have this, step where we say, we're gonna bring Unreal as a game in the studio. We're gonna control the entire studio. We're a game designer, we're a game developer. Let's actually use a game to power up that things. And I think we've managed to do something quite exciting. But in the end, it's a game. And that's what excites me the most. And that's what I want to bring you down the rabbit hole, talking about when you have a game engine that control an event, that control the studio, that control the world, that is connected with Twitch, that is an MMORPG because of PlayFab, what kind of powers you can give to the players, how we can push the narrative, etc. So, yeah, that's that's a little bit the topic that blew my mind right now and make me excited about the future to come.
Yeah, and that's why you're here, and that's what you're gonna show us. And I think also the way you said it there, like merging games and events in this way, I think that was also what blew our minds a little bit, entering this project and having our game developers actually maybe for the very first time physically entering their own game world, being surrounded in that environment. And that was quite an experience for us as well. And I'm really excited to see also what's next. I mean, events and tech are both moving very fast, and we're able to adapt to it. And I'm excited for the next step on the journey also.
So do you want, I have a stuff prepared. I'm going to switch angle here. If it's okay if I jump into a little bit of down the rabbit hole to showcase that technology. And we're going to have a vote that's going to pop up where you can do something with the tech, and I'm going to show you after that. But is it okay?
I think that is exactly what we should do. Let's take them down the rabbit hole. I'm going to hand it over to you, but I'm still going to be here and keeping an eye on the chat. So maybe I'll be back a little bit later towards the end if we have time for some questions for you. But take it away, Andrea.
All right. So I'm going to move back on the scene here with the sky cam. I have a bunch of camera. I have the sky cam. I have the street cam. And, that's the cool part. It's really like, this bigger Paradox studio. All right, so this is it. This is another Unreal scene, exactly the same way we've built the Paradox Convention 3D scene. This means that in studio, I could have camera controlling the different angle, full green screen, having the staff and actors coming in and out, and having the mapping the same way. So Virtual Star Studio, who worked with us, made something really cool in which when you look at Paula's feet, you will see that she reflects on the floor, even if in the floor is in Unreal, and even if there's actually Unreal light reflecting on the floor. So a couple of tricks like that make more and more the immersion smooth, even if it's all real time, no post-processing, basically. So we have a game, Unreal, it's running in studio like that. We shape it differently. I remove the arc. I put no more wormhole or portal, etc. Now we're in the scene. But normally, I control it through a web remote that we built when we do projects like that. So I'm just going to fire up the remote here. And the remote is really straightforward. I mean, I'm going in here and say, you know what, we're going to change a little bit the colors. We're going to go with something a little bit more blue. We're going to pump up the light, and what's happening here is as I control the Unreal universe in 3D, almost real time actually, the light in the studio also change. So Paula's hair, clothes, etc., will actually, be infused with the same color, environment or shade, etc., as the Unreal scene is triggering or rendering. Now, this is cool, but it's even cooler because of PlayFab and Unreal. I'm gonna just make a small parenthesis in my example quickly, but because of PlayFab and Unreal, you have the control. So let's actually fire up an extension that has a little bit more power than the one you had right now. I'm gonna launch this kind of hacking team extension. A big thank you to Brixton from Twitch, who we really pushed them because a lot of that were never done with all the API at Twitch, etc. And it was quite something to get all of that approved. But basically here I have an extension a little bit more advanced than yours. It's connected with Twitch, but with PlayFab, but it's also connected with Google AI. So if I go on here and, hey, how are you? It's gonna be, and it's greeting, how can I assist you, So we're gonna say, you know what, can we move back a little? So now, we can control this scene with an actual physical camera, but this time with the Twitch extension, we control the scene and we take control of the camera and decide to move it directly or differently. Now, with the Puppet Master, we have the control of the environment and the universe and the experience. It's a little bit like a situation room, and we'll make this reference a lot, but it's a little bit like in this situation room where you basically have this eye-in-the-sky experience where you decide what's going on, and you gather information, and you see what's happening, basically. So, we're going to move to a different universe, for example. So let's find a warmer planet. Yeah, I think will he understand that? So, play a little bit with the light, but this is something that could also be completely integrated here. I'm going to go with a different lighting system. But you see, it's pretty straightforward. It's pretty fast. I'm controlling the decor. I'm teleporting myself. Since the stack, again, I'm sorry for the tech part, but I need to talk about some components that are very important here. Just so you understand, often we see technology as game developers and gamers when we go to G3, GDC, etc. We see technology that's just being briefed to us. We're very excited, but we know that down the line, that technology will be in the hand of our fans and our players in 3 years. It's exciting when the ecosystem itself gets a little bit more faster, and this is the case. Engine is very mature. With the way they open up their stack, enable me, for example, to do an entire show like that in 3D with actors, etc. Twitch opening up their API and PlayFab, enabling me to port Unreal to Studio, to Aximetry, or to even Oculus Quest, gave me the ability to connect everyone together. So what does that mean? It means that in an example like that, if you remember the Tender ARG, part of that ARG, players has to go to New York, track down clues, and they had to infiltrate an experiment that was about to go on and present themselves as patient. And within the warehouse or the location, the laboratory, they had to do an escape the room experience, if you want. Everyone who spectate basically had kind of like alien movie style, the little, webcam that you see how your different person does it, etc. In the case like that, we could go on and say, all right, we have a new layout, we have an escape the room, we teleport 6 Oculus Quest player, same scene that we port to Oculus, but as Twitch, we control the universe. We decide if we're going to save them or if we're going to make them life very hell, and we can actually see their point of view and seeing them progress. Either they give us clues by the fact that they can walk in, they can look at different panels, they can try to, open up different components. and we can gather that information, make decision as a collective, and or we can make their life total hell and change stuff or drop stuff or etc. depending on what's going on. This is a small multiplayer example, but it's still an example where you see how easy it is to connect and implement all of that in a quite interesting way, in a quite interactive way. That model, I'm going to show you, we're going to teleport ourselves to something else where I have built a prototype for 19.4, which is one of our game. And that prototype is this example in which we have this experience on Twitch, but we also have an experience in-game. It's not an Oculus Quest in that case. It's a Steam game, but it's the same technology. So it's PlayFab behind that, it's Twitch, and it's Unreal Engine. And even StingOS on Steam is running on Unity, so you have like a mashup of technology, basically. But yeah, I think it's pretty cool. So let's actually teleport back ourselves into the world of 19.4. So I'm just gonna move back on that scene. All right, we're back in the Sec9 district, same district where, like, next the corner we have our hologram of me and Paula. I pulled out a little bit. We are in the back alley, basically. So we're going to simulate the game. We're going to simulate in which we trigger a power outage for the entire area. And based on that, it will create a window of opportunity for a group of hackers to swoop in, activate specific electricity in the district and enable people on Twitch to do something with that, and collaborating together, basically. So it's a very, very rush. Please don't judge me too much on the game design of it. My goal is just to show you things that can be done behind the scene and the tech behind it, and how cool it is. Before we do, let's visit a little bit that scene, because initially, and all the scene we've built for the Paradox convention were very limited to what you saw, obviously, because you didn't have free roam of the convention, But in that scene, we invested a little bit more time. And when I say more time, we're talking about 2 weeks. That took about 2 weeks to build completely, connect with PlayFab, connect with Unreal, connect with Twitch, and have it run, which is really mind-blowing. We're going to go here, and I'm going to take control of a couple of angles. First of all, we're going to have a sky cam, just like overall shot, so you have a better sense of the city itself and what it looks like. We're going to move back a little bit to a monitor close-up. What's interesting with monitor close-up is often in ARG, we have those mission hub, and those mission hub basically give feedback about what's going on, what's moving, what's happening in the game. And you can imagine that you push that information through the TV screen here in real time with whatever's happening. The players manage to do something. There's something big that's happening. You have that real-time information broadcasting and giving you the pulse, both in games and in Twitch, of what's going on. So I think it's pretty cool. I'm going to go back to the drone. So you saw a little drone flying all around. I'm going to actually follow a drone. And you can imagine that we take over of a district. I am in Twitch or with a bunch of friends. We're signal intelligence team. We have to intercept signal. We have to have, eyes in the sky kind of view. And we have 5 friends that basically join in, and they are drone control. So they are with their Oculus Quest, and they're flying around with the drone to capture shot, information and whatnot of what's going on. So let me just trigger the drone. Follow. So they're with their Oculus Ref, giving us information, giving us intel, snapshotting out and uploading stuff to the hub, to the stream itself, so we can, get that information, gather that, and analyze that, so we can report to the hacker and tell them this is the first target, this is the second target. So like if we have a 1 hour or 30 minutes countdown, there's 200 objectives to collect, then you have that kind of look and feel, basically. So I'm going to go on with the camera state here. And just going to move
back to my poll. There you go. This is the first poll. Yeah. There's a couple of stuff like, for example, you have this camera here. I can hack that. You can take control of tons of stuff, but I'm just going to mess with it and shut it down and power it down, So those are, for example, to give our drone the ability to scan different area together, we have to hack it, we have to shut it down, or someone. In 19.4, the drones get the information, the collective gets all the intel, so we can take action, and move on, basically. But I mean, let's do a mission, actually. Let's dive into a real mission. I know I'm doing that, selling that since the beginning. Go on here. We're gonna go with the sky bridge. I think it's the most nice angle, and we're gonna shut down the thing. So now we're at the sky bridge, and we're gonna power out the entire city, and that will give us the opportunity to start the quest, to start the mission, basically. So when this electricity is shutting down, the entire system is down. Now we're gonna move to Steam. We're going to launch 19.4 hacking game, and we're going to take this opportunity to actually hack in. So let's move to Steam.
HiveMind Network Online, channel 0093. Secure uplink initiated.
Just booting up. And here we are. So we're in 19.4. This is a hacking game that we have developed. I worked 2 years and a half doing research in cybersecurity, capture the flag, working with open source pen test tool, red team platform, basically Kali Linux, some information gathering document, information analysis like Meltego. And we also done a lot of interview with a professional company that done, foreign operation or operation overseas, subcontractor for government and military. And I could talk about hours, but my goal is not that. My goal is to show you the paradox convention technology from 19.4 that was used to build and power up the infrastructure, and how this is actually applying here with the scene we just shut down in Twitch, and how we're going to hack that in 19.4. So normally there's an academy, the game itself, there's story mode where you get normally your briefing, what we're about to do. You really get a briefing as an agent where you're getting clear information about, who you should hack, how to gather information, how to, infiltrate that person, different tactics to attack him. You have like social engineering toolkit where, you're going to target the company, you're going to build an email database by scanning their LinkedIn account, etc. We even have some, outside the game mission where you actually have to look at a real LinkedIn account. But the idea here is that I'm going to skip the part where you have to find vulnerabilities, but just to give you a small sneak peek, since I'm pretty proud of the game, we're gonna do like a surface attack detection, basically, where we're looking at what are the vulnerabilities that the company we're trying to attack has. So we're gonna do a dictionary attack to our domain name, just to see what are the common domain name that this company may have. So we're going to attack it for like 40 seconds, and I'm just going to fire up a fingerprint just so we can see what are the different vulnerabilities for that target. So for example, they have a webmail. This is where you could try to hack their email and start pivoting and having privilege escalation and trying to move up to gain more control and power within, the company's networks. And we have a bunch of CVE, actual real-life CVE, which is vulnerabilities on technology. So, for example, I think it's the webmail or the intranet that is vulnerable on that one. So we're doing port scanning. We're looking at, like if I fire up my CVE database, so we can know what to attack. So here we go. They have a SharePoint vulnerabilities. So if I going and doing my search exploit on SharePoint. This is an actual CV. This is a real vulnerabilities for SharePoint, actually, if you look at it and you basically do this attack. Now, we're going to jump through all of that. Going to open up a new workspace here. We're going to go straight into the target, like the sectors that we're attacking right now. They got a power out, they got an outage. This is great opportunities to actually, while system are rebooting, etc., grab access, grab some information, and get a footprint basically in the ecosystem. So we're gonna on here, and we're just gonna log in into their platform. Let me check which target I should take. So that's the Shibuya, which is the concept here. So normally you attack, you put your malware, you open up a backdoor, which gives you kind of a VPN access to their platform. In that case, we already have one, so we don't have to worry too much about that part. Once we're in, we're gonna start scanning. I mean, it could be a Linux network, could be a Windows network. So we're gonna do some network intrusion. I'm gonna go on here and do a net scan, actually. WMI scanner. So I'm going to do a net scan, which will autocomplete, please. Thank you. So we're going to do a net scan to see which different asset peripheral, like printer, computers that are in the system, and we can see that actually Pola's computers isn't there. So let's actually target Pola's computer. We're going to do a password attack on Pola's. So there we go. We're entering Pola, so we detect that we have credential that we can attack. We're going to use dictionary attack, which is like leaked database of password that we can use. We can have permutation based on various variation, and we can also provide some information based on the investigation on the target. So we get better information if we grab their LinkedIn, their post, their Twitter, etc. So we understand their interests, etc. We can put that information. So we know her name. We know that she's working at Paradox. Whoops, Paradox. There we go. And that will give us more permutation and more chance actually to break her password. So we're going to go on here and do the attack. And we're going to see what we found. Hopefully we found, her credential. And actually we're going to prepare as the attack is almost complete. Almost, I said. Come on. All right. So her password was karaoke with a 0. That may not be the most secure password out there. So we're going to go on here and fire up our file browser, target her shared drive that she has. Already have her password, so we're going to load at that. All right, so we have access to our computers. There's some status, some documentation. We start our investigation. Again, I'm speeding up, but we have a list of command code, so that's interesting. If we go back to our platform here, I'm going to refire up, my extension, loading it, and try to see if there's command code that we can do. So people in 19.4 investigating, passing that information to the signal intelligence team in Twitch. We're gonna go on here and say less command to see if we have anything. So enables to establish connection. Target sector is done. All right. So we know we have to figure out how to repower up that thing. So at least that sector. So we have an opportunity to hack in and give a chance for the Twitch team to move further in that process. So let's look at the emergency protocol. We got some information on how the protocol actually works. So we need to trigger the activate command. We're going to use Faye, which is kind of our wingman on that, who's going to help us and face exactly the same thing you have in Twitch right now, that make the connection between both game and control the Unreal environment. So hi Faye, hopefully you're online. Hello, Nashel, thank you. All right, so Actuate 39, that being said, we don't know the district itself. We don't know the sectors. So let's move on and investigate a little bit. Not the command code, training guide, upcoming games, maybe? No. Status. Right, so sector 40, nothing, 41, nothing, 42. Right, so I have log files, but definitely there are information about, the outage in the blackout in that sector specifically. So, I mean, sector 42, which is the Actuate 42. So we're going to look at Faye. And here's is the 1904 team, or the game, whatever the game, being able to solve and push that information. So we're going to go this Actuate, come in, and we say it's 42. So it's booting up, and so it's currently making connection with the Unreal environment. So right now, the SteringOS agent are, unlocking something, and then boom, the entire, Unreal environment is booting up and the electricity is back. So we're going to have access to commands so we can progress in our mission and in our environment, basically. So I'm going to go back to 94. And one thing we can do also is a man in the middle, where I can look at now that the power is back, understanding my target role in that location, basically. So I'm putting myself man in the middle. You can have Wireshark, different tactics to intercept traffic, basically. I'm putting myself between Paula's routers and her computer so I can intercept that traffic through, in that case, it's a hacking tactics, which is ARP positioning. We're going to fire up URL Sniper. Actually, I'm going to do another workspace. This one intercept the traffic if she was navigating on the internet and whatnot. And we're going to try another one, maybe RTMP. All right, that's interesting because she's definitely currently looking at our target area, etc. That's why I probably have access to that. So let's go back because I want to investigate that further, but I can't. I have reached kind of an impasse, and I need the intel from the Twitch team to move forward. So let's go back to Twitch. And there you go. And again, we could have deployed the drone team who's currently taking pictures, whatnot, feeding that to the 1904 teams. And the idea here is we can be really a squad command with the timers, knowing that we have only 1 hour to solve it. What command we're interested in here is to grab data from that sector, from that district, and fetching that back or securing that information for our agent. So one command is SCP command. Obviously, the academy and the training, is giving you all this information. But let's go with the SCP command and get a little bit of information about this one. So it's available right now. Just before that, list of command was not available. I get to the SCP command, get the information where I can back up the buffer right now from that area to a remote server. Okay, great. SCP file name. I don't have the file name. So we're going to ask Faye, hey Faye, could you scan for a buffer? Again, we're hacking, we're doing a really rough version of that. But yeah, here's, we got it. We got 642. And then everyone from Twitch starts spreading that, like kind of a viral. So we're going to SCP that to my game. But actually, I could have someone printing that out to other agent, and agent copying that information between themselves, knowing that we're on a timer here. So we're going to go on and SCP our SEC42 files, which is the logs. That's going to analyze the target, and we're going to go with my agent name. So it's transferring right now in my game. So if I'm going on in the game itself, if I look up at my bounty, you will see that I have it here now. So I have my briefing, I got my files, and I see, well, that the ARW, which is the Indian Secret Services, and the Canadian intelligence services trying to recruit me, which is great. Oh, I have others on. No, I don't have. So, and this is the ones I'm going to accept. So I keep going on. But I mean, you got the idea. You got the principle here of, this concept of collaboration, crossover in that environment, that scene that you saw. If I'm going back to our universe here, so that scene was about endless switch, a couple of cam here. That scene took 2 weeks to develop, and the entire system. And this is the power of that, having PlayFab being able to orchestrate all of that, feeding Unreal, feeding like studios like the one we've done with the green screen, feeding, Oculus Quest, being able to have that collaboration. I mean, we barely scratch the surface of how we can really push the envelope of a fully immersive ARG that cross over so many forms of interaction. And I am extremely passionate by that because in the last years, we got a feeling that, it was really about performance optimization, delivering game faster, being more efficient, etc. Of course, storytelling was where we felt innovation was interesting, and that's why we focus so much on storytelling. But now we feel that the engine are really giving us a complete new field of exploration. So what you saw with Paradox, our technology powering Paradox, is really just the tip of the iceberg, and we are very excited to explore more. I mean, that was a huge download of information. I could have made like 3 sessions just on that. So let's dive into some Q&A that we've built. But I'm gonna keep the Skycam, and we're just gonna
Can you hear us,
because
guys? No.
Sadly, I think we have an audio issue.
Oh, really? That's...
Yeah, we're back. We're back. My bad.
All
So
right.
audio is back. Sorry, I missed something. Yeah, people are like, there's no audio. It's all quiet. But we're back. We're back. Let me actually switch us back to the hologram.
Yes, I want to be in the hologram.
Yeah,
that was part of the deal. Yeah. But let's just say thank you to the chat. I mean, it was lovely to see all the love you gave us there, that you liked the event, that you've had a good time, and nothing makes us happier. This is what we have. It's for you that we have put all of these things together. So thank you so much for that. And then, Andrea, Jaxger is imagining the next PDXCon in VR. Everyone will be there in PDXCon inspired avatars. I would love it, he said. Would you?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And you can imagine a really, insane rabbit hole journey where you are in a quest, you're unlocking or getting into secret room, etc. Well, we're still doing the show. I mean, there's a lot we can do for event or for gaming or for, you said, I know it was a pretty dense explanation, but we're very excited about how this can transform ARG, but more than ARG, event, and pretty much everything, basically. And it's cool that the technology is accessible right now. It's not like in 5 years it's gonna have to do that. Some of the things you saw, we built it in a week, 2 weeks or so, because the stack is already good.
Exactly. And for all of you who want more and want to try out more of these stuff, we also have the late night show tonight lined up, where you are actually going to take over the environment and yeah. You're gonna basically run the show, and that starts at 10 p.m. CEST, 1 p.m. PST. So I think we're on time, Andrea, right?
Yeah, it's 30 seconds left. There was a vote for choosing if it was a cat or a dog.
Yeah.
So let
What
me
happened there?
see what people have chosen.
Yeah,
by
I
the
just saw.
animal.
Yeah.
And they voted the cat. But
I
I'm pretty
assumed
sad.
so.
There was an option with a dog. There was an option with a hamster. Don't know
No.
what happened. I mean, I was sure the hamster will have won, but I mean, cats
No,
are
we're
good.
cat
Cats are okay.
people.
And there's gonna be
We're cat
happy. It's a
people
cat.
over here. Yeah. There's all right. But thank you so much, everyone. Thank you so much, Andrea, for tuning in and showing this to us. And yeah, let's get ready for the late night show.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Welcome back to the home studio. It's just me now. So we're just gonna have like a little quickie summary of the coming events. If you're very excited about the Wiki 3 confirmed, you're gonna be very excited about the next event. We have an event called Wikinomics with Mikael Andersson, game designer, and Paul Dupree, QA lead for Wiki 3. They're going to be talking about the economic aspect of Wiki 3 and doing a little like a semi-deep dive into it. It's going to be very exciting. Then we're going to have a quick Mac pan to me after that, and then we're going to have a Wiki 3 quiz after that. And then we have a, what did I call it? String of Kings event where couples of two people they're gonna like hand off they're gonna hand the reign off to a new couple of players every so often, and then we're gonna see what happens to to that game in the end. It's very, very exciting. A bunch of influencers doing that. Then right before the late night show with Shams, there is another Wiki 3 event that you cannot miss. If you haven't checked out the agenda, you can access it via the extension, which is over there. So click it, open the agenda tab, and see what's gonna happen. Join the Discord, yada, yada, yada. You've heard this all before. All right. Wiki 3 stuff is coming up next.
welcome to Viconomics, the economics of Victoria 3. I'm Mikkel Anderson. I'm the lead game designer.
And I'm Paul Dupre. I'm the QA lead for Victoria 3. And I also happen to have a background in economics, or more specifically, economic history.
Yeah, very useful, not at all terrifying for a designer to have your QA have that sort of background. Let's start off with a quote from Queen Victoria herself. Give my people beer, cheap beer and good beer, and you shall have no revolution among them. And we'll see in a moment how that's relevant to the discussion of economics in Victoria 3. So let's start off talking about scale, because scale is something that this game is pretty well known for, and the expectations are very high here.
Yes, it is a grand scale of the game. At the time, if I recall correctly, it's around 1 billion people.
Yeah.
And that is, most of those people will be in a subsistence-based economy, as we call it in the game. So that is, your people are working as farmers or are not in an industrialized workplace.
Right.
Or using those tools to those means.
Yeah. And the population and economic output, the GDP, that's split over 750 states and 140 different markets at game start.
Yes, and you can expect that those markets will change as time is, with the time period, markets consolidated and grew in strength. And within those markets, representing that economic output, we will see around 50 goods that are traded and produced through your buildings, and those aren't one-to-one.
Right, because some. So let's start talking about production and consumption then, right? So. Yes. The buildings are really the core economic unit, maybe in the game. So they're the ones that they can consume goods, but they mostly produce goods and sell goods to pops and to each other and so on, right? So the player will be expanding these.
Yes, there's the basic kind of building that is most known is, your resource gathering or extraction base. In beginnings with subsistence-based economy, this will be mostly farms, agriculture output, basic industries. Later with technology, it can be oil and things of that nature.
Yeah.
Those goods will feed into the more industrialized buildings, that which produce a middling or a sort of end good that your people will consume.
Right. So those manufacturing or manufacturing industries, that's really what the era is well known for, right? Like the textile mills, steel mills, food industries, et cetera, et cetera.
Yes, this period is known for the sort of rapid industrialization of Europe and the world as a whole.
Yeah. Yeah. So this is where a lot of profits can be made, of course, if you have access to the right resources. Yeah. You can manufacture the right kind of products, either for your own consumption or for export, right?
Correct.
So consumption for yourself, this is the pops. Now, if you've watched the Welcome to Victoria panel, you will know what pops are. But suffice to say, that's what we call the unit of population. So when we talk about pops, we talk about people,
yes.
Right? So the people that are working your country, that constitutes your country, really, they are also the ones that are forming the basis for consumption in this economy, right?
Correct. Those pops will work in buildings, and they will then be, by that employment, gain money to buy the goods of which they work.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. So you will be expanding industry that's profitable, therefore creating better jobs for your people and producing goods that they need, making those goods cheaper. And that's kind of the core loop of the game. But you were mentioning before, it isn't like one trade good, one building.
No.
Because there's other building types too, right? Like that form different or that serve different purposes in the game.
No, it's not just important to be making goods for your market. Production is only one part of one side of the coin. You must also get those goods to market. And that is where you play with infrastructure, and that has a set of affecting prices in market, or basically the distribution of goods. In the early time periods, a single dirt country road might be enough for your small farming base to send its goods to market. But as you grow and you industrialize, you will have to have an infrastructure that reflects that, such as railroads and giant port cities, etc.
And natural features as well.
Yes.
Right? Like rivers and maybe mountains blocking the path and things like that. That also has an impact on at least the early economy of where it makes sense to build these big factory towns and whatnot.
And the early time, geographical location played a heavy role in settling where markets were and how trade and communication was handled. The rivers are your original highways and your original railways.
Right. But yeah, so railways, that's an example of a building that you will be able to build then as time goes on. So railways and ports are the two primary infrastructure buildings. Yeah, so you were saying that it's important to bring goods to market using infrastructure. So how does that work exactly?
What it works is infrastructure is produced, let's say, by your buildings, the railroad, your roads, and the sort of natural infrastructure of your region.
Yep.
And what happens is there's a capacity limit. It's an understanding. The roads can only hold so many people and so many goods.
Yep.
And that is modeling goods going to market, but also importantly, goods coming from a market.
Right.
So it's not only important that your goods can go to a market, but if your pops don't have access to the goods, they're suffering adversely for that. And it's reflected in prices and market access and such things.
So you can expect then that in the early game, in a kind of isolated states, you would have more of a local economy that's maybe agricultural based and things like that. And as the game goes on and you can actually build out these railroads and infrastructure properly, then you can both extract more resources from those places and get more customers.
Yes,
really.
Infrastructure helps connect the production and consumption throughout your national market.
Yep. So yeah, obviously, very, very important part of the era is connecting the world closer together. But the railways and the ports, they are buildings also. So they employ people, they consume goods, right? So if you can't produce the locomotives yourself, then you're going to have to import them from someone else, and so on, right?
Correct.
And markets, you were saying, there's 140 markets, I said at game start. And over time, these might merge or you might get larger conglomerations of markets.
Yeah, it is a natural instinct over time for markets to merge together. It's sort of the rules of supply. It makes it easier to supply large groups and to have the demand localized in some form of national understanding. And in game, it's reflected in that is in the beginning, your markets are mostly centered around your nation or the regions of your nation,
right?
And then may later come to understand a more common market, or if you use the term the Commonwealth market, which everyone is aware of for the time period. But these markets are basically just the area of exchange for your people producing goods, bringing them to market, and consuming the goods that they need. In simplest terms, the market will give a summary of supply and demand. And that, to the player, comes across as price. And price is sort of the everything.
Yeah, right.
It's the way to tell at a glance how things are going.
Yeah. So let's talk about that, because prices truly is everything in this game, right? Like if grain is worth a pound more somewhere, that could actually have a huge impact, right? Price is determined by supply and demand. And as we mentioned before, if you don't have the infrastructure to bring all your goods to market, your price might be adversely impacted because you have this local overproduction. Which is going to be beneficial for the people consuming those goods locally, but detrimental overall, and especially for the consumers of that good, right?
Yes. Within the game, it is very much a double-edged sword. When prices are high, it's benefiting one part of your society as opposed to the other. The producers benefit from high prices, but the consumers don't. And they may tell you that and be upset about it.
Yeah. So there's no such thing really as like, this is a good price, which this is a design dilemma for sure, because trying to signal to the player that the price is too high here, there's no such thing as too high. It benefits one part of the population, but not the other.
Yeah, all pricing is relative and all benefits are relative of that.
Yeah. So you kind of have to decide, but it's obviously if your country is, or your market for that matter, if your market is consuming a lot of sulfur, it's bad for you if the price of sulfur is high, because your local economy is going to suffer from that.
Your local economy, especially if you don't produce sulfur domestically, you are then caught to the trials and tribulations of the diplomatic scene. And you can be cut off from your supplies, your economy can collapse because of that. Price has not only a domestic but an international consequence.
Yeah. Which ties in with availability, right? Because the different, you were mentioning before, resources exist in states. So different states have potential for different kinds of resources. So iron mines can only be built in some states and can only be built especially large in certain states. Certain resources like oil can only be discovered and can only be found found later in the game and only in specific states, right? And the people controlling those states are going to have an advantage. So access to the resources are going to shape the kind of strategy that you have going forward, and also make you a target potentially.
Potentially so. You may find that if you don't have a large military or any friendly allies, and you are sitting on the abundance of recently discovered oil or any other resource that produces of coal, iron, those basic things that fuel what we understand with industrial production, you will put a target on your back. So you either need to play nice or speak softly and carry a big stick then.
Yeah, no, precisely. So another facet, we talked about this a little bit before, was the customers, right?
Yes.
So the customers or the consumers are both the buildings. So buildings can consume, for example, like a tooling workshop can consume wood and iron, and making tools from that. But predominantly, the consumption comes from POPs, right?
Yes. POPs buy their consumer goods through sort of a basket, as we've termed. That term has actually been around in economic literature from around this time period.
Yeah.
And that basket of goods is pretty understandable when it's the lower stratas. It's, I need to eat.
Right.
I need the clothing on my back. I need the basic furnishings of life and to satisfy those everyday needs. Now, this is also the period of progress and gaining of wealth. And so your POPs can go beyond that.
Right. You can have this huge impact from just like not having had a textile mill in your state, and suddenly there's a factory that pumps out clothes so that you don't have to weave your own clothes.
And not only pumps out clothes, but pumps them out cheaply. So that actually means that your POPs are spending less on their basic necessities.
Right. And so what happens if POPs have, they expect a certain standard of living, they have a certain wealth, and suddenly prices plummet of the goods that they need. Suddenly they have, or for that matter, the factory they work in or the industry they work in start paying them more.
Yeah.
For whatever reason. Then they will have money left over. This will go towards having even greater demands, right? And getting greater needs. So there are different kinds of professions in the game. So what's the difference between like what a laborer would eat and what an aristocrat would consume?
Your laborer is not going to be the pickiest. They have the very simple needs of, I must eat some food. I need to meet my basic needs. Those needs will be dependent upon what you can supply in the market.
Yeah.
If you're a coastal-based country, you can probably supply them with some form of fish.
Yep.
If you are not, you're probably going to be reliant upon some basic grain and goods of that. Of course, as you move up in the classes, you get pickier about what you're wanting. You want the finer things in life. Your middle class will want cigars, tobacco, some form of tobacco product, liquor, something that reflects their status. And your aristocrats, well, they want the most luxurious items, that which come from, it could be the silks from China, it can be porcelain,
Right. So it's not just like things that you're manufacturing locally, but they might demand like these luxurious exotic goods.
Yes. The more wealth your pops have, the more extravagant they become in their demands of consumption. So as you grow your economy and you grow the wealth of your pops, your economy will naturally have to change, or you are going to start importing more goods and be reliant upon others because consumption naturally goes this way.
Right. So this is a problem. If you can't keep up with, suddenly your aristocrats start demanding a lot of fruit, and you don't have any way of getting locally grown fruit, and now you're dependent on this other country, and you're actually propping up the economy of these other countries that produce fruit, right? So the benefit, though, of having this increase in demands is that as pops increase in their standard of living, they become more loyal to the state. Things are going well. They're happy. So the country becomes sort of more resilient towards revolutions, things like that. And the inverse holds true as well.
Yes, if your pops are unable to make ends meet, if you're, let's say, doing actions that only influence and support the richer aristocrats, your lower strata, your laborers, your machinists, your workmen, may try a revolution. We've seen it at the time period and many times throughout history.
Yeah, and it's certain goods become unavailable or fail, or even trade policies and things like that shift, and suddenly these needs that the pops have become much more expensive, and there you go. So the cost of the pops' needs, though, is only one part of the equation. The other bit is how much money they have to spend, right?
Correct. The pops' needs are, in this case, the demands, and the supply can only be met by their wages that they receive in employment.
Right.
Those wages are set by their places of employment. If they're working in a factory or a basic industry building, those will be setting wages based on the price of the goods that they produce. Because all businesses at this time are trying to operate for a profit. They will try...
At this time?
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, that's one of... We'll go into the economic theory another time. There's a larger debate there. They're trying to maximize their profit by selling their goods. And that maximum profit they can achieve is how they base their wage rate.
Right.
And so they will constantly update wages on whether or not they can reach a full employment based on the price of the goods available. And your pops will use that wage to buy the goods in the market that they have either produced or has been produced by other pops that they need.
Right, right. That wage also, this is how you make money, right? This is one way that you can make money, at least as a country.
Yes.
You don't actually make money like selling goods or trading goods. You make money off of taxing the economy that you have built up.
Correct. The easiest way to gain money is to tax the wages of your people. But that's not the only one. You can do certain taxes such as I said, the income-based tax. There's multiple things. You can specialize that to be a heavier poor tax or a richer tax in some form of progressive order. You can do a poll tax or a per capita tax, which was very controversial at the time and is even more controversial nowadays, which is you exist in my country, thus you owe us money for that.
Yeah. This is kind of tied to the serfdom economies of some countries too.
Yes. And as well, there is the ability to customize based on your economy a consumption-based tax. This is one of the most utilized or sort of short-term tax-based policy of governments at the time, which is I want to encourage the consumption of X good, so I'll lower taxes on it, or I will raise taxes because everyone's buying this and I want to get in on this.
Yeah.
And
sin taxes too,
Yes.
right? Like we don't want anyone to buy liquor, so
Well,
let's tax the heck out of liquor.
It's not
Very
even
common.
just sin taxes. The tax on tea actually funded most of the British Empire at one point. It was around 30% of its revenue was just the consumption tax on tea alone. So you can set consumption-based taxes on a basket of goods to your economy. And it will have repercussions as such. In some cases, if they're historically, if the British are obsessed with tea, they'll keep buying it. But if you tax the basics, the prices will go up, and your pops may become unhappy because of that, because they're not able to meet their needs.
Yeah. Exactly. And the goods you choose to tax is going to have a big impact on what part of the population is going to dislike this or be affected by this, right? And the same thing with the other kinds of income taxes. Like they're all laws, so you can choose to abolish income taxes if you want to, and certain segments of your population are going to be very, very happy about that.
Yes, you could abolish income taxes and focus more on just taxing the income of the buildings themselves as dividends and seeing that trickle into your treasury as such.
Another factor that's really important for the era is trade, right?
Yes.
So in Victoria 3, we permit for both import and export, and this is market to market, right? So
yes, it has the potential to be beneficial, or it can be another tool of diplomacy, a weapon of war by another means. You can trade with allies, gain the resources as you're not able to have. If you don't have a domestic source of iron, you can trade with a partner and gain that.
Yeah, that's kind of a very basic, I need this thing, import it.
Yes, that's one of the easiest ways to gain it, and then, of course, you'd be reliant upon them to sustain that part of the trade.
Yeah.
But you can also use it in a sort of dastardly way, as if you were noticing that the AI or even another player is doing a very singular focused economy, that they're doing a single resource that is the bedrock of theirs. You can undercut them.
Right.
You can start exporting that good yourself if you have a competitive advantage in it.
Yeah.
And destroy the underpinnings of their economy while boosting your own.
Yeah. No, exactly. This is a way that you can really manipulate prices throughout the world, right? And compete peacefully with other nations.
Yes, it's just a war by another means.
Yeah. But your ability to do that depends on the size of your economy. And, it's not going to be good for your pops either to just I have this huge furniture in this manufacturing industry. I'm going to sell all my furniture to France, right? That might destroy France's economy. It's also going to affect the pops at home that need to buy furniture.
Yes,
right?
you're going to have to balance that, the needs of your domestic economy versus what you're trying to achieve diplomatically, whether it be an agreeable sort with somebody else or a dastardly sort of trying to destroy them.
And finally, I want to talk a little bit about the different types of economic systems that you can run in Victoria 3. And this is definitely your area.
Yes. Yes. Unlike today, where we are more, I would say, concrete in what is our understanding of the economic system that is winning at the time, things were changing at this time period. We saw economies moving from a more national focused of the only economy I care about is the domestic one to starting to talk about how it works in the international.
Yeah.
So they would move from a more traditional based economy to either an isolationist one where they're protecting national industries, or the well-known one is the mercantile policies of Great Britain over history of how they would seek foreign markets and places to sell goods.
Yeah.
But also there's the systems that would come in the later period, which is, your free trade versus the command economies of socialism.
Yeah.
That is all still up for debate at this time, and you can change your economy based on those laws.
Right. So these are all laws that different segments of your country likes and other segments of your country doesn't like. And so as you're coming up with these new ideas, then there might be internal pressure to change them, or as famously in the case of Japan, there might be external pressure to open up an isolationist economy or accept a treaty port or something like that in order to facilitate trade. So again, like the economic system, it changes how your internal economy works and what you can do. It affects what you can do, but it's also something that can have an impact on your relations outside.
It can also change how you play through the game. If you are finding that you're being relatively successful with your economy as it is, if you're doing a large amount of trade and you see the political maneuvers of your pops and they're wishing to move towards isolationism, you will then have to make the decisions. Do I fight that pressure or do I accept it and have to change the underpinnings of my entire economy?
Right. No, exactly. So we are out of time. And so we have to wrap up, but there's going to be a lot more dev diaries written on this. The first few are going to be on the economy, so you're going to get a lot more detail on how this works in the upcoming dev diaries. But for now, I want to emphasize a few things. The game is currently in alpha, so everything that we've said here is subject to change, but hopefully not much.
Hopefully not much.
So the economic system is the core of the game. It is what you're, as a smaller nation at least, it's what you're going to be engaging with the most. As you become more powerful and have to take more macro level decisions, you might find yourself interacting with it in a little bit more detached manner, right? Like you might make huge sweeping changes throughout your country rather than micromanaging each individual industry.
I mean, if you want, you can make sure that your laborer in one part of Russia is paid a similar rate to the laborer in another.
Yeah.
Or you can just care that the goods are getting to the market. That level of complexity and detail is there for you to basically go as far as you wish.
Yeah. And everything you do with that reverberates throughout the system, affecting political gameplay, affecting diplomatic gameplay, and we will learn a lot more about this in the upcoming dev diaries. And for right now, I just want to say like how excited I am to finally get to talk about this, because this has been a real journey.
Yeah, it's still astounding that we can finally say that we're working on Victoria 3.
Yep. So you'll hear much more from us in the future. And for now, goodbye.
Take care.
How was your nap?
It was very lovely. I was also brushing up on my Mario Kart skills for later.
Nice.
We're gonna fight.
We're gonna fight Mario. Welcome back to the home studio. We have a guest today, Troy.
We do. We have many
guests
guests today. But
Hello, Mikael.
Hello.
I asked this to a lot of our guests, but we talked to Martin yesterday, and having launched, revealed, confirmed a new game, how has PDXCon been?
Oh, it's been crazy, as you might imagine. I should have been resting up for next week, but instead I've just been reading reviews or previews and scouring the forum and just checking out what everyone's saying about the game. And it's really exciting.
So you wouldn't say that you're excited even a little bit at all, right?
Not even close. No, I don't know.
Good.
Could not care less.
Good.
No, it's of course super, super exciting to finally get to talk about this after all this time.
Yeah, trying to keep it in must have been very, very difficult.
Yeah. No, it's nutty, of course. Just after this panel, right? Like I'm just watching the Twitch stream and realizing that what I thought would be grossly inadequate half an hour just touching on the surface of the economic system was actually really exciting for people to hear. So that's also very, very validating. We have so much more to share about this, and it's going to be really fun.
If that was just like a toe dip into the sea of information, then what do we have left to?
Don't ask. You can't ask.
This is the high level overview, but we haven't really gotten into the nuts and bolts yet, right? This is a big challenge of this game, is making sure that it works on all levels, right? So if you really want to get into the nitty gritty, you can get into the nitty gritty, and we're going to do that for sure going forward.
Yeah.
We're excited. I know we're definitely
the chat is super excited.
Yeah, the chat is overly excited, as it were.
And they were very, very excited about just hearing about the one aspect.
Yeah, as they should be.
Yeah, there's so many more to talk about.
Mm-hmm.
Would you say there was a moment in time?
Can I say one thing though?
Yeah, go ahead, buddy.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Can I just want to say that I am really disappointed about one thing. And that is that there was any question at all that we were going to announce Victoria 3 days before Victoria Day. That made me really, really disappointed. How could you have missed that?
Come on, chat. That was obvious. It was, oh my God. It was so obvious.
It was so obvious.
Yeah.
Confirmed completely.
Yeah.
Absolutely confirmed. I got to know, was there any time over the past few years where you got really close to almost spilling the beans and were worried about it?
One time, I've been keeping a pretty close lid, but one thing that did happen is that after one of my interviews last week, I walked out to my family, which includes one very, very devoted Victoria 2 player, with a shirt that said Victoria 3 confirmed on it.
Oh,
and thankfully he didn't notice. So,
yeah, that was pretty close.
But I've managed to keep, I've managed to keep a pretty tight lid otherwise. But yeah, that just makes it so much more rewarding now to talk about it. So,
yeah, is there anything that isn't covered by one of the panels that we're having or that we've had this weekend that you're super excited to talk about more in the future?
Well, of course, we want to talk more about the other massive pillar of the game, which is the economic or the politics system. There's a lot of granularity to that as well. Unfortunately for right now, we're going to have to limit ourselves to Dev Diaries to talk about that. But yeah, we'll see. We'll do some videos and stuff in the future as well, I'm sure, and give you more of an overview on that.
hundreds of hours of content to come, hundreds
At least.
of thousands
Minimum.
of lines of
Minimum.
dev diaries. Oh, I'm getting all excited just thinking about it. I can't wait. Can't wait.
I'm really excited to jump into, because I feel like I've missed a lot of the, getting into a strategy game from like the beginning, because all of the other games have, even CK now at this point have had some time for their community to grow and to get super experience. I'm excited to like get into a strategy game and be, sort of on the same level as everybody else.
I have such bad news for you.
Oh no!
These Vicky 2 players have already probably worked out any possible mechanic that might happen. They just don't know it yet.
I saw a thread on the Wiki Reddit that was just like all of the things that we know so far, and it was a novel. It was a novel of content.
I was talking about this with a PR specialist, and they were like, man, we had just short interviews for Victoria 3, and somehow all these journalists picked out like hundreds of lines of text confirming things and speculating things, and it's amazing how much they soaked out of an interview that we had for like 10, 15 minutes. And like I read through some of them, and it was like, woof, that is a lot of information they pulled out of that. That was stuff I didn't even pay attention to or wouldn't even notice, but our fans are just so dedicated that they pick up on that stuff.
Crazy.
Yeah, no, that was really amazing to see. I have to say, I've been really busy the last little while to, get everything ready for this announcement and be able to show the journalists. So I haven't had a lot of time to update the design documentation. So I got to say thank you so much to all the reporters for doing such a good job updating the design documentation for me. I will just copy and paste that. Thanks.
Just writing your dev diaries for you. You don't even have to write them. Just be like, hey, read this press article. There you go.
Yeah.
It's really good.
Yeah.
What do you know what's coming up next, Troy?
I don't.
I know what's coming up next because I have cards.
Somebody always puts her cards together, so I just let her do it. And
Yeah, I'll do it. I'll do it.
platypus.
All right. Next up, we have another Wiki 3 segment. We have the Wikipedia quiz. Thomas Johansson, studio manager, and Ben, our community ambassador, they're going to just quiz us on our Victorian era knowledge.
Things that people know or people think they know, because
Ooh.
there's a lot of stuff in there, and I've looked through some of it that's just... I don't think... If somebody gets a perfect score, I'm going to be impressed.
I'm going to be really impressed.
Really impressed.
And here's the pun. I mean, I did steal it, but here's the pun. I don't know if you're... Can you emerge victorious? So yes, we're gonna quiz our knowledge on the history from 1837 to 1901.
Trying to go for a hat trick.
Yep.
Get all 3 wins. Good.
I need to get my last trophies.
Get it, yeah.
I don't have those 9 correct quiz answers yet.
I'm so ashamed right now.
I've been working all the
You've
time.
been working?
I've not been able to participate in all the quizzes.
It's a shame.
Well, whatever, Troy. I tried. If you haven't joined the Discord yet, you can still join some of the quiz stuffs, and there's still some events happening for a little bit. We have the extension over there, so that you can click and join in the quiz, which you do need to use to participate in the quiz.
Log in, register, etc.
Blah 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 blah. And
We should probably thank our guests, don't you?
Yes, thank you so much, Mika, for being here.
He's just been sitting there suffering.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Suffering through our shilling, yeah.
Yeah.
Woof. But yeah, it's been really fun to see more of a sneak peek of the of Vicky stuff.
Can I just say, as a Vicky fan, that I'm really excited. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Yeah. Yes, it is time now to go over to the quiz. Good luck, all you history buffs. And
Vicky fanatics.
Vicky fanatics. Yep. See you later.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the virtual void here, where I am floating in a portal on the internet. We are live. We are coming at you today with the Wikipedia contest. I am Benjamin Magnus. I'm at my home office in Florida because I am nowhere near Stockholm right now, sadly. So, I'm the community manager. I am joined by Thomas. If you'd like to introduce yourself, let the people know what you're doing with... Oh my god, I almost said the project name. I'm not used to saying Victoria out loud. Oh, that's going to take some getting used to.
So my name is Thomas. I work as a studio manager in the Stockholm offices, and I'm not actually involved with the current Victoria 3 project, but the reason I'm here today is that I worked on Victoria 2 back in the day as a project lead and as a programmer, among other things.
Excellent. So you are here to banter with me as we go over the questions, but before we start the questions, guys, there are a couple of things we need to go over. So hang on, let me get my notes over here on my other monitor. So to participate in the quiz, you are going to need to use the Twitch extension. As we've been pointing out this entire time, it is in the corner in one of the directions next to my head. If you are not logged into that, you will not be able to participate in the quiz appropriately. That's why we're saying it now. Give you some time to get it set up if you haven't done that already. Yep, click on the Paradox logo. If you don't have an account, you'll have to make that. Okay, yep, that's about the gist of it. And the reward for this quiz, you're going to be answering 10 questions, and everybody who answers the question right, the first person, the very first person to answer every question right, will be getting one of the, I wish I was wearing it right now, but I'm not, I'm just wearing some EU4 stuff. The Victoria 3 confirmed shirt. You can see it on Twitter, our game dev game, blah, 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 blah. Sorry, talking over myself here. Our, oh, mine, I'm moving around. Sorry, guys. Martin is wearing it on Twitter, so you can see it there. It is also on the forum, so you can check it out there. We are only giving away 20 of these, I believe. You can get 10 here. And you can get one if you participate in the Victoria 3 The Meme is Dead contest, which there are details about on Twitter, on Facebook, on... Ooh, I'm a little dark in my little corner here. Twitter, Facebook, the forums, and Discord. There's information all over the place. Those are the only places that you can get the Victoria 3 confirmed shirt, though. It is extremely limited. These are the only two places it's going to be publicly available. I'm going to turn on a light here, see if I can brighten myself up a little bit. There we go. So, first question ready. Okay, let me grab the details here. Okay, so first question is an easy one. We didn't want to start off too difficult here. So question number 1. What was the original color of Prussia in Victoria 2? Was it yellow? Was it gray? Was it blue? Or was it green? The original color of Prussia in Victoria 2. I believe we have a few seconds, was it 30 seconds to answer the question. Remember, it's the first person to get it right on every question wins. Voting is done. Excellent. And the correct answer was yellow. That was an extremely easy one. Anybody who's played Victoria 2 knows the meme, Yellow Prussia. Now, I think I know the answer to this question, but I was going to ask you, Tamal, why was Prussia yellow originally? Why don't you tell me the answer? Let's see if I knew it.
Well, it's a bit embarrassing, right? Because I don't know. I talked to some of the guys in the project who sort of like, why did we change the color of the country? Everybody say, well, didn't we make it Prussian blue? And then we try to remember, so I don't know the answer to that one. We probably just made it yellow because one of the artists thought it was good. Or?
As far as I remember, I heard it through the grapevine. I can't pin down where I heard this from, but I heard it a while ago, was that the only reason was, and I could be wrong here, was that other countries' colors had been picked and it just needed to be a contrasting color or something along those lines. It just couldn't be too similar to something that was already next to it, and that was what was available.
Yeah, it was probably it, because that's usually how we pick colors, but then we have this kind of things where colors of countries become this very important thing. And then once somebody put their flag down and say it's supposed to be Prussian blue, then it becomes very hard to change after that.
Alrighty, so we are ready for question number 2 here. So, question 2. Let me just pull up my documentation here. No. Oh God, I'm having technical difficulties from clicking the wrong buttons. Okay, question number 2. Name the 2 major DLCs for Victoria 2. Are they A House of Darkness and Hearts Divided, Revolutions and Civil War, Forged in Steel and Blood and Iron, or A House Divided and Heart of Darkness? I believe about 30 seconds on the clock. And we were just talking about the 2 major DLCs. Okay, so correct answer is A House Divided and Heart of Darkness. And what I was curious about, I don't know if you know this off the top of your head, but we only got the 2 major DLCs for Victoria 2. And there's a bunch of minor ones like unit packs and stuff like that. Were there any other plans to continue with more major DLCs that we never ended up seeing?
Well, you know, in this time, it was really before we started to make DLC for all our games. And we, to be honest, we weren't really sure that people wanted to buy expansions for our games. So we just had one small expansion team next to the main game team, and they did a Victoria expansion, and then they had some good ideas for the Hearts of Iron expansion, and they made that, and then they made another Victoria expansion. So I think we made as many expansions as we had like time and imagination for. So I think the reasons why there weren't any more Victoria DLCs is probably because what we did instead was a Heart of Iron expansion or EU4 or something like that. Because you have to remember that the studio was way smaller back then. The DLC team was like 2 or 3 people, I think.
Oh yeah, the studio now is something like 10 times the size it was back then. Now I'm a little torn personally because I really love Victoria 2, but I'm also a huge fan of. I know it's like controversial in the Paradox like community, but I love Hearts of Iron 3. So knowing that the same team worked on both of them, and it was either do one or do the other. Now I'm so torn. I don't know which I would have rather have more of.
Yeah, but I mean, it's good that we finally decided that people are going to like to play our games for such a long time, because we didn't know that back then. So then we could instead, you know, when we made Crusader Kings 2 and we decided to staff up an entire new expansion team for that game, that was really what set us off on the path to just have one expansion for every team. So I think now that when Victoria 3 releases, I think the fans can look forward to a long tail of continuous work on that game and not having to compete with.
All right, we are ready for the next question. So, next question. What does RGO stand for in Victoria? Does it stand for Resource Gathering Organization, Resource Gathering Operation, Resource Gathering Orangutan, or Resource Gathering Opportunity? Seconds left on the quiz. I've got like elevator music in my head right now, so I'm just kind of vibing. All right, the question is closed now, and the correct answer to what does RGO stand for was Resource Gathering Organization, and I, for one, I don't know why, never remember that off the top of my head. I always have to look it up. If I put down Victoria 2 for like 6 months and then go back and I want to play another game, I always have to look up what RGO stands for because it just never sticks in my head. But my question to you, Tama, is when you played Victoria, did you have a favorite RGO that you focused on? Like whenever you played, no matter where you went, I want to do this one. I want to get this resource because that's going to be good for me.
I mean, it depends a lot on which country you play, but I mean, if I have to answer it, I would probably say iron or coal, because I mean, this steel drives industrial expansion, right, in this area. So I really want to get the steel mill going, if not only for the principle of the thing, right, because to be a great power, it should be a steel producing power. I don't even know if it's important in the game, but I wanted to do that. So then I needed iron and coal to fuel my industrial powerhouse.
So for me, it was sulfur because everybody needs both.
I have to give precious metal as a runner-up there as well, because it's sort of like one of the countries I love to play had one precious metal, and that fueled my it funded my rise to power.
Yeah, I just like being the arsenal of whoever wants to buy my bullets. If I have enough sulfur, I can make ammunition, and they'll buy it no matter what, because there's always going to be a conflict somewhere in the world. And I don't remember which. Oh God, what? I'm thinking Star Trek now. Oh, I'm blanking. I'm a bad Star Trek nerd. The Ferengi, their little code things. Oh God, rules of acquisition. War is good for business.
Indeed, right, and especially in Victoria.
I'm so glad I didn't completely blank on that, because I would have lost all Star Trek nerd credential if I blanked it completely on rules of acquisition. I don't remember which one it all is off the top of my head, but back to back, there's two of them. War is good for business and peace is good for business. And that's always true in Victoria, because no matter what, you can make a profit off of somebody.
Absolutely. And I think that's the funny thing with Victoria, right? To try to figure out what is going up in the world and what kind of trends are you seeing. And which stuff is actually the most important stuff. And I think it's always a bit of a balance to figure out sort of like, should you try to produce the most expensive good to make more cash? Or should you look at what your country actually need and balance the resources out so you can be self-sufficient? And I think there's two different kinds of players who prefer either.
Okay, next question. We've already got up in there, so I'm going to go through this quickly so we don't fall behind. Which RGO has the highest total base price in the game? Rubber, tropical wood, oil, or precious metals? And that's highest total base price, not highest base price. Those are different. Okay, so we had to go through that one really quickly because we got caught up talking about making profits there. But the answer is tropical wood, and I was trying to emphasize that because base price is how much each individual output is worth. Total base price is how much output it is outputting multiplied by that price. So tropical wood is the correct answer. Now, in Victoria 2, everything has a kind of standard base price. And do you remember any times where there was just a disagreement in the team where the base prices were just not agreed upon? Like somebody was just like, no, it's not worth that much. Or this is way too overpriced. These need to come down. This needs to come up. Or is it all just a balance thing?
I remember it as being all a balance thing, really. I mean, there was a lot of work, you can imagine, right? Balancing this game is a lot of work and a lot of tweaking. Our designer, he set the base prices for most stuff. But then as the prices change as well, the base prices aren't super important. But I remember it was a game balance thing that we tweaked all the time, right? We had like fidgeting around with the little values, trying to get the economy match. And you wonder, why is this country tanking? Oh, it's because they're dependent on this good that we suddenly crash the price because we try to balance China or something like that.
Oh, see, that was one of my favorite things to always do in Victoria. Do that on purpose. Oh, why is this country going under? Oh, I undercut them and tanked their entire profit margin. Oh, yeah. No.
I mean, it gives you very interesting bugs, right? when countries tank because of actual economics.
Well, if I remember correctly, there's still some economic bugs that just live long in the game involving China.
Yeah, I mean, they fixed some of them. I was kind of impressed what the expansion team did eventually with fixing some of the economy bugs, but we had some really weird stuff going about. And in particular, we had like where optimization meets game balance. So we had this thing where one industrial good at a time would collapse, and we didn't know why, until we figured out that we decided that to save performance in the game, we decided that any pop that has the same religion, same culture, and same job should be merged together and be one pop. And that turned into, since the only country that produced a lot of stuff at the beginning, like semi-industrialized, was England. So there was one craftsman, I think it was called, I don't remember, the pop that produces, what are they called? The pop that produces industrial goods without the factory. What are they called? Remember?
I'm sorry to interrupt you there, but we're going to have to go on to the next question now so we don't run behind. How high does infamy need to be for a punitive war to fire in Victoria 2? And the possible answers are 15, 20, 25, or 30. This one is a rather easy one, I feel. This one is I think this is the second easiest one next to number 1, Yellow Prussia. Oh, and we got some fun questions coming up next too. All right, we are coming up on the end of this question, and the correct answer is 25. You have to have 25 infamy for a punitive war to fire against you in Victoria 2. Now, it's kind of, when I talk to people about it, they're always contentious about infamy in Victoria 2. Like, I just want to conquer the world. It's always preventing me from doing that. Was infamy specifically designed to prevent blobbing? Was that an anti-blob mechanic from the get-go?
It was, but it's also a concept for anti-blobbing that we had in previous games as well. It existed, I think, in the previous EU games. I don't remember if it was in EU1, but it was certainly some of the EU games. And in those games, it was called Bad Boy. First, as a hidden concept.
That's Victoria 2.
Yeah, and then we displayed the Bad Boy value. But for Victoria 2, we decided we want this concept, but we want to name it to something that actually doesn't break immersion as much as the Bad Boy value. So it was definitely in the design from the get-go, but it was even a concept we inherited from previous PDX games.
I honestly, like, when I play Victoria 2, I very rarely bump into that infamy limit, just because I like tall playing. I know a lot of people like to blob in Paradox games, and I fully understand why the fun in doing that. I used to play that way too. I just like playing tall now. That's why I like Victoria, because a lot of times I just don't. It's not necessary to go, declaring wars sometimes to get what you need. You just build tall and everything's perfectly fine. Although every once in a while you accidentally start World War I, but that happens. Happens to the best of us.
Yeah, and I mean, if you're an expansionist player, it provides an interesting kind of rubber banding when you play. But if you play the economic game, of course, you're not going to run into it. But it was one of the features I really liked with the games, to have this rubber banding.
All right. Next question we have coming up now. We have, sorry to interrupt you there. We have a audio cue for this one. This is part of the Victoria 2 soundtrack. That was part of the soundtrack from one song from Victoria. Name that song. Johnny Comes Marching Home. Battle Hymn of the Republic. Oh, I'm a Good Old Rebel. We Have Independence. I love the Victoria 2 soundtrack.
I agree.
The correct answer was Battle Hymn of the Republic, and I've just been sitting here whispering, I love the Victoria 2 soundtrack. A lot of times what I do, because if some of you may know me, I'm a content creator, I stream all the time, and a lot of times I play very niche games that either don't have music or have copyrighted music, and I always end up playing the Victoria 2 soundtrack just in the background when I'm playing those games, just because I love that soundtrack, so I just pipe that in instead of other music. Now, Thomas, why is Victoria... it's unquestionable. Victoria 2 is the best soundtrack. Why is it the best soundtrack? Or in all fairness, do you think it's the best one, or do you like one of the other ones better?